Sunday, February 26, 2282. Udata High School, Muzurifu. The next day, after a morning warm-up, a quick shower and a hearty breakfast, followed by fond farewells and well-wishing from the Bakugo parents in the Kanahana household, as well as half the commission employees, Izumi, Katsuki and Himiko headed for U.A in the company of Ishiko, Inko, Sakuya, Jin, Dabi, Eri, and the Onikawa brothers. They were going by train, so that no one would know who they are, like they would if they rolled up to the front gates in a limousine. Because of this, Eri wasn't originally supposed to come with them, as she wasn't used to busy city travel, but the adorable child had talked Izumi into letting her go with them to see them off at the gates, so that she could give them good luck hugs right before they went inside, and so that she could see where Aizawa-sensei and Mizu-sensei work. The only downside was that, due to personal business and hero work, All Might was busy that day and Hawks couldn't do more than text them good luck, so neither had come along. The busy train ride had been a bit tough for Eri, who still struggled with loud noises and crowds, but the little girl toughed it out so she could support her Auntie Miko and Uncle Kaken when they reached U.A, as well as see her mama off before her meeting with Nizu. Izumi had to work hard not to let her own nerves over Eri's safety leak out, lest the child catch on and become even more anxious. Thankfully, with the Onikawas, Dabi, and herself all able to use their quirks if need be, Izumi doubted they'd ever run into trouble they couldn't handle. When they finally reached U.A, the whole group stood at the front gate and gaped at the building. Whoa! Izumi breathed, her eyes glued on the school. It was a massive H-shaped building, with numerous smaller buildings scattered around the immediate campus, which only made up a small portion of the school's absurdly huge campus. The path from the gates to the school itself had numerous arches and the busts of heroes decorating it. Izumi's group weren't the only ones staring either, there was a constant stream of hero hopefuls and their families heading in and out of the building. The sheer number of different-looking people had Izumi's head spinning and her hands twitching for her notebook. I figured there'd be more people. Katsuki scowled, giving the evil eye to any examinee that looked at him. This is only the first testing period of the day. There are supposed to be about 500 people per test and 3 tests a day, so more are probably coming later. Himiko answered, idly pulling out the exam pamphlet they'd all been reading the last few weeks. Izumi grinned and pulled Katsuki and Himiko so they were on either side of her. This is your first step towards becoming heroes. And our first step towards founding the Sunburst Hero Agency. Let's take it together, she smiled excitedly. Himiko giggled and nodded, while Katsuki groaned but played along. The 3 teens raised their right legs together and took the first step into U.A simultaneously, each smiling. Their accompanying family exchanged amused grins and followed them in, Eri firmly clutching Inko's hand. Once they were inside, Eri let go of Inko's hand and ran to catch up with Izumi, aiming to catch her in a hug. Izumi turned to face her little girl, only for the child to trip over her own feet and fall forward. Eri! Izumi shouted, lunging forward to try and catch her, but she found herself being beaten to the punch. A hand had shot out and lightly touched Eri's arm and all of a sudden, the little girl stopped mid-fall and floated gently in the air. Are you okay? Asked the hand's owner as she carefully corrected Eri and plopped her down on her feet. The person who'd caught Eri put their fingers tips together and gravity resumed its pull on Eri. Izumi rushed forward in that moment and hugged Eri, relieved she was okay, before turning to the person who'd saved her from the fall. Izumi's brain then decided to call it quits for a bit. The person was a girl, a couple of inches taller than Izumi and dressed in a dark brown duffel coat, with a pink scarf, navy skirt and black leggings. The girl was heart-meltingly cute, with adorable round cheeks that were blushing lightly either from the cold or Izumi's staring, large hazel eyes and a cute auburn bob cut with large bangs to frame her face. She smiled sweetly at Izumi as their eyes met, and Izumi couldn't stop her face from turning crimson. Every member of her watching family all grinned at the sight. They'd be teasing Izumi about this for weeks. Is this your little sister? The girl asked kindly. I used my quirk to stop her fall. Sorry I used it without permission but I figured it'd be a bad omen if she fell. Thank you Mississippi. Eri said shyly, bowing her head politely. The cute girl smiled and waved at the child, no problem. This whole thing is kind of nerve-wracking, I'm getting nervous. Oh well, the girl began to walk off, turning back to wave at Izumi and Eri, good luck to us both. See ya. And like that, the nice girl disappeared into the crowd. With her gone, Izumi collected herself and turned to face her family, who were all grinning at her. Himiko summed up what they were all thinking. Aizu's got a crush, she sing-songed, a cat-like grin on her face. What dash? No, I just stared like an idiot. Yes, you did. Katsuki teased. Oh, this is too good. Little Izumi is finally growing up. Ishiko giggled. She was certainly a cute girl, and very nice. Inko added. Is that how humans normally respond to those they find attractive? I thought it would be less transparent. Sakuya commented with a small smile. That girl really was pretty cute. Not as cute as Himiko, Izumi, or Eri, but definitely in the same league. Jean declared. You make us sound like a pervert. You aren't wrong though. Twice admitted. Next time you should try actually talking to her. Dabi finished. Neither of the Onikawa brothers spoke, but they didn't need to, their teasing grin said it all. Izumi pouted and turned away from them. Honestly, I was just relieved that someone helped Eri. They're all silly, aren't they, Eri? She said, rubbing her cheek against the clueless, but happy child. With the exam time drawing close, the families that came to show support had to leave, so the trio said good luck with Inko and Sakuya hugging and kissing Himiko while Jean made a dozen clones to give her a group hug. Dabi jokingly ruffled Katsuki's hair before he got the same treatment as Himiko from Inko and Sakuya. Both teens taking the exam received nods of acknowledgement and quiet good lucks from Akainu and Akiji. Once these shows of support were done, they all wished Izumi well in her meeting and threw in one more tease about the cute girl, before they took Eri and headed out. They stopped at the gate so that Eri could turn around, and with all her bravery and the loudest voice she could, shouted her own encouragement. Mama, Izumi. Auntie, Miko. Uncle Kaken. Good luck. The trio smiled and pumped their fists in the air in response, before heading into the building to join the remaining examinees. Once the time came for the test to begin, some nondescript examiners met the examinees inside and separate them all into 3 different halls for the written exam. The trio were split up as Himiko and Katsuki were assigned to different rooms while one of Nizu's aides came by to pick up Izumi for her meeting with him. Well, this is it guys. Do your best, and I'll see you on the other side. Izumi said, giving them each a hug. Himiko returned the hug happily, while Katsuki rolled his eyes and returned the hug with full reluctance. Each carried a small carved wooden charm in their pockets, carved from wood taken from one of Izumi's trees that was imbued with Sakuya's power and blessed by both Izumi and Eri using sunrise on it together. The charms were carved into the shape of the sun, and engraved with the kanji for divine blessing. Izumi had carefully created the charms and put all of her heart and soul into them, ensuring they would work as they were meant to. No stronger good luck charm existed in the world. Go see the principal, Sunny, and I'll crush this exam. We're going to Udata together, and don't you forget it. Katsuki declared with his toothy smirk. Hard to feel doubt after a declaration like that. Get going Izumi, we'll see you again after passing the exam. Himiko smiled, taking in some of Katsuki's confidence. Izumi nodded and turned to follow the patiently waiting aide, having already said what needed to be said. When next she saw her siblings in person, the exam would be over and their dream would enter the next step. The brunette was happily walking to Nizu's office, when she suddenly felt a twist in her gut. Without thinking, Izumi shifted into her demigod form and began sniffing around, worrying the aide who was with her. And Miss Midoriya? The aide asked nervously. Izumi didn't hear her though, she could sense something wrong. Something corrupt and evil, like a demon but somehow, different. It was like someone had stitched together the souls of dozens of different evil beings, and created a cloud of malice. Izumi felt her head throb as every time she focused on the feeling and where it was coming from, it would disappear and reappear again a short distance away. This happened 7 times, until the feeling disappeared altogether. After the feeling was gone for several minutes, the aide tried to get Izumi's attention again. Miss Midoriya? Is everything alright? Principal Nizu is waiting. Izumi frowned, sorry, but can I ask a question? What's in that direction? She asked, pointing to the area she sensed the malice from. The aide thought for a moment, there are a lot of things over there, U.A's campus is extensive. Most prominently are our large training grounds, specifically Alpha through Zeta. Those sites are being used for the practical portion of today's hero entrance exams. Izumi growled quietly, now I have a really bad feeling. She whispered to herself. You should tell Nizu. I don't know what you sensed, but it must have been really weird or really strong to make you react like that. Ishiko advised. Izumi nodded and turned back to her human form. Unbidden, the text she'd gotten from Prophet came to mind and the brunette scowled as she followed the aide again. Something was going to happen, and Prophet knew what, but all Izumi had to go on was that cryptic text. Izumi shook off her worry and focused on the coming meeting. She would tell Nizu and then the rest would be out of her hands, she just prayed nothing bad would happen. Meanwhile, unknown location. A being born of malice appeared in a darkened room, seemingly fading in from nowhere with only a wisp of black fog to signal its arrival. It is done, the being said, voice deep as yellow eyes peered out from its twisted existence. You are sure it was done correctly? Asked another voice, this one just as deep and menacing. Yes. The USB drives have been properly inserted into each of the designated ports. Excellent work. Now we must wait and see if the doctor is as skilled in robotic engineering as he is genetic engineering. You are sure you weren't spotted and left no evidence? I wasn't seen. I warped into blind spots in the cameras and there were none at all in the port locations. I did sense a brief spike of divine power though. I believe she was somewhere on the grounds. There was a moment of silence, before a weary sigh. That was to be expected, though it is uni deal. The girl is not your concern, so forget about her for now. You have done well today. I am very pleased with you, Kurojiri. Kurojiri, the man of black fog, bowed politely to his master, whose plan was now in motion. Next chapter, Hot Air and Cold Winds. To be released, November 1st, 2021. Finally, we are getting to U.A. Despite it not being the most action-packed chapter, there was actually a lot happening. Izumi meeting with Rei and spilling the beans that Toya is alive, though not mentioning Dabi. Prophet sends another cryptic prophecy and pisses everyone off. Izumi and the gang meet Ochako, sort of. Izumi gets a crush and then a very bad feeling, and lastly we see that a certain villain has plans for the entrance exam. Y'all didn't think I'd get through an entire arc without someone causing trouble, did you? As for the whole Izumi crush thing, I'm not really a romance writer, so this was my thought process. Izumi likes cute things, cool quirks, heroism, and helping people. She also loves Eri more than anything else in the world, so a cute girl with a cool quirk, helping save Eri from a fall and apparently taking the hero entrance exam is basically someone ticking off all of Izumi's preferences. All of that leaves Izumi with a major crush. Next chapter will have Izumi's meeting with the principal, as well as her viewing the recommendation hero entrance exam. Thank you all once again, and I look forward to reading your thoughts on this chapter and the ones to come. 8-2, Hot Air and Cold Winds. Sunday, February 26, 2282. U.A High School, Muzurifu. Izumi followed Nizu's aide, still unsettled by what she'd sensed and the bad feeling she had about Prophet's text from the previous day, but she quickly got a hold of herself as they reached Nizu's office. The aide knocked on the door, before opening it and saying, "I've brought Miss Midoriya as requested, sir." Nizu's voice answered back, "Wonderful, please send her in, then go take a break for a bit. You've been busy this morning." The aide smiled and bowed. "Thank you sir," she said, before turning to Izumi, "You may go in. Good luck." With that, the aide turned and left for her break, while Izumi entered Nizu's office and closed the door behind her. Nizu's office was rather spacious and decorated like the office of a corporate CEO, complete with a wall made entirely of glass so that he could look out upon the school he led. Nizu's desk was in front of this window, but the mouse-bear-dog-thing was sat off to the side in a small sitting area, consisting of two sofas facing each other with a glass table between them and two matching armchairs on the other sides of the table. Nizu was happily sitting in one of the armchairs, sipping some tea, while Eraserhead was sat alone on one of the sofas, dressed in his usual hero gear. On the other sofa was a collection of three suited individuals, two women and one man, whom Izumi had never met before. "Good morning." Izumi greeted formally as she bowed. The suited people nodded in acknowledgement, while Eraser groaned out a sleepy, morning problem child, which earned him a few scowls from the people in suits. Nizu chuckled good-naturedly, "Good morning to you, Miss Midoriya. I thank you for joining us this morning. Please, sit and enjoy some tea," he said, gesturing to the armchair opposite him and the cup of hot tea placed on the table in front of it. Izumi bowed in thanks and took the requested seat, taking a sip of the offered tea to settle her nerves. "This is good tea," she commented, enjoying the flavor. It was an herbal tea, one with specific herbs that Izumi recognized from some of the herbal remedies she was given in the past, thanks to her aversion to artificial ingredients. Nizu must be giving it to her to help her relax, which meant he expected her to become upset. That wasn't good, so Izumi mentally had her guard up. After she took another sip and her posture relaxed a bit, though the trained eyes of Nizu and Eraser could tell she was on guard, the principal began the meeting. "Miss Midoriya, allow me to introduce you to the people on my right. These three are representatives from the U.A Board of Governors, and it was their request that I call you to this meeting today. They wish to speak with you in regards to your recommendation and your placement in U.A's general education course." Izumi nodded stiffly at the suited trio, while Eraser winced beneath his scarves. Izumi's dislike of the U.A Board of Governors was well known among her friends and family, stemming from them denying Himiko a recommendation for her heroic actions with Jean, solely because she didn't have a flashy quirk or draw much public attention. The cruel gleam in Nizu's eye told the Erasure hero that he was hoping to use this meeting to thumb his nose at the governors, and considering Izumi was already on guard, Eraser fully expected the principal would get his wish. "I see. It's a pleasure to meet you," Izumi said after a moment, smiling politely, though the smile didn't reach her eyes. Likewise, Miss Midoriya, or do you prefer Amaterasu, the woman in the middle asked. Miss Midoriya will do. I'm not in costume after all. Izumi smiled mirthlessly. And you don't want any familiarity between you. Problem child really doesn't like these guys. Eraser thought. The governors either didn't notice or didn't care, and the second female governor spoke next. Well, Miss Midoriya, the board of governors is extremely happy to have a student of your caliber joining our school, but we are concerned that placing you in the general education course would be a terrible waste, especially considering your talents and record as a hero. Izumi tilted her head in confusion. While I appreciate the compliment, there really isn't another choice for me if I want to attend UA. But of course there are other choices, the male governor piped up. Why not enter the hero course? Because only 36 normal students and 4 recommendation students per year can enter the hero course, so for me to join, I'd need to not only take the relevant exams, which start today, but I'd also have to take the spot from one of them. I'm already a hero, so it would be unfair to take one of their spots, and also pointless, since I'm already fully licensed. It would be like a doctor going back to medical school while they still have their medical license. Izumi replied. The governors frowned, clearly unhappy with Izumi's words, but unable to deny them. Depriving another student of a chance to give their spot to someone who doesn't need it would be a PR nightmare. However, the female governor in the middle, who seemed to be the senior among them, wasn't willing to give up yet. What if we were to create an addition slot just for you, and allow you to skip the entrance exams? Izumi raised an eyebrow. While that would remove the moral complications, it wouldn't remove the practical one. Why would I join a hero course while already a hero? It would have me competing against other students in various exercises and events such as the sports festival, where I would have an unfair advantage. It would be pointless and demoralizing to the other hero students. I don't mean to brag, but I was considered qualified enough to become a hero a full 3 years before your own students would be graduating, she pointed out. The governors were scowling now, but they weren't going to give up. Having a hero like Amaterasu in the general education course would make Udata look foolish, like it couldn't recognize the talent it had in its midst. No, they needed her in another course. Have you considered the support or business courses? In those courses, you'd be no different than the other students and you could opt out of things like the sports festival, so there would be no unfair advantages, the second female governor asked. Izumi was mildly impressed by how far these people were willing to go, but her mind wouldn't be changed. I had thought of that myself, but I'm afraid that won't work either. It would be unfair to let me into either of those courses without taking the practical exams, which I wouldn't pass since I have no talent for them. I tried making my own support gear, but I'm barely competent enough to put together furniture with the instructions on my lap, let alone construct new gear from scratch. I simply don't have the talent for support, even if you allowed me into the course without the exams and without depriving another student. What about business then? The man asked, growing visibly desperate. The greenette just chuckled. That would have the same problem as support. I have no talent for it. My own beliefs about heroism clash too much with society's view of how heroes should be marketed. Our celebrity status should exist only to make civilians feel safe when they see us. Not to sell our images for profit. The lead female governor latched on to that statement. Why not pursue business and use that to change society's view of how heroes should be marketed? Izumi fixed the governors with a cold look. Oh. I should think I would be failed instantly if I tried. After all, the Board of Governors has a strong influence on the curriculum, and has proven it only favors those with flashy and powerful quirks, or large public images. The coldness in her voice, and her chilling green eyes sent shivers up the governor's spines, and both Nizu and Eraser couldn't help but smile a bit, hiding them behind a teacup or scarves. The lead female governor looked to her male co-worker with worried eyes, realizing why Izumi didn't like them now. Both of them had been serving on the Udata Board of Governors for a long time, and they remembered the name Midoriya being put forward for consideration for a recommendation a few years ago by the Police and Hero Commission, but it hadn't been Izumi Midoriya. No, it had been Himiko Midoriya, the girl who had brought an end to the crimes of the villain twice, and even discovered the man behind the crimes was actually being controlled by another villain. To their shame, they had chosen not to give Himiko a recommendation due to their standing policy to only grant them to those students who had prominent quirks or high media profiles. They'd essentially rejected Amaterasu's sister, even after her heroic actions, because of the quirk she was born with and the fact she'd not wanted fame for her acts, which wasn't a good look for a group meant to promote heroism. Unfortunately, the second female board member was fairly new and didn't know this, so she took offense to Izumi's words. It isn't very smart to insult the very people giving you this opportunity. I demand an apology, she growled. The other board members looked at their colleague with open-mouthed shock, while Nizu and Eraser almost burst out laughing. Did this idiot not realize they were begging Izumi to consider something she had no need for? Why antagonize the person you're hoping to ingratiate yourselves to? Izumi was clearly unimpressed. Oh. If you'd please point out my insult, I'll be sure to properly apologize. The woman huffed, you insulted us by saying the board only cares for flashy quirks and public image. Is that not correct? If I were to look at this year's hero recommendations, would each one of them not have either a flashy and powerful quirk, or some kind of fame for past actions or connections? Izumi asked. The woman spluttered for a moment, knowing full well that every current recommendation, Izumi included, met those criteria. She couldn't even say it was a coincidence. There were 42 recommendation applicants this year, too many to be a coincidence, and she knew it would be a lie anyway, as she had been in meetings where other applicants were rejected for not having the quirks or public image that the board wanted. But those aren't unreasonable requirements. Heroes need flashy quirks in this day and age, the woman tried to argue. May I remind you that aside from me, there are 2 other heroes in the room, neither of whom have flashy quirks. In fact, I'd wager that Eraserhead and Principal Nizu are more important to this school than many of the more combat-oriented heroes with flashy quirks, since Nizu's intelligence is needed to run the school, and Eraserhead is crucial to keep the volatile quirks you love so much under control. Izumi pointed out. Nizu and Aizawa both nodded. The non-flashy heroes on staff were generally more valuable to the school, such as Midnight putting rowdy students to sleep, Power Loader's management of the security, and of course, Recovery Girl's ability to heal. The most indispensable staff in Udare were also the ones that wouldn't receive recommendations by the board's current standards, which further shamed the more level-headed governors. The angry woman was different however, her face turning red as she found she was unable to counter Izumi's words. She doubled down on her outrage instead, foolishly choosing to threaten Izumi instead. I will not be spoken to like this by a mere student. I demand a proper apology, or your recommendation will be rescinded. Now the other governors were torn between screaming at their colleague or just physically throwing her from the room, whilst both Nizu and Eraser looked ready to slap the woman for such blatant corruption. The icy silence was broken by Izumi's mocking laugh. You'll rescind my recommendation, will you? Well, assuming you even have the authority to do that on your own, I can simply take the written exam for Gen Ed and enter that way. I helped my sister and honorary brother study for the hero version of the written exam, and I'm in the top 3 of my school in academics. I think I can pass quite easily, and if I can't or you refuse to let me attempt the exam, I can always go to Shiketsu instead. Or perhaps CI. I do like their white uniforms. All 3 governors gaped at Izumi's answer, and Nizu looked absolutely livid. There was no way he was losing one of his favorite humans to a rival school because of the idiot woman to his right, who was only present because she insisted on joining her senior colleagues. The 2 sane governors were silently begging the colleague would take the loss and shut up, only staying silent so they wouldn't have to hear her whining that they undercut her authority. However, their colleague wasn't accustomed to being told no, or being laughed at, and instead of backing down like a smart person so the situation could be salvaged, she quadrupled down and changed the target of her threats. You are an awfully rude child. If these siblings of yours are anything like you, perhaps we will have to pay closer attention to their enrollment. That was taking things a step too far. Threatening to sabotage a student's enrollment to get leverage over that student's relative was not only highly immoral, it was also outright illegal and would achieve nothing but getting Udare sued into oblivion by the injured party, and considering Izumi and her sister were the adopted daughters of Sakuya Kanahana, the president of the Hero Public Safety Commission, the inevitable lawsuit would bankrupt Udare and destroy its credibility permanently. With those consequences on the table, the other governors and Udare staff weren't going to stay silent. You are out of line, the male governor shouted, glaring furiously at his younger colleague. It is not your place to demand such things. You do not have the authority to rescind Amaterasu's recommendation, nor will you be involved in anything involving admissions again. We will also be bringing up your position at the next meeting. Your actions are totally unacceptable, the elder female governor said, her barely concealed rage making the foolish woman shrink back. Miss Midoriya cannot have her recommendation rescinded anyway, as she has already been added to the list of students, hence she will be a student here until she graduates, leaves of her own accord, or is expelled. I am disgusted with the bigotry and attempts at bullying I have witnessed today. I will certainly be approving of any motion to remove you from the board. Principal Nizu growled. You must be really stupid to not only threaten a hero, but to threaten her with illegal activity in front of 2 other heroes. Amaterasu, the principal, and I could all go to the police right now and have them start an investigation into you regarding corruption. I'm tempted to go ahead and do it, even with the inevitable paperwork. Eraser frowned, briefly activating his quirk to make his eyes turn red. The foolish governor shrank under the scathing words, insults, and threats of the other adults in the room, her face turning red with mortification as she was scolded like a child. Then everything fell silent when Izumi placed her teacup back on the table with an audible clink, and all attention turned to her. Izumi looked up, ignoring the governors and looking Principal Nizu directly in the eyes, her own green eyes turning silver as she struggled to contain her animal side. Nizu went completely still as his own animal instincts screamed at him like never before. They were warning him to tread carefully. He wasn't speaking with a child, student, or hero now, no, he was now speaking to an angry wolf. His animal instincts made him freeze beneath Izumi's silver gaze, and made him want to avoid her anger, lest he prod the furious canine and be devoured for his troubles. It really was surprising how wolf-like Izumi became, even in full human form, when her eyes turned silver. Principal Nizu, I respect you as a hero and the principal of U.A, and I trust you as my friend and an honorable person, so I will trust that you will do the right thing here. I do not want special treatment for myself or my family, but by the same token, if I feel they are being disadvantaged for some kind of political game or power play, I will do everything in my power to destroy those responsible within the bounds of the law. Izumi said, keeping her voice crystal clear. Nizu gulped and composed himself enough to nod, of course, Miss Midoriya. So long as I am the principal, I will not allow bias towards or against any member of the student body, I promise. Izumi smiled, then turned to the quivering governor that had caused this mess. As for you, I respond badly when my family is threatened. I will forgive your foolishness today, but I will not forget it. Leave, before I take Eraserhead up on his idea to go to the police, she ordered, keeping her tone even. The governor slowly stood and looked ready to leave before hesitating. Izumi's eyes flashed red for an instant, and the woman practically fled the room. Ishiko, who was hiding in Izumi's hair, whistled quietly, holy crap Izumi, you're damn scary when you go all vengeful goddess. Remind me not to piss you off, she whispered. Little did the punkle know, but every other occupant of that room was thinking the same thing. An uncomfortable silence filled the room as Izumi took some deep breaths, then finished her tea to calm herself down. Once she was calm and her eyes returned to green, she looked over to the remaining governors. I'm sorry about that. I'm a bit on edge today, and like I said, I react badly when I feel my loved ones are being threatened. Izumi apologized, bowing her head. The senior governor relaxed and waved off Izumi's apology. It was our fault for not stopping her sooner. She is new to the board and a rich trust fund baby, so she's used to getting her way. We apologize for her actions and assure you, we will not be trying to alter your enrollment, or the enrollments of anyone else. We felt it would be embarrassing for a hero like you to be in Gen Ed, but it would be far worse to have you leave due to foolishness on our part, so we will accept your decision. Please forgive our presumption. The two governors bowed in return, and for a few amusing moments, Izumi and the governors nervously bowed and apologized to each other while telling the other that they didn't need to apologize. This continued onward until Eraserhead got impatient and told them all to shut up and accept the other's apology, which they did easily, laughing at their own foolishness moments later. With Izumi's opinion of them increasing, the governors decided to leave, thanking Izumi for coming before they headed off to find their idiotic colleague. Once the governors were gone, Izumi, Nizu, and Eraser all sighed with relief and slumped in their seats, glad to be done with that. Nizu got up and made some fresh tea to fill Izumi's drained cup, putting a comforting paw on her knee as she did so. I'm sorry for ambushing you with this meeting. I had intended to simply catch up with you and discuss some of the things that will be changing at U.A this year, and how they would affect your hero work, but those three overheard me speaking with Eraserhead and imposed themselves on the meeting. Nizu explained. Izumi nodded in understanding and thanked him for the tea, taking a long sip before replying. It's okay, I'm not upset. But there is something I need to tell you. It's about what you sensed before coming in here, right? The thing that's got you so on edge. Eraserhead asked. The brunette looked at him with surprise, but the underground hero just smirked and pointed at Nizu, who chuckled, I was watching you through the cameras since the moment you arrived in the building. I saw your reaction and heard you ask my aide what was in the direction you suddenly stared off in. Care to explain? Yes. I sensed something that could only be described as wrong. It was similar to corruption and evil, the kind I sense from demons, but it was also different in some way. It felt like a Frankenstein's monster made up of different kinds of evil souls, all stitched together with malice. It hurt to focus on it, and I could sense it from a great distance, which is unusual for all but the strongest evil beings. Moreover, it kept appearing and then disappearing, like it was teleporting or something. Your aide said I sensed it from the same direction as the U.A training grounds. Izumi explained, clearly nervous over the situation. Nizu and Eraserhead exchanged serious looks. Anything serious enough to make Izumi nervous, more so than normal anyway, was a major threat, and the fact she sensed it from the direction of the testing grounds for the practical exam, on the day said exam was meant to occur was just too much of a coincidence. Is there anything else? Nizu asked. Izumi shook her head, nothing concrete, though I do have a bad feeling. Ishiko popped out from her hair, she also got another cryptic prediction from Prophet last night, the punkle reminded. Eraser scowled, as much as I hate to say it, Prophet's predictions are rarely wrong, and the timing of this is too suspicious. Plus, I've always made it a policy of mine to trust bad feelings, a hero's intuition isn't something to sneeze at. Nizu nodded in agreement, I'll have Power Loader check all cameras in the area you sense the malice from. With any luck, we'll find something. For now though, we'll proceed with the exams as planned. Yes sir. Eraser and Izumi said together, making Ishiko giggle. Right then, Eraserhead, I'll leave this investigation to you. Please pass along my request to Power Loader. I will be going to watch the recommendation entrance exam. Izumi, would you care to join me? Nizu asked. Izumi beamed and leapt to her feet, yes please, she said excitedly, before gulping her piping hot tea down in a few mouthfuls. Nizu chuckled good-naturedly and led Izumi off to where the practical portion of the recommendation entrance exam would be held, while Eraserhead left to fulfill the principal's request. As they walked, Izumi got a good idea of just how massive Utada really was, as to get to the viewing platform for the practical exam, they had to leave the main building and ride a robot-driven bus that still took 5 minutes to reach the exam venue. As they rode, Izumi asked a question that had been bugging her, Principal Nizu, what exactly does the recommendation entrance exam entail? It is not too different from the normal one. There is a written exam, followed by a practical. There is also a third stage unique to them, the interview. The exams differ from the normal entrance exams in that they are shorter, but more competitive. Only 4 of the 42 recommendation students in the heroics exam can pass after all. Simply being approved for a recommendation means you meet the criteria to attend U.A in your recommended course, but we get so many applicants, we introduced this new entrance exam to ensure only the best of the best receive those spots. Nizu explained. Izumi frowned, but I didn't have to take an exam for general education. It's different for Gen Ed. Nizu soothed, seeing her worry, UDA doesn't technically give recommendations for Gen Ed, but since all students in UDA have to qualify for Gen Ed at a minimum, plus the extra qualifications needed for their chosen courses, anyone who gets a recommendation can join that course pretty much at will. Most of Gen Ed are, sadly, those who aspired for other courses and failed the specialized parts of the entrance exam. Since there's no competition for recommended students going to Gen Ed, you automatically qualify. That settled Izumi's worries, and just in time for them to arrive at the venue for the practical part of the recommended hero exam. They had stopped outside of an arena-like structure, where 2 other buses had also parked. A large group of teenagers in tracksuits were disembarking from the buses under the watchful eyes of present Mike and Hound Dog, whom were also handing out numbered stickers to each of the teens and ordering them to stick them to their chests. Izumi guessed these were the recommendation students, and she could tell at a glance that some of these teens were incredibly skilled, easily on the level of Kaken. They were an eclectic bunch too, with roughly an equal number of boys and girls, and all in different shapes and sizes, some of whom had visible quirks and some of whom didn't. Izumi knew Shoto Todoroki was in that crowd, but she couldn't see him through the other students, not that she tried too hard to spot him, lest it be obvious what she was doing. As she and Nizu disembarked, the teens looked at them with a mix of curiosity and disinterest, until present Mike and Hound Dog noticed them and greeted them. Principal Nizu, my man. Came to watch these listeners put on a killer show. And you brought the green bean too. This is gonna be great. Present Mike cheered. The examinees stiffened as they realized UA's principal would be watching them, though some looked at Izumi with obvious interest. Hound Dog unwittingly stoked that interest by asking, did those governors manage to change your mind, Miss Midoriya? Are you taking the exam with us after all? Izumi winced as she saw the looks from the examinees. She could guess what they were thinking. If the governors were trying to convince her to take the exam, they must really want her or believe she'd make an amazing hero. Naturally, since she was in her human form and out of costume, no one recognized her as Amaterasu. It was shocking how effective a different hair color and some facial markings were at disguising someone. Nizu came to her rescue however. I'm afraid the governors were disappointed, so Miss Midoriya will only be watching the exams today, not participating. The examinees looked relieved, while present Mike pouted. He wanted to see her put on a show with her powers. He quickly recovered though and turned back to the gathered teens, who all now sported their numbers. Alright listeners, follow me into the exam site. The voice hero led the examinees into the main entrance of the arena, while Hound Dog escorted Izumi and Principal Nizu through a side entrance, which led them directly to some stairs. Atop the stairs was a long corridor that ran around the circumference of the arena, with numerous doors that led to private viewing boxes. This arena is the one we use for our first year sports festivals. Nizu told Izumi as they entered one of the viewing boxes, the terrain inside is highly customizable, so we also use it for recommendation exams. Power loader, ectoplasm, and cementos can really work miracles when it comes to landscaping. Izumi looked out at the exam site and found herself agreeing as she stood there, slack-jawed at the site in front of her. It appeared to be some kind of obstacle course, but it was absolutely insane. There were roller coaster-like tracks, tunnels, waterfalls, forests, geysers, mountains connected by rope bridges, cliffs, urban environments and even what looked like a castle. It was as if someone took a theme park, a TV-style obstacle course, and numerous historical/natural landmarks from around the world, and then smashed them together into the chaotic mess in front of her. It was stupidly big and over the top. I guess U.A's motto extends to even this. Ishiko muttered, dumbfounded. Izumi could only nod in shock, while Nizu and Hound Dog grinned. Ah, it's about to begin. Nizu said, pointing down to where Present Mike was standing with the group of examinees down on the arena floor, most of whom were as shocked as Izumi. They were cordoned off near the starting line of the obstacle course, so they could only see a fraction of the massive course while they listened to Present Mick's briefing. Of course, with this being Mike, it was loud enough for those in the viewing box to hear. Alright my listeners, the written portion of the exam is over. Next up is the practical, followed by the interview. The 4 students with the most collective points from all 3 portions will be the ones to win the recommendation slots in the hero course. Those who missed the mark will be added to the rolls of one of the later sittings of the normal entrance exam, so this may not be your final shot. Present Mike announced cheerfully. Izumi grinned, so that was how U.A could afford to do something like this. If all but the 4 best students were kicked out here, it would have been a major waste of talent. Now, since we've got 42 of you this year, you'll be split into 7 groups of 6 students. You'll compete against the other members of your group to earn the best results. We'd lump you all together in one big test, but with the exam we've got planned, the venue would get a little too crazy, you know. At the beginning of each test, I'll call 6 numbers at random, and if you've got that number, you're up. As for what the test will be. Present Mike gestured to the massive course behind him, ain't it obvious? It's a 3-kilometer race through one of U.A's patented super obstacle courses. The less confident examinees were beginning to turn a little green at the thought of going through some of the trials they could see in the course, and only grew more nervous as they thought of the trials they couldn't see. The confident examinees remained stoic, or began to get excited, and both Nizu and Hound Dog noted that Izumi looked excited too. Maybe they'd let her have a go at it later, just for fun. Now this isn't a race that you can win or even finish just by running. Make use of your quirks to reach the goal. You'll be graded on your time, but you can get extra credit if you get through with style. Best get ready listeners. Present Mike declared, grinning. Once the explanation was given, there was little time to make a plan. Present Mike called out 6 random numbers, and then sent all the students without those numbers back out of the arena, so they couldn't watch the race themselves and get an unfair advantage by watching how others got past the obstacles. The 6 students chosen for the first race were mostly unremarkable, 4 boys and 2 girls without any really noticeable features or clues as to what their quirks were. The only one to catch Izumi's eye was a girl with dark green eyes and matching colored hair, which was wavy and reached her shoulders. She somewhat resembled Izumi herself, though Izumi's hair was hip-length and much thicker and curlier, as well as being of a lighter shade. But what really caught Izumi's eye was her sharp, reptile-like teeth and her confident grin that showed them off. "Who's the girl with dark green hair?" Izumi asked. Hound Dog looked at a clipboard he was carrying. "Her name is Setsuna Tokage, quirk, lizard tail splitter. I'm afraid that's all I'm allowed to say about any of the applicants." "Tokage, huh? I wonder what lizard tail splitter does. She doesn't appear to have a tail." Izumi muttered to herself, eyeing the back of Tokage's black sweatpants. "Maybe she can grow one. Or she has some kind of lizard transformation quirk." Ishiko suggested, sitting on Izumi's shoulder. There was no reason to hide since everyone in the room knew what she really was. Before they could speculate any further, Present Mike began the first race. The examinees shot off, and to Izumi's surprise and excitement, Tokage actually disassembled, as if someone had cut her into a dozen pieces. Her head, chest, stomach, upper arms, wrists, hands, thighs, calves, and feet all separated and began flying across the course at an impressive rate. Tokage's pieces could fly about as fast as an athletic teenage girl could run, which meant she wasn't as fast as some of her opponents, but her ability to fly and independently control her pieces allowed her to essentially ignore any obstacles. She flew up sheer cliffs as easily as straight paths, rickety rope bridges posed no danger, and the various traps and surprises that littered the course were of no concern to someone who could simply fly over them. With each obstacle Tokage dodged, Izumi grew more and More excited, until she was outright cheering and jumping up and down childishly, slipping into her demigod form without realizing. To no one's surprise, Tokage passed the finish line first and Izumi cheered loudly, though it came out in the form of a loud AWO. Hound Dog pet her head with a smile, while Ishiko nearly fell off Izumi's shoulder from giggling so hard. Nizu just smirked and muttered under his breath, "Local wolf girl goes awoo." Izumi was too embarrassed to notice. Once she'd gotten over her shame, Izumi smiled down at the examinees, the race having just finished. Tokage was really impressive. A quirk like that would be ideal for a ton of different situations across all the different heroic job types. With the power of flight and control over removable body parts, she could potentially do the same things as hawks. She also crossed the finish line a full 2 minutes faster than the average time. The fact she didn't struggle in the slightest and barely looks winded by a 3K run will be a huge point in her favor. Hound Dog commented. She's certainly an exceptional candidate. I'll be paying special attention to her results from the interview. Nizu smiled. Izumi's hands twitched, wanting to write down an analysis immediately. Tokage's quirk was so interesting, she'd barely noticed the other competitors' quirks, though most were fairly uninteresting if she was to be honest. They were flashy and well-suited to combat, but not the obstacle race. A light bulb turned on inside her head. This race must have been Nizu's way of countering the Board of Governors' love of flashy quirks. He knew heroes needed more than combat ability after all, and if a hero candidate couldn't handle something like this, they could never handle U.A's hero course. The next 2 races passed without anything of much interest happening, the winners having flashy quirks that also strengthened their physical characteristics but otherwise being boring and without much style or creativity. Izumi was still in her demigod form, but she was getting bored. Then the 4th race began and she suddenly got as close as she could to the glass windows of the viewing box. Among the 6 boys aligned for this race were 3 students of interest. One was a large muscular boy with dark brown hair in a buzz cut, who had a rather goofy grin beneath very serious-looking eyes. Next to him was a boy of average height with pale skin, messy mid-length ash blonde hair, and no visible nose or lips, leaving his nostrils and teeth on display which gave him a skull-like face. Then there was the last boy, someone Izumi didn't need to ask for the name of. Shoto Todoroki. Shoto was very distinct, white hair and a gray eye on his right side, but red hair, a turquoise eye, and a large burned scar on his left side. Izumi found herself blushing as she admitted, at least to herself, that Shoto was quite handsome, though his looks were marred by the cold look in his eyes and his total disinterest in everyone around him. He just glared ahead of himself, focusing only on the race about to begin. Hound Dog, who are those 2 boys? Numbers 16 and 41. Izumi asked. Number 16 is Juzo Hananuki, quirk, softening. Number 41 is Inasa Yorashi, quirk, whirlwind, the counselor hero answered. Izumi hummed in response while Ishiko giggled, no point guessing what those quirks do. Pay attention to Yorashi, Izumi. If his whirlwind quirk lets him whip up and control winds, then you may be able to learn some tricks for when you unlock Galestorm. Izumi nodded, and then Present Mike began the race. Shoto immediately proved his incredible skills with the ice side of his quirk, leaning forward and producing it rapidly so that it became an ever-growing line of ice that pushed him forward at incredible speeds. At the same time, Yorashi began flying forward at nearly the same speed by using his own quirk to whip up the winds and propel him forward. Poor Hananuki, who was stuck between a gale and a cold place, opted to use his quirk to soften the ice to his right and the ground at his feet, removing one of his obstacles while sliding across the softened earth. The 3 of them immediately pulled ahead of the other 3 competitors, though Shoto and Yorashi quickly put a lot of distance between themselves and Hananuki. It was an amazing sight. Shoto was a good few paces ahead of Yorashi, who was about 30 seconds ahead of Hananuki, who was in turn about a minute and a half ahead of the 4th place examinee. All 3 plowed through the obstacles like they weren't there, with Shoto using platforms of ice to get over anything he couldn't simply vault over, or freezing anything that tried to impede him, all while skating across the ice he made like a seasoned ice skater. Yorashi followed the same route as Tokage, using his quirk to simply fly over everything that got in his way, all while his eyes shone with joy and his teeth glinted in the light reflected from Todoroki's ice, showing his gleaming smile. Hananuki wasn't as graceful, but he was just as skilled as his competitors, sliding across the ground he'd softened and then climbing over obstacles by either softening them and then swimming through them, or softening sections to act as hand and footholds to climb with, all while solidifying them again once he was done so his competitors couldn't use them. He couldn't match the speed of Shoto or Yorashi, but his ability to soften and run through obstacles allowed him to keep far ahead of the others. It didn't take long for them to reach the finishing line, but then something happening that Izumi hadn't expected. When Shoto was just a few strides away from the finish line, Yurashi suddenly pulled the winds around him completely and shot himself forward with an incredible burst of speed, managing to cross the finish line barely an inch before Shoto managed to. Izumi couldn't help but cheer at the amazing display of skill, just as Present Mike announced the win. And number 41 takes first place. Beat number 23 by only a hair, the voice hero yelled. In the viewing box, Hound Dog was looking at his timer with shock. Holy! A full 3 minutes faster than the average. Tokage was incredible with 2 minutes faster than average, but these two are on a whole other level. Their movement skills and the practice with which they used their quirks was approaching what we'd expect from our third years. I imagine those two will be the top picks for this year's recommendation slots. Nizu added with a small smile. They really are amazing. I really wish I had my notebooks. I could learn something from both their moves, so I'd be ready when I finally regain my Gale Storm and Blizzard techniques. Izumi said, fingers once again twitching in search of an imaginary pen. The race ended soon after, with Hananuki coming in 100 seconds faster than the average, falling just 20 seconds short of Tokage's time, but still amazing regardless. The other three boys didn't make it until well over the average time. Once Present Mike called the race to a close and went to prepare the fifth group of racers, Izumi's attention was drawn to where the current examinees were catching their breath, as she watched Yurashi cheer happily as he flailed his arms with wild energy. Thanks to her incredible hearing in demigod form, Izumi could hear the boy speaking and watched as he approached Shoto. Ah yeah. I managed to win. But it was really close, so I may lose next time. You were awesome, man. Yurashi cheered, grinning earnestly at Shoto. Izumi smiled softly. Yurashi reminded her a bit of an overenthusiastic puppy wanting to make friends with Shoto, who hadn't yet acknowledged him at all. Yurashi, unperturbed by the silence, took a step closer to Shoto and kept speaking. You're the son of Endeavor, right? That's too cool. Shove it. Both Yurashi and Izumi both froze at the icy tone Shoto spoke with. It was completely emotionless, and yet there was something dark just beneath the surface, something that made Yurashi's smile finally slip and made Izumi sigh sadly. This is a test. Passing is all that matters. Shoto said, speaking in the same tone, I'm not competing with you. The dual-colored boy walked past Yurashi, not even looking at him. You're in my way. Move it, he ordered, brushing past the wind user, who was left gaping as Shoto walked off without a second glance. Not once in the entire exchange had Shoto even looked in his direction. Izumi watched the entire exchange with sad eyes. Shoto acted like he had been completely consumed by his own ice, and poor Yurashi looked like he'd had all the enthusiasm crushed out of him. It was heartbreaking to see the previous smiling boy stewing in anger and disappointment while Shoto walked off without sparing him even a second thought. Yurashi just wanted to be friends. Rei, I'm sorry, but I think it's going to be a lot harder than I thought to befriend Shoto. The way he looks now, even with ice instead of fire, he looks like his father. Even when rejecting him, Shoto is still held tightly in the grip of Endeavor's influence, she thought. Making up her mind, Izumi turned to Nizu and Hound Dog. I'm going to go get some air for a bit. Tell me what I missed when I get back, she said, before running from the viewing box, following her nose to lead her to Shoto and Yurashi. The two teachers watched her go, before turning to one another. What was that about? Did something happen between Todoroki and Yurashi? My own hearing isn't as keen as hers. Hound Dog asked. Nizu nodded. I believe Izumi is hoping to befriend the youngest Todoroki, and likely wants to help Yurashi too. Let's leave this little situation in her hands, it may prove interesting. The principal said, one of his mysterious grins on his face. Meanwhile. Recommendation Hero Exam Site, Udata High School. The demon walked away from the obstacle course, a small grin appearing on the face of his host. Despite being a recommendation student, his host had proven to be unfit for the school's higher-tier physical exam, falling behind the Ice Boy, Wind Boy, and Skull-Faced Boy. The demon wished he could have augmented his host's quirk, then they would have won easily and gotten a useful spot within Udata, but he couldn't do that with Amaterasu watching from nearby. She might have discovered him. He didn't know why the girl was even present. She was supposed to be entering general education, so she had no reason to be at the hero exams. The failure in this exam would mean his host would lose his chance at attending Udata, so the demon would need to choose a new host. Thankfully, 3 strong young men had just proven themselves very capable, and 2 of them were ripe with dark feelings. The demon licked his lips. This would be fun. Next chapter, Westward Wind. To be released, November 4th, 2021. Looks like this arc's drama is kicking off early. The whole scene with the board members does serve a purpose to the future of the story, and shows that not everyone is content to let Izumi spend her time at U.A in Gen Ed. I briefly considered having Izumi go to support or business, but I didn't want to add more talents to her arsenal when she's already pretty OP. Still, even with the stress from the board meeting, Izumi did get to chill out and watch some interesting stuff at the recommendation hero exam. And the demon is being creepy too, but is he a brush demon or something else? Next chapter will have Izumi meeting Inasa Yarashi and learn his past with Endeavor, as well as the rest of the recommendation exams. Don't expect to see any of Shoto though, his scene in this chapter is pretty much his sole appearance in this arc. We'll see him more in the next arc. Thank you all once again, and I look forward to reading your thoughts on this chapter and the ones to come. 8-3, Westward Wind. Sunday, February 26, 2282. Recommendation Hero Exam Site, Udata High School. The hallways and stairwells of the arena hosting the Recommendation Hero exams were a convoluted mess to navigate when one was relying solely on their nose, but Izumi persevered and continued searching for a way to Yarashi and Shoto. Ishiko remained on her shoulder, idly wondering what Izumi was going to do about this situation. This wasn't the kind of thing Izumi usually did, unless it was an argument within her family. Izumi didn't tend to play the mediator. She'd done it a few times for little kids in playground spats when she was still doing volunteer work as the kami of Muzurifu, but these were teenagers aiming for heroics, so Ishiko was curious what Izumi would do. She was curious as to why she'd get involved, as it really wasn't her business. Before she could wonder too much though, Izumi found herself in the long tunnel connecting the waiting rooms for the examinees. Izumi identified them by smell, and the arena floor, where Yarashi and the obstacle course were. A quick sniff told Izumi that Shoto was in one of the waiting rooms, but he wasn't alone, while Yarashi was still where he'd been left standing after his failed attempt to befriend Shoto. I should talk to Shoto alone, and I don't think he'd accept if I asked him to leave the waiting room for a quiet word right now. I'll talk to Yarashi first and try to get Shoto later. Izumi thought, before rushing out to the arena floor. The fifth race was underway now, but Izumi took no notice and Yarashi was too wrapped up in his own thoughts to care. Izumi slipped back into her human form before emerging from the tunnel and approaching Yarashi with a smile. Hi. You're Inasa Yarashi, right? I watched your race just a minute ago, you were really awesome. Izumi greeted with a smile. She inwardly cringed, she really did sound like a fangirl. Yarashi looked up at her with surprise. You're the girl who was with the principal. Hound Dog called you Midoriya, right? He asked, his previous passionate tone severely subdued. That's me. Izumi Midoriya, nice to meet you. Call me Izumi if you like, I'm used to it, she said, offering her hand with a pleasant smile. Yarashi managed a weak smile as he shook her offered hand, then call me Inasa. Thank you for the compliment about the race, but I don't think it's going to matter now anyway. Izumi tilted her head in confusion, why not? You got the highest score out of everyone this year. You even managed to make it look easy, with how you almost effortlessly passed Todoroki at the last minute, she pointed out. Izumi couldn't think of a reason Inasa would think he'd failed, going on the clever use of his quirk. He seemed smart enough to pass the written exam and his earnest and passionate personality would likely go over well in the interview. Inasa shook his head ruefully. After what just happened with Todoroki, I don't see myself in UA, he admitted with an angry frown. With Todoroki? What do you dash? Izumi's eyes suddenly widened as a thought came to her. Did Inasa think he'd be refused entrance because he had a confrontation with Endeavor's son? Endeavor was the number 2 hero and did possess a lot of power within the hero industry, so it wouldn't be a stretch for the average person to think he could ensure someone his son hated wouldn't get into U.A, and Inasa definitely had reason to believe Shoto hated him after their brief talk. With a frown, Izumi looked Inasa in the eye. I assure you, Endeavor has no control over who can and can't get into UA. If he tries to kick up a fuss because you defeated his son, or got into a minor confrontation with him, I'll talk to the principal, the board of governors, and the president of the Hero Commission herself, and have Endeavor put back in his place, she declared, a silver glint appearing in her eye as she said the name of the one hero she hated. Inasa seemed taken aback by the girl's words. She was fierce for such a small girl, she was at least a full foot shorter than Inasa, and her declaration had been fiery and hot-blooded, making Inasa feel re-energized after his cold, draining encounter with Todoroki. You really don't like Endeavor, do you? Inasa asked. Izumi nodded. It probably seems rude of me to say I hate a hero, especially the number 2, but I have my reasons. Are you a fan of his? Inasa shook his head vehemently. No way. I actually agree with you. I don't consider that guy a hero. Heroes are hot-blooded people who save others. That guy is ice-cold even with those flames, and he treats everyone like they're beneath him. I hate the dude. You hate him, but you were willing to befriend his son? Izumi asked. Inasa nodded. I knew who Todoroki was, and his cold eyes really wigged me out, but I figured he was just focused. I thought I'd try and be his friend, but he turned out to be like Endeavor, he said venomously. Izumi winced, but she had thought the same thing. She really had her work cut out for her if she wanted to be Shoto's friend. If it's okay, can you tell me exactly why you hate Endeavor? I'm kind of working on something involving him, and I could use any stories and opinions I can get. The Greenette asked. If Endeavor had done something bad, it would be a good idea for her to inform the investigation team that still stalked him. I don't know if I should say, it's kind of personal, the boy replied sheepishly, rubbing the back of his head. Izumi smiled, how about I show you a secret of mine then? It's a good one, and if you don't think so, then you don't need to tell me about your reasons, deal? A secret? Is it related to why Hound Dog thought you'd be taking the exam with us? Inasa asked. Izumi nodded with a wide smile. She looked around for a few moments, and upon being unable to detect anyone who could see or hear her, she transformed into her demigod form. Inasa gasped at the transformation, making Izumi smile even wider. Hello Inasa. I'm the Okami hero. Amaterasu. Inasa stumbled back a step and began stuttering as he tried to speak through his surprise. Izumi watched with amusement, remembering how she always acted when meeting a hero, but just as she was about to calm Inasa down, the boy suddenly leaned back a bit, then bowed down so far and so hard that he actually headbutted the ground. His skull must have been as tough as steel, as it made a mighty thwack as it hit the concrete floor, leaving small cracks. It is an honor to meet you. Inasa suddenly yelled, I am a fan. I can see that. Please don't headbutt the ground anymore. Izumi yelled back, more than a little shocked. And please keep it down, I haven't changed clothes and I don't want everyone here to know my civilian identity. Thanks to the aftermath of the Orochi battle, it was technically public knowledge that Izumi Midoriya, the kami of Mizutofu, and the hero Amaterasu were all the same person, but while everyone knew what she looked like in demigod form, only those who knew her personally would recognize her in human form. Inasa straightened up again, his pre-Todoroki smile back on his face, even as blood trickled down his face from his hairline, where he'd cut himself bowing into the ground so hard. I love hot-blooded heroes, and I watched the videos of you fighting Orochi with all might. You even saved Overhaul despite what he'd done, and you took serious injuries to protect that little girl. It was freaking awesome. You were on fire. Sometimes literally. Izumi would have blushed at the praise, if she wasn't distracted by Inasa's bleeding. That's sweet of you, Inasa. But speaking of injuries, you've got a little something. She pointed at his bleeding head, making the boy go cross-eyed as he tried to look at where the blood was coming from. The wolf girl giggled, you know what, I'll get it, she said, applying a little rejuvenating ink to close the cut, before offering a handkerchief to the boy to wipe away the blood. Thanks Amaterasu. I thought this was going to be a bad day after talking to Todoroki, but meeting you has made it worth it. Inasa beamed, once again flailing his arms excitedly. Izumi giggled, I'm glad. Is this a good enough secret in exchange for yours? The boy blinked, suddenly remembering why Izumi had transformed. Oh right, you wanted to know about why I don't like Endeavor. He said, losing a bit of his enthusiasm. He still retained his smile though, so Izumi wasn't too worried. Well, like you can probably tell, I'm a guy that likes passion and hot-bloodedness. Ever since I was a little kid, I wasn't really afraid of anything and could get into and enjoy anything. There was nothing I hated. But then I started getting into heroes and became totally obsessed. They were fearless, diving head first into trouble and giving their all for the sake of others. Their red-hot fighting spirit and passion for others meant everything to me. That's why I became such a big fan of you after seeing you fight Orochi. You got hurt and gave everything to save people and protect them, that's the sort of thing I love and respect the most. Inasa gushed, making Izumi smile bashfully. But then Inasa's smile fell, but then I met him. Endeavor. I was a little kid still, and I'd just seen him take down a villain near where I live. Naturally, I saw him as the epitome of what I loved about heroes, a fiery soul that inspires passion and hope in others. I wanted his autograph and ran over to ask for it. Inasa clenched his fists, he knocked me to the ground like I was a pest. Told me to shove it and that I was in his way. And if that wasn't enough, I saw the look in his eyes, his gaze was cold and full of hate for something no one else could see, something far off in the distance. He became the first and only thing in the world I couldn't stand. Izumi winced, remembering Shoto's words to Inasa. Shove it. You're in my way. Move it. And Todoroki, that man's son, said the same things with the same cold eyes. That's why you were upset. Izumi sighed. She should have guessed that a man like Endeavor would cast his shadow over many people. She'd been focused on his family, but they hadn't been the only innocents caught up in Enji Todoroki's futile attempts to surpass All Might. It angered her, but Inasa's words wouldn't be of use to the investigation, and only managed to upset her, but she stuffed that down and patted the boy's shoulder. Inasa, frowning down at his own hands as if regretting some action he hadn't taken, briefly looked up to smile at Izumi in thanks for the gesture. Thank you for telling me your story, Inasa. I won't tell anyone about it, and I meant what I said earlier, Endeavor won't be able to interfere with your enrollment. Izumi promised. Inasa gave her a strange look, before suddenly realizing what she meant. Oh, sorry for confusing you, Amaterasu. When I said I didn't see myself in U.A, I didn't mean it that way. I don't think he'd sabotage me, both he and his son think people like me are too beneath them for that. He said. Bitterly, once again making Izumi wince. No, what I meant was that I didn't see myself being Todoroki's classmate. I don't think I could do it. He just rubs me the wrong way. I think I'll give the interview a miss, and become a hero somewhere else. Izumi gasped. She knew Inasa had issues with Endeavor and Shoto, but to give up on attending U.A because he couldn't stand being around them? That just felt wrong. Inasa, think it through some more. U.A is the premier hero school in Japan. It's practically peerless and everyone who graduates is almost guaranteed to be an amazing hero. You can't let your issues with Todoroki chase you off. Izumi argued. I'm sorry to disappoint you, Amaterasu, but this isn't something I can let go of. Inasa frowned. Izumi racked her brain for a possible argument to sway the boy. Inasa was amazing, it would be a huge loss for U.A and heroism in general if he gave up here. You know, I'm attending U.A too, admittedly in Gen Ed, so if you come here too, we could be yearmates and friends. And I bet Todoroki would warm up after a while, he was probably just worked up by the exam today, she tried to reason. Inasa seemed surprised, and while Izumi's argument made him pause, it didn't ultimately shake him. I'd have liked to go to school with you, but a hero needs hot-bloodedness and passion in my opinion, and the mere thought of Todoroki or his father drains mine away. It's like they're black holes. I couldn't bring myself to work with him, and that would just lead to failure. Izumi bit her lip. She wanted to tell him that Shoto was suffering too, that Endeavor was at fault and that Shoto was a good person beneath his icy armor, but she couldn't. It would be immoral to give away other people's personal struggles without their permission, even if it made others more forgiving of them. Shoto's issues weren't hers to broadcast, so she could only bite her lip to silence the urge. I can't change your mind, can I? She said disappointedly. Inasa shook his head. Sorry, Amaterasu. Izumi sighed and then lightly clapped her cheeks, shaking off the depression. She fixed Inasa with a serious look. Do you still plan on becoming a hero? Of course. Are you signed up for any other school entrance exams? Inasa cringed. Clearly he wasn't. Izumi sighed and pulled out her cell phone. She pored through her contacts list for a moment while the wind user watched with interest, before finally finding what she wanted and calling a number, putting it on speaker before the other person could even pick up. The call connected and a gruff voice answered. Hey Amaterasu. It's rare to get an actual call and not a text from you. How are things? The wolf girl grinned. Hi Ursa. Sorry for the sudden call, but I'm in a kind of unique situation and wanted to ask you a favor. Inasa blinked and leaned over to see the contact name on Izumi's phone. It was Ursa Major, the grizzly hero that had recently been in the news due to joining Shiketsu High's staff as a teaching assistant. A favor? That's unusual, but I do owe you for helping me out back in the licensing exam. What can I do for you? The grizzly hero asked. I'm currently at U.A with one of their recommendation students. He did amazingly in their exam, actually beating all other candidates, but for personal reasons, he can no longer attend UA. I was hoping you could add his name to the list of people taking the Shiketsu entrance exam. Inasa gaped at Izumi, but remained silent since she was on speaker. Ursa Major made a noise of acknowledgement. Poaching one of U.A's top recommendation students would get me some brownie points that I could really use, being the new guy on staff, and he has to be pretty good if you're endorsing him. What's his name and quirk? Inasa Yorashi, with the quirk, Whirlwind. He can use it to whip up massive winds that he can use to fly, and I believe manipulate objects at a distance. The way he used it makes me think he can control individual air currents within his gales, so he's got some super fine control. Izumi explained, shocking Inasa with how accurately she described his quirk. Sounds powerful. Shiketsu is holding its entrance exams this weekend and next weekend, so we're actually in the middle of them, but I can add his name to the list for next Sunday's exam. Can he get here in time? Ursa asked. Izumi looked at Inasa, who nodded frantically. Yes, he can. So will it be okay? 1 second. Okay, I just got the sign off from the principal. You called while I was meeting him and he let me answer once he saw it was you. He's eager to get a good student away from Ol Nizu, as the new students this year haven't been that impressive. Most of our students are those that fail to get into U.A after all. He says that if he can mention your name to the board, he might be able to get Yurashi a recommendation for Shiketsu too. Izumi laughed. U.A and Shiketsu are like rival sports teams. Tell your principal that he can use my name. So is Yurashi all set? Yep. The principal will see about getting him a recommendation, and even if that doesn't work, Yurashi is now on the list of regular hero examinees for next Sunday's exams. Text me his address and I'll send him a proper application by express delivery. Ursa said, sounding quite happy. If Inasa works out at Shiketsu, Ursa will get one heck of a reputation boost among the staff. Thanks Ursa, I owe you one. I'll send the address as soon as I can. No worries. Talk to you soon, Ami. With a small smile, Izumi hung up and turned to Inasa, who was just gaping at her with complete shock. She chuckled, I'm going to need your address. But, you. Seriously, was all Inasa managed to choke out through his shock. Izumi giggled at his reaction. Well sure. You care so much about heroism, and your abilities are incredible, someone like you needs to become a hero. If U.A here in the east is no longer an option, then Shiketsu in the west is the next best option. Izumi said, privately hoping Nizu wouldn't be mad at her for sending such a strong candidate to his rival school. Inasa didn't know what to say, so he promptly headbutted the ground again by bowing too intensely. Thank you. I can never repay your kindness. You can thank me by listening when I say not to headbutt the ground. Izumi yelled, exasperated. Inasa grinned sheepishly as he straightened up, though he blushed a bit when he realized he'd cut himself again, earning a withering look from Izumi. I'm starting to understand how Recovery Girl feels. She grumbled before healing his cut. It would have served Inasa right to leave it, but it was on his head, so Izumi healed it just in case. Sorry Amaterasu. My passion got a little out of control, the boy grinned. Just be careful that your hot-bloodedness doesn't get you burned. Now give me your address so I can send it to Ursa. Izumi said, holding herself back from scolding the boy. Inasa obediently told her his address, and Izumi immediately texted it to Ursa, getting a confirmation text back in response. Welp, I guess it'll be Shiketsu for you now. Good luck on the exam, I hope we'll see each other again one day soon. Izumi said, smiling. Inasa nodded, we definitely will. Seriously though, thank you so much. Shiketsu was going to be my next choice, but I wasn't sure I'd get a chance since I never sent them an application. I'll have that chance now, and if it falls through, it'll be my own fault. Thanks Amaterasu, stuff like this is why heroes like you are my favorites. Hot-blooded and passionate. I'm glad to have helped. Like I said, someone with your personality and ability is really needed in the hero industry, especially when heroes like Endeavor are around. Get really strong and become an amazing hero Inasa, but could you do me a favor too, the wolf girl asked. Of course. Anything you want, I'll do. Inasa declared. Izumi smiled gratefully, you're almost definitely going to meet Todoroki again. Call me weird for saying it, but it feels like one of those fated rivalry things. But the thing is, Todoroki is going to be here at U.A and so am I, so I'm going to try and get him to warm up, so he'll grow into a better person than Endeavor. All I want from you is for you to give him another chance the next time you meet. He made a lousy first impression, but I know better than most that people change. Inasa looked a bit like he swallowed a lemon, and he clearly wanted to refuse, but he now owed Izumi and she wasn't exactly asking a lot. If Todoroki was still a jerk when they next met, then Inasa would lose nothing, and if the guy became a decent person, then Inasa had no reason to dislike him anymore. There wasn't really a downside for him. Alright. The next time Todoroki and I meet, I'll give him a second chance, he reluctantly promised. Izumi beamed and gave him a quick hug, thanks Inasa. And for the record, I'm friends with Ursa Major, even though he tried to knock me out of the provisional exam when we first met, and I broke his nose around the same time. Good friendships can start off rocky. That was a bit of an understatement, most of Izumi's friends had tried to kill her at some point or another, though that was usually because of a demon. Inasa seemed to appreciate her words though, and after exchanging phone numbers and wishing one another luck at their new high schools, Izumi and Inasa parted ways, the former returning to the viewing box while the latter headed over to present Mike to inform him of his withdrawal from the exams. Unbeknownst to Izumi, Principal Nizu and Hound Dog had watched the entire encounter, listening through the cameras that Nizu had set up all over the school. As they watched Inasa withdraw from the exam, Hound Dog looked to his boss. You're not upset about Midoriya sending Yurashi to Shiketsu, are you? The mouse-like hero smiled mysteriously, we had already lost Yurashi. It's a pity, but Izumi is correct that a boy like that needs to be a hero. If U.A can't have him, then I guess Shiketsu is a tolerable second option. I suspect my rival in the West is going to be insufferable for a while. Though. I am actually rather pleased with the way this turned out. The school counselor raised a canine eyebrow. Why? What are you plotting? Nizu's eyes gleamed mischievously. Let's just say that Izumi's little phone call gave me the perfect way to appease our own stubborn board of governors. Hound Dog didn't know what to say to that, so he chose to say nothing. Every teacher at Udare knew not to bother interfering with Nizu's plots. Meanwhile, Izumi was heading back up to the viewing box with a small smile, happy that Inasa was still on his way to becoming a hero. She had wanted to go see Shoto and talk to him too, but the 5th and 6th races had been held during her talk with Inasa, and now the 7th was about to begin, so the chances of her having time to talk to the boy was nearly nil. They'd be going to the same school though, they'd have chance to talk another time. As she headed back to where the principal was waiting, Ishiko came out from her hiding place in Izumi's hair. So, was Inasa the 4th or 5th person to spill his tragic backstory to you? Izumi snorted. I'd hardly call it a tragic backstory. One bad encounter with Endeavor didn't ruin his childhood or anything. Still, I have a point, don't I? Kigo, Katsuki, Himiko, Jean, Dabi, and now Inasa. And that's only if I'm not forgetting anyone. Ishiko pointed out. I'd argue that Jean spilled his to Himiko, not me. Stop being pedantic. I'm just saying, if being a hero ever gets boring for you, you could try being a therapist. You certainly spend enough time in one of their offices, the punkle joked. Izumi shook her head with exasperation, opting to ignore her teasing companion. Having already navigated her way from the viewing box, it was much easier for her to find her way back, and Izumi found herself getting back before the 7th and final race of the exams were due to start. Hound Dog merely nodded in greeting, while Principal Nizu smiled pleasantly. Welcome back, Izumi. Did you enjoy your fresh air? It was nice. Might have made a new friend. Izumi smiled. Nizu chuckled. Oh, we saw. And heard. It is a shame that Yorashi couldn't get past his issues with Endeavor and his son, but I suppose I should be glad he will still become a hero. Izumi winced. Ah, you're mad I sent him to Shiketsu, aren't you? Nizu shook his head. Honestly, no, I'm not. Yorashi made his own choices and you did try to make him stay. I can't complain, though if I start getting smug messages from my rival principal, I'm giving you extra homework. Izumi giggled, but then noticed the gleam in Nizu's eye and the slow shake of Hound Dog's head. She suddenly found herself hoping Shiketsu's principal was a humble person, as she doubted Nizu would give her time off from homework like her middle school did. After letting the girl sweat for a bit, Nizu waved her over to the window. Come now, the final race is due to start and I'm curious what you'll think of this last batch. The girl, once again in human form, obediently walked over to the window and peered down at the last 6 examinees, which in a reversal of the 5th race, were all girls. Like the very first race, most of the examinees looked nervous or defeated, as if they'd already given up, but a couple were confident. Izumi was sad to see there weren't any that looked excited, like Tokage had been, but she supposed not every good candidate would get worked up like the lizard girl or Inasa. The 2 confident examinees were both black-haired beauties, though one was a tall, extremely muscular girl that really sold the Amazon look while the other was a busty girl with her hair in a kind of spiky ponytail. The 2 black-haired girls are raring to go, but the others look like they've given up. Izumi muttered. Hound Dog nodded. They've already decided that they aren't going to win. That mindset will hold them back and become a self-fulfilling prophecy. The race will be between the only 2 still mentally in the game. Which of the 2 do you think will do better? Nizu asked, looking to Izumi. The greenette pulled on her lower lip in thought. Since neither have any exterior signs of a quirk, unless the taller girl's physique is quirk-related, I can't say for sure. Unless the ponytail girl's quirk can help her against her opponent's physicality, I expect her to come up short. Still, I don't have any information for a proper analysis. The male heroes silently agreed, though unlike Izumi, they knew the girl's quirks and already had a good idea how this race would go. Present Mike yelled, "Go," for the final time and the racers quickly shot off. To Izumi's pleasant surprise, one of the examinees that had looked defeated was earnestly giving it their all, running with all her might and determined to at least lose at her best. Less surprising was the fact that the 2 confident raven-haired girls were pulling ahead, the muscular girl a few strides ahead. At the first obstacle, the buff girl used her strong legs to bound as high as she could, and when she came up short, she punched small holes in the wall to make handholds, like a more destructive version of Hananuki's strategy. Izumi was mildly impressed, but then the ponytail girl revealed her quirk and the greenette had to pick her jaw up off the floor. With a strange pixelated pink and blue light, the girl created a grappling hook from her palm, which she launched to the top of the obstacle and used to effortlessly scale it. Then, while she was descending on the other side, she removed her shoes and created new ones with wheels on the bottom, then she ripped off her jacket and created fire extinguishers from her shoulders, which her tank top left exposed. These fire extinguishers combined with her roller skates to rapidly propel the girl across the obstacle course. At each obstacle, Ponytail Girl would either get over it with her grappling hook, or create some other object to get past it, slowly increasing the gap between herself and the other girls, who simply couldn't clear the obstacles as quickly or gracefully. In the end, the other girls all completed the course at either an average time or just above average, but Ponytail Girl finished it a full 2.5 minutes above the average, earning third place across all 42 examinees and putting her behind only Shoto and Inasa. Izumi turned to Nizu, still shocked into silence and gaping. Nizu chuckled at her reaction. That girl is named Momo Yaoyorozu, the top of her middle school class and the highest scorer on our written exam. Her quirk is called creation, the ability to create any object she understands the molecular construction of by transforming her fat into other materials, he explained. Now Ishiko was gaping too. Holy shit. Forget quirks, that girl has a power in line with actual gods. Not even Amaterasu at full power can create literally anything. In fact, she can't really create anything other than plants. Well, in fairness, Yaoyorozu can't create living things. Hound Dog pointed out. Still, that's an incredible quirk. Yaoyorozu, like Eri, is a human whose quirk has given them godlike powers. She's definitely getting a spot, right? Izumi asked. Nizu nodded. With the top written score and the third place position in the practical, she'd have to completely bomb the interview to lose her spot. Good. U.A is already losing Yarashi, you don't want to lose Yaoyorozu too. I'll have to find her when school starts and ask her about her quirk. I'm itching to do a proper analysis of it. Izumi smiled widely, fingers once again twitching for a phantom notebook. Hound Dog shook his head. I'm sure you two will get a lot well. Now I need to go do the interviews, so I'll leave you two to your business. Principal, good luck with your plan involving the governors, the canine hero said, before leaving the room. Izumi waved goodbye, then turned to Nizu. Plan? Anything I can help with? Nizu grinned. Yes, actually. Since the normal written exams are longer than the recommendation ones, the other hero hopefuls will be done shortly. The practical exam for normal applicants is a bit more chaotic and students can get injured, so I was hoping you'd assist Recovery Girl with the healing and act as an overseer for one of the testing grounds. You're a hero already, so it won't be an issue. Really? I'd be happy to help, especially since then I'll get to watch both practical exams. Izumi agreed immediately. Nizu hid a pleased smile behind a scratch of his nose. Wonderful. I'll have you watch the briefing with the teachers, then assign you a test site to watch over. Fair warning though, you won't be watching over your siblings, just so no one can accuse us of bias. Once again, Izumi agreed easily and followed Nizu out of the viewing box, completely unaware of the small smile he was sporting. The mouse-like hero's plan was going exactly as he'd hoped. Meanwhile, the street outside of Ute High School, Muzurifu. The demon eyed his new host, waiting outside the school for a taxi. Amaterasu had nearly scared the wits out of him when she began running around the arena where the recommendation exam was being held, but the demon managed to navigate his host around her without being noticed, and now he was almost face to face with his strong new host. The demon had been spoiled for choice. The Ice Boy, the Wind Boy, the Skull-Faced Boy, the Lizard Girl, or the Creator Girl, all five would have made worthy hosts that would have greatly improved his chances of success, but the one he chose in the end was uniquely suited. The evil one would be pleased. With a grin, the demon directed his current host to walk over to his new one, whom he greeted with red eyes. Hey there. I saw your skills in the exam, interested in a new job, the demon asked. His new host had just enough time to look shocked before the demon took hold of them. They fought back a little, but the strange sensation of having your body invaded by black smoke was enough to quell their resistance for a time. Once the process was complete, the demon watched as his old host staggered off in a haze, smiling with his new host's mouth. His old host wouldn't remember anything, and no camera would have detected what he'd done. The demon grinned, clenching his new host's fist. Everything had gone as planned, and neither Amaterasu or the heroes would know what hit them until it was too late. Next chapter, the entrance exams begin to be released, November 8, 2021. Note, the next chapter is later than normal because I will be away for this weekend, celebrating my dad and stepbro's birthday. Sorry for the inconvenience. Well, the recommendation hero exams are now over, and Izumi has made a new friend. Inasa won't be appearing again for a while, but he'll be back sooner than the canon timeline. We also get to hear from Ursa Major again, who we haven't seen since the Gene arc. And of course, seeing Izumi and Ishiko losing their minds over Momo and her awesome quirk is also a fun little scene. For those wondering, the demon in these last 2 chapters does not have anything else to do with this arc. He's foreshadowing for a future arc, and it'll be a while before we see him again. He does have a very important role though. Next chapter will have us checking in on Katsuki and Himiko as the normal hero entrance exams finally begin. We'll meet some familiar faces, and Izumi will get to have some fun working as the on-site healer. Thank you all once again, and I look forward to reading your thoughts on this chapter and the ones to come. 8 to 4, the entrance exams begin. Sunday, February 26, 2282. Exam briefing room, Udata High School. Himiko and Katsuki were extremely relieved when the written exam was finally over. Their fingers felt like they were going to fall off from writing so much, and they both had a feeling that Izumi had been having a much more entertaining time than them, though neither had been able to think on that during the exam itself. The written exam had been tough, just as they had expected. The material was different from last year's, but equally difficult to the point that even good and talented students like Himiko and Katsuki had to work both hard and efficiently to get the best scores they could. Japanese, English, math, science and social studies each had their own test sheet to be answered, with 3 hours to get through them all, not to mention that hero hopefuls like them had an additional worksheet on the basics of hero law. Both teens ended the test confident they had passed, as they had studied most of the material on the test, with Izumi and Hawks as living study aids, but to their chagrin, neither of them could confidently say they aced it. After the written test, all the examinees were assembled into one large group and escorted to a huge auditorium for the intro to the practical exam, each being handed a printout with their names on them as they entered the room. Unaware that Izumi, along with most of the Udata staff were watching the group from an unseen observation room, the pair sat together and waited quietly, until the exam proctor appeared. It was hard to miss him. "Welcome to today's live performance. Everybody say HUI, screamed the loud and exuberant pro-hero, present Mike." The hero had marched onto the stage with a huge grin and dressed in his full hero gear, shades, black leather outfit and of course, his custom directional speaker around his neck. To top it off, his long blonde hair was styled like a banana and sticking straight up. Unfortunately, the examinees were all too serious and focused to play along with the hero's showmanship, so all he got in response was awkward silence. Still, present Mike was a determined entertainer and moved on undeterred. "Well, that's cool, my examinee listeners. I'm here to present the guidelines of your practical exam. Are you ready?" "Yeah." More silence followed the statement, leaving Mike to fidget nervously on stage. Himiko wasn't much better, as she practically shuddered with suppressed laughter at the silence that met the hero's attempts at showmanship. "Oh my god, present Mike is such a dork. I love it," she whispered happily, vibrating like a kitten that got into the catnip. "I bet Izumi would have answered his calls and gotten all embarrassed." Himiko nearly burst into giggles at the thought, making Katsuki roll his eyes. "Shut it, Sonny. He's talking," the blonde muttered. Present Mike pressed a button on a small remote, causing the screen behind him to display a crude map, showing the auditorium and 7 other locations marked with the letters AG. "Here's how it goes, my listeners. Your exam is going to be a 10-minute mock mission in a variety of urban environments. You're free to bring whatever gear you need for your quirk, so be sure to check your stuff before heading to your assigned testing ground." Katsuki looked at his printout, then looked at Himiko's, scowling as he realized they were both assigned to different locations. "TCH, they've split us. Guess they don't want people from the same schools helping each other out." Himiko sighed, not longer distracted by her amusement. "I've got a bad feeling about this. I was kind of relying on the 2 of us teaming up." Katsuki gave the girl a sympathetic look, or as close as he got to sympathetic, as present Mike continued his presentation. He pushed more buttons to continue his slideshow, with the second slide showing a small city with 3 robotic silhouettes around it, the robots labeled 1 point, 2 points, and 3 points, respectively. The slideshow was kind of pointless, since the same information was on the printouts they'd been given, but Himiko still enjoyed the showmanship. Each site has been filled with 3 different kinds of robotic enemies, our very own villain bots. Each type has a point value, and by defeating a robot, your score goes up by that number. Your goal is to disable these robots however you like and build your scores. Naturally, playing the anti-hero and attacking other examinees is prohibited, but everything else is fair game. Katsuki grinned, while Himiko almost headbutted the desk. Robots. Her quirk couldn't fight robots. Katsuki began muttering words of encouragement in his usual gruff and rude manner as one of the other examinees stood up. "May I ask a question?" the boy asked, standing tall with his hand in the air. The boy was easily one of the tallest non-mutation examinees at what Himiko guessed to be 5 feet 10 inches. His dark blue hair was neatly styled and he had blue eyes behind his rectangular glasses, giving him the appearance of the typical straight-laced student. Katsuki and Himiko both found themselves watching him curiously. He resembled Ingenium and Tenji Ida. Maybe he was Ingenium's brother Tenya? Tenji had mentioned he was aiming for U.A this year. Present Mike nodded to his request and the glasses boy raised his printout. There appear to be 4 varieties of villain robot on the printout, while your presentation only displays 3. Such an error is unbecoming of U.A, Japan's top academy. It should be corrected immediately. And you, the boy suddenly spun and looked at Himiko and Katsuki, pointing at them with a scolding expression. You two have been muttering this whole time, it's distracting. If this is a game to you, you should leave immediately. Himiko glared daggers at the boy while Katsuki growled. Back off. We're strategizing. If you've got a problem with other heroes talking and working together, then get lost. Katsuki yelled back, making the boy recoil in shock. Himiko quickly quelled him and bowed to present Mike and the robot-like boy. Sorry, we're just a little excited. We apologize, Present Mike, she said diplomatically, though while still looking coldly at the boy. Present Mike, recognizing the duo, smiled and gave them a thumbs up. It's all good, little listeners. Nothing wrong with getting into one of my awesome shows. He then turned to the boy. Nice catch on the sheet, Examinee 7111. The hero clicked his remote and his screen displayed the silhouette of the 4th villain bot, which was labeled 0 points. These guys are worth no points. Taking one down has no advantage, so they're meant as obstacles. Ever play a video game? These robots are like stage hazards. Each test site has exactly one of these guys, who'll cause trouble in close quarters. The boy who'd spoken out nodded and bowed deeply. Thank you sir, I apologize for the interruption, then returned to his seat. I don't like that guy. Katsuki grumbled, damn robo bastard. Bear with it for now Kaken. We don't want to get kicked out. Himiko quietly told him. Present Mike grinned wide and threw his arms out in a sweeping motion. That's all from me. No encores today folks. I'll leave you all with our school motto. To be a hero is to conquer evil in all forms, and go beyond the ills of life. That is U.A's way of doing things, plus ultra. Now, go break a leg, listeners. With the words of the school motto ringing in their ears, all the examinees were pumped up and more determined than ever. They all split up into their genders and went to change into gym clothes, before meeting outside the school where buses were waiting to take them to their assigned battlegrounds. As they were waiting for a few stragglers, Himiko had the chance to find Katsuki before the test for a talk. Good luck Kaken. Kick butt out there, she said encouragingly. Heh, I'll demolish this test. It was practically made for me. Katsuki boasted, stretching vigorously to work up a sweat. I wish I was that confident. Himiko sighed, idly twirling a pair of knives between her fingers. My quirk is useless here and I doubt these will do much against robots, she said, stowing her knives back into their holsters with a single fluid movement. Just do your best, Sonny. The Sunburst Hero Agency isn't staffed by quitters. Kill those damn robots with whatever you can get your hands on. Katsuki ordered, making a small explosion in his hands. The blonde girl smiled and actually kissed the boy's cheek. You've actually got a cute side sometimes, Kaken. Go ace this test. I'll meet you after, as a winner. TCH, I told you not to call me that, the boy snapped, wiping his cheek, but whatever. Show these extras that you're the best. You and Izuken are both my rivals, and I won't accept my rivals and partners scoring too low, so you better not hold back, he demanded, holding out his fist. Wouldn't dream of it. Himiko grinned, fist bumping him. With that, the duo split up and headed to the buses for their assigned test site. It was a 10-minute ride and they never left the school campus, showing off just how massive the school was. It became even more impressive once they actually reached the test site. Test Site B/Training Ground Beta, U.A High School. So big, an examinee yelled, looking up at the place. Izumi couldn't disagree. She had watched Present Mix briefing alongside the U.A teachers, and been a little worried for Himiko after learning that the entire exam dealt with fighting robots, but the Greenette knew that if Himiko could face down a Kumahesu by herself, then she could fight a few crummy robots. She was also a bit concerned by their brief exchange with the boy in glasses. With the benefit of the teacher's knowledge, Izumi had learned that he really was Tenya Ida, the brother of Ingenium and cousin of Tenji Ida. He looked like them and had the same engine quirk, albeit in his legs, but he was much more uptight than they were. If they all went to U.A together, Izumi knew she'd have to help patch things up between him and her siblings. Putting that aside, Izumi focused on her current task, acting as the backup medic for the exam and the overseer of Test Site B. It was something she was doing as a favor for Nizu, but she was glad to do it, so she could watch the exam from up close. With her duty in mind, and Ashiko napping in her skirt pocket, Izumi began going over the details. Each of the 7 test sites, which doubled as training grounds for the U. students, were massive and looked like mini-cities. There were huge concrete buildings as far as the eye could see, all surrounded by a large stone wall. The bus had deposited Izumi's group outside Test Site B, also known as Training Ground Beta, and now they were all sat waiting anxiously for the exam to begin. Izumi was currently posing as a student in her human form, to avoid revealing who she was, and had easily snuck into the group. Izumi thought for a moment. Kaken was at Site D, Training Ground Delta, while Himiko was at Site F, Training Ground Zeta, which meant there was an entire mini-city between each of them. It was a bit ridiculous and really showed how big U.A was. You could fit 4 of Izumi's entire childhood neighborhood into each test site. Once the shock had worn off, the examinees began to stretch and equip the gear they'd brought with them, preparing for the beginning of the exam. Izumi followed suit, doing some stretches and loosening up her body while examining the examinees. There were quite a few interesting people, and a few unassuming ones, so Izumi focused her senses and homed in on the few people with strong spiritual presences, a sign that they could see demons. She'd been practicing it a lot since the Shai Hasaikai incident, so she'd have an early warning as to who could be working with demons. 4 people got a strong reaction from her senses and Izumi began putting faces to the feelings. One was a large, muscular boy with silver hair and his face mostly covered by a cloth mask, who appeared to have a quirk that gave him multiple arms connected by some kind of flesh-colored webbing. Another was a blonde boy wearing oddly fancy gym clothes and a rather intricate belt that incorporated some kind of lens. The third was Tenya Ida, which didn't surprise Izumi at all, since his brother and cousin were also spiritually strong. Heck, Tenji was hired as Sakuya's aide precisely for that reason. As Izumi turned to face the fourth, her cheeks turned red as blood rushed to her face. It was the nice girl from the entrance. Memories of her family's teasing made Izumi fidget nervously, but after a moment's hesitation, she decided to talk to the girl and thank her for helping Eri earlier. She's barely taken a step when Tenya grabbed her shoulder. That girl is preparing herself for the test, you shouldn't disturb her, he scolded. Izumi squeaked and turned to the boy, sorry. I wasn't doing anything bad. The blue-haired boy looked unimpressed. Nerves and excitement are one thing, but don't let it interfere with others, he said strictly, releasing Izumi's shoulder and crossing his arms. Some of the other examinees smirked as they watched the exchange, making Izumi sigh dejectedly. They'd all written her off, feeling themselves lucky to have one less rival. They didn't even know she was never their rival to begin with. She couldn't blame them or Tenya for their reactions though. She was in her human form and wearing her casual winter outfit, white tights, a light-colored tartan skirt with pockets, a thick white long-sleeve blouse and a nice beige cardigan. She didn't look like a hero, nor did she look like the other examinees, all clad in gym clothes. Hearing a few of them comment that they were lucky she was a loser, made Izumi angry. If she was willing to reveal her identity, she could silence them all. Moreover, if she turned around and told them that she was here as an overseer, it would make them all look foolish. She was sorely tempted, but ultimately she decided not to. While those mocking her were poor candidates lacking the proper morals, Tenya was genuinely doing what he felt was right, and humiliating him over her wounded pride wouldn't be very heroic. So Izumi swallowed her pride and sincerely apologized for causing a disturbance. And begin. Izumi flinched as Present Mick's voice echoed across the area. She recovered immediately and turned on her heel, running full pelt into the test site, opting to remain in human form until she could get out of sight. She had already entered the city, slipped down an alley and climbed up to a rooftop, now in demigod form, and spotted a robot when Present Mike shouted at the others. What's wrong? Did you expect a countdown? No time for that in real life, get going. Izumi drowned out the man's voice as she quickly examined the robot she'd found. It was a one-point robot, designated Victory. It was a fairly simple bot with a single large wheel for movement and 2 armored arms that housed machine guns loaded with rubber bullets. It was quick, but fragile with numerous weak points. Her speedy analysis complete, Izumi watched as the first examinee came across it. It was the flamboyant blonde boy with the strong spiritual presence and fancy belt. That belt was apparently some kind of focusing lens, as the boy promptly shot a glittering blue laser from his navel that destroyed the one-pointer. First point. Izumi grinned. With that, the confidence of the other examinees grew massively and they really threw themselves into the exam, hunting and destroying robots as quickly as they could, all while Izumi kept a watchful eye from the rooftops. She used Bloom on a few rooftops so she could quickly use Vine to move around, or rescue endangered examinees from danger, and with that done, Izumi could focus on analyzing all the interesting quirks and robots. Izumi was interested in how she'd face the robots herself if given the chance. The one-pointers, victory, were effortless to destroy, with only their heavily armored arms appearing too strong to be sliced through by a single power slash, assuming she aimed for the thin gaps between the metal plates, so Izumi was sure she could beat them, and considering dozens of them were falling to the students, she felt that was a safe analysis. The 2 pointers, designated Imperial, were a bit tougher, being slower quadrupedal robots with a scorpion-like tail. It could shoot weak lasers from its tail and the joints were more heavily armored, so Izumi imagined having to dodge its laser blasts while getting a good vantage to destroy its joints and bring it down, tricky, but nothing more than a roadblock. As one would expect, the 3 pointers, designated Venator, were the toughest, slowest and most heavily armored of the 3 robot types, essentially being tanks with arms and massive missile pods. Power Slash was definitely ineffective against the robotic menace's tough armor, probably requiring several dozen overlapping slashes to disable them, so Izumi instead considered large cherry bombs to destroy the armor, then striking whatever was under the armor with her divine retribution mirror, tearing the robot apart from the inside. Izumi was kind of hoping one of the examinees would get in trouble so she could try out her strategies and see if the plans she'd come up with would work, as she couldn't interfere outside of an emergency. Across the exam, Izumi ended up doing very little, occasionally pulling people to safety if another examinee wasn't already doing so, and occasionally dropping from the rooftops to heal a major injury before returning to her vantage point. It was fairly dull work, still, it gave Izumi the chance to see some amazing quirks. The nice girl had some kind of gravity nullifying power, explaining how she'd helped stop Eri from tripping earlier, while Tenya appeared to have the signature Ida engines in his calves, giving him super speed and super kicks. Even the flamboyant blonde boy had an awesome quirk, shooting really beautiful laser beams from his belt. Izumi wished she could see the multi-armed guy's quirk too, but she hadn't noticed him since the test began. As she spotted a 3-pointer giving somebody trouble and no one else helping them, she rushed off, idly wondering how it was going for Katsuki and Himiko. Meanwhile, test site D/training ground Delta, Udata High School. Katsuki Bakugo was, pardon the pun, having a blast. The entire practical exam was made for someone like him, and so he ripped into it like a dog with a juicy side of beef. The 1 and 2 pointers fell to single explosions, but put up just enough resistance to be entertaining to explode, while the 3 pointers took a little more work but were so much more fun to destroy as a result. Katsuki racked up 50 points within 5 minutes and was only slowing down due to the growing scarcity of targets. The only downside to the whole thing was that Katsuki had to share his fun with the extras taking the test beside him. He grudgingly understood that even Udata didn't have the resources to have them take this test individually, but he still wished that there weren't so many losers running about, getting in the way and picking off his future targets before he could get to them. Even then, Katsuki would have tolerated it if these scrubs weren't constantly on the verge of being crushed or knocked the fuck out, forcing him to waste his valuable time pulling them out of the way of danger. If Katsuki didn't want to be a hero so badly, and didn't want to avoid making Izumi all pouty, he would have left the fools to their deserved fates. At least the damned extras gave him the praise he rightly deserved for saving their asses. With roar and a stream of cursing, Katsuki threw himself into the middle of a group of robots to save another group of losers from being fucked up. He wondered if his teammate was having this much trouble with the extras. Meanwhile, test site F/training ground Zeta, Udata High School. Since Izumi and her family had accepted Himiko's quirk and the fascination of blood it caused her, Himiko had never allowed herself to feel ashamed of herself or her quirk. However, that didn't stop her from wishing it was more useful, especially now that she was in the middle of a practical exam with no way of fighting back and destroying the robots. After 5 minutes, halfway through the test, Himiko had given up on passing. She'd still do her best to the end, but she was realistic and hadn't been able to kill a single villain bot. She'd gotten close a few times, jamming her knives into the joints or optics of some bot that hadn't noticed her, but every time, while she was looking for a way to finish off her target, some other examinee would take advantage of the robot's distraction to destroy it and steal the points. It made Himiko want to scream. With only a few minutes left, Himiko desperately searched for a robot that she could destroy, preferably one that was damaged but had escaped destruction. Instead, she found a 2-pointer pinning another examinee down with its laser blasts, forcing the guy to hide behind the remnants of a destroyed 3-pointer. Himiko sighed and ran to help. Just because she wasn't going to pass didn't mean she shouldn't try and help someone in trouble. After all, she and Izumi had become sisters and the best of friends because Izumi had helped her, and Himiko had become Jin-chan's best friend by saving him. "Hey laser butt, over here!" Himiko yelled, slashing her knife against the thing's armored leg, leaving little more than a scratch in the paint. The robot turned its neck to scan her, then almost lazily shot a laser beam at her, forcing Himiko to dodge. Having trained with Katsuki, Himiko was used to dodging attacks she couldn't block and looking for openings, so she almost effortlessly danced and weaved through the blasts, putting on quite the show. "You might want to run. I can't do this forever." Himiko yelled to the trapped boy. The boy grimaced but nodded, running out from behind the three-pointer and darting into an alleyway nearby. It gave Himiko her first good look at the boy. He was fairly tall and had messy indigo hair that looked like he'd never combed it. He also had dark purple eyes with rather bad bags beneath them, making him look like he'd never slept either. Once he was gone, Himiko sighed with relief. Phew, at least now he won't get blasted by this thing. Himiko squeaked and rolled to evade another blast, but now how do I get away? There were no other examinees around to help her, and with the heavily armored legs and long neck of the bot, Himiko couldn't get at the robot's weak points with her knives. She'd been practicing with throwing her knives, but she didn't believe she was good enough to hit a moving target accurately, and if she missed here she'd be down a weapon. Crap, think Himiko. What would Azukin and Kaken do, she thought desperately. Unfortunately, since the answer was, blow the robot up, it wasn't helpful to poor Himiko. To make matters worse, her new stealth technique would be useless too, since it took advantage of her opponent's instincts and a robot didn't have instincts. Oh come on. I'm going to fail as it is, you should at least let me fail in one piece, she cried as a laser just barely missed her, singeing the sleeve of her tracksuit as it passed her. Just then, Himiko made a mistake. She'd been dodging closer and closer to the destroyed robot that the purple boy had been hiding behind, and in her desperation she hadn't noticed the debris, until her foot caught against it and she tumbled over, landing painfully on the remains of some tank treads. With no chance to dodge, Himiko began to accept she'd be paying a visit to the infirmary before going home, but just then something else distracted the robot, or more accurately, someone else. The purple boy came running back out of the alleyway he'd fled down, brandishing a 4 feet length of pipe, and with a battle cry, he jumped and slammed it as hard as he could against the two-pointer's neck. He couldn't reach the head, and drawing the robot's attention back to him. That was when Himiko had an epiphany. The two-pointer robots were different from the others in one crucial way. It only had one weapon. The robots weren't programmed to use the full strength or speed of their limbs against the examinees, likely due to the risk of serious/fatal injury, so they relied almost entirely on the armaments they had installed. The one-pointer had machine guns in each arm, letting it hit 2 targets, while the three-pointer's missile pods could hit upward of 10 targets at once with their homing missiles, but the two-pointer only had the tail laser blasts, which while quick and incredibly accurate, could only hit a single target at a time. So if 2 people attacked it at once. Hey, purple guy. Come over here, I've got a plan. Himiko yelled, jumping over the wrecked robot to get cover. The boy, who wasn't doing much more than lightly denting the robot's neck armor, scowled but obeyed, using his pipe to vault away from the villain bot and join Himiko. Immediately, the robot's lasers pinned them down, just as it had been doing to the purple guy. I hope this plan is worth it, cause now we're both stuck here, the boy said grumpily. Yeah, but we're safe for a moment. These things aren't programmed to actually defeat us, just to try and stop us from destroying them and the other ones, otherwise it would just storm our position and take us out. Himiko explained. She may not be the hero nerd that Izumi was, but she was no slouch at analyzing. So what do we do? We've only got like 3 minutes, the boy exclaimed. We split up and whittle this thing down. My quirk is useless here, and since you're not blowing it to pieces, I'm guessing yours is too. Lucky for us, it can only hit 1 target at a time. Himiko explained. The boy was quick on the uptake, so one of us draws its fire while the other smacks it around. That could work, but this pipe wasn't getting me anywhere and those knives of yours don't look like they'll do much good either. Himiko frowned. How could she destroy the robot? They needed something stronger, like another robot. Another bot might be able to destroy it. Do you think their own weapons can pierce them? The boy nodded and pointed the pipe at part of the wreckage they were hiding in, specifically at the missile pod of a three-pointer. Can we use that? We'll have to. Here's the plan, we both jump out at once, so it takes a second to pick a target. The one it chooses will keep it busy while the other will go for the missile pod and try to get it working. Think you can manage? Himiko asked. It won't be pretty, but sure. Let's do this, the boy said, readying his pipe. The 2 teens took a deep breath and readied themselves, before beginning the plan. On the count of 3, both teens darted from cover, Himiko going left and the purple boy going right. Whether it was because he was bigger or because his weapon was more dangerous to it, the two-pointer focused its fire on the boy, who dodged and dived as best he could while Himiko ran for the missile pod, sticking to cover as best she could to keep the robot from noticing her. She reached the weapon and to her dismay, there was no usable firing mechanism in place, only circuits and gears. Himiko wasn't anywhere near good enough with technology to hot-wire the thing, so she did the next best thing, ripped the pod open as carefully as she could by using her knives and some scrap metal as leverage, giving her access to the mild explosives that were stored inside the weapon. While Himiko was doing this, the boy was dodging like a madman. He didn't have Himiko's grace or acrobatic skill, so his evasions were clumsy and more often avoided damage by luck than skill. In hopes of getting a breather from dodging lasers, and maybe take a few therapeutic whacks at the damned robot, he quickly ran between the robot's legs and camped out underneath the quadruped, having to duck a little so his head didn't bang against it. This proved to be a mistake, as just when he was preparing a strike to the two-pointer's undercarriage, it decided to lower its body to the ground with the boy beneath it. He yelped in surprise and quickly used his pipe as a pillar to stop the robot, but it required both his own strength and the pipe to slow the bot's descent, and both the pipe and his knees were slowly bending under the pressure. "A little help here," he yelled to Himiko. "Oh no!" Himiko shouted, quickly grabbing an armful of missiles and running at the two-pointer. It immediately began shooting at her, but Himiko responded by throwing one of the missiles like a javelin. The robot honed in on this projectile and shot it with its laser, detonated it and filling the air with smoke. This gave Himiko the opportunity to sneak past it and grab the boy from beneath it, pulling him away. The two-pointer responded by immediately descending, crashing its body into the ground with enough force to bend the pipe and easily knock out anyone stuck beneath it. Thankfully no one was beneath it. A small cache of missiles had been left behind instead. Himiko and the boy barely had the chance to get away before the two-pointer was consumed by the explosion. The teens stood there panting, looking warily at the smoke, but as it cleared to reveal smoldering wreckage, they burst into cheers. "Ha! Take that," the boy grinned. "We did it. I actually got some points." Himiko cheered, almost wanting to cry with joy. The boy turned to her with a sardonic grin. "So, you hadn't gotten any points either? This test is seriously unfair." "I know, right? But I guess we should still do our best. We have a couple of minutes. Want to try and repeat this?" Himiko offered. "Sure, why not? But next time, I'll get the missiles and you can dodge," the boy snarked, heading over to the missile pod to see if there were any more explosives left. "Great. My name's Himiko Midoriya." Himiko introduced. The boy smirked at her. "Hitoshi Shinso." Next chapter, The Sword and the Shield to be released, November 10th, 2021. The entrance exams are now in full swing, and it looks like Himiko has made a new friend. I couldn't think of a better person to be Himiko's companion during the exam than Shinso, the other guy with a great quirk who was sadly failed by the unfair entrance exam. Katsuki is having a blast however, and Izumi is doing her best, even with Tenya getting her down a bit. Next chapter will begin the main conflict of the arc, and will focus on how Katsuki deals with it. The chapters after will deal with Izumi and Himiko's perspective. Who knows what'll happen? Thank you all once again, and I look forward to reading your thoughts on this chapter and the ones to come. 8-5, The Sword and the Shield. Sunday, February 26, 2282. Examiner Observation Room, Udata High School. Toshinori sat in front of a massive wall of screens, watching the practical exam alongside his fellow Udata teachers. He was glad that Izumi was out in the field and not observing alongside them, as his presence at the school was a secret for now, and he'd had to hide in another room and watch through a camera feed on his phone while she'd been in the room. He'd originally taken the job, which he'd be starting officially in the new term, to find a worthy successor due to his injury, and while that wasn't as important now that his time limit had been removed and his health restored, he still hoped to do a good job as a teacher. He was watching the exam carefully, taking notes on a few of the more skilled examinees, and also the comments being made by the more experienced teachers. Toshinori didn't want to show any bias, but he couldn't help but pay special attention to the screens showing his three favorite pupils. Katsuki was doing as well as he expected, earning him a fair bit of praise from the other teachers, and while Himiko was clearly struggling, she was trying to help someone else in the same boat. Even Izumi was working hard as an overseer, and likely would have passed the test with little issue if she'd actually been part of it. They all made him proud. Principal Nizu smiled as the time reached the final few minutes. Such a large battlefield with numerous tactical options plus limited time. It all brings out the best in them, he lectured, speaking to the whole room while it was really for All Might's benefit. There are those that observe and analyze, assessing situations in an instant, the intelligence gatherers. Then there are those who are never late to the scene, the mobility experts. Then there are the unflappable few that keep a cool head and cope in almost all situations, the decision makers, and of course the natural-born warriors. That last statement was punctuated by Katsuki blowing apart a three-pointer on the monitor, making All Might grin. Nizu chuckled and continued, all these types of people are needed to preserve the peace of our world. Of course, those few that fit into multiple categories are those we want most, no one likes a one-trick pony. However, we've got a very strong selection this year. The mouse man approached a control panel and flipped up a glass casing to expose a big red button. Let's see what they make of this. The Udata teachers watched with anticipation as the 0 pointers hidden in each of the testing sites suddenly flared to life. There was a soft beep as the final diagnostics were sent from the robots to Power Loader's laptop, and the excavation hero briefly looked over them. Only to pale drastically and scream, "Holy shit." Everyone turned to face him, shocked to hear their comrade's sudden swearing. "What is it?" Nizu asked with a frown. "The final diagnostics from the 0-pointers. According to this, all software combat inhibitors have been disabled." Power Loader exclaimed. "What?" Nizu yelled, marching to the man's side and reading the reports on his laptop. Sure enough, all 7 0-pointers were reporting that their combat inhibitor programs had been disabled. This was very bad. 0-pointers were designed to be military and hero training aids, and were built to be strong enough to go toe-to-toe with most heroes and military equipment. Naturally, that was too much for an exam, even one like U.A, so they had been refitted with numerous mechanical and software inhibitors to prevent them using their full capabilities, as well as had much of their interior armor and built-in weapons removed or disabled. With the software combat inhibitors removed, the 0-pointers were now far beyond what an average hero could manage, let alone 15-year-old students. "Are the hardware inhibitors still in place?" Nizu demanded. "Yes, we can see them in the camera feed." Power Loader reported. "Enough talk. Disable the robots, they're too dangerous to use for this test." Eraserhead ordered. Power Loader typed away on his laptop, then cursed loudly, "Fuck. All remote access has been cut off." The 0-pointers literally activated, sent the final diagnostics, then disabled all transmissions to and from them. "They can't be shut down unless we use the physical dead switch inside their heads. This is bad, we need to do something." Vlad King said urgently. "Oh, it gets worse." Power Loader paled even further, the combat inhibitors weren't the only things to fail. All targeting parameters have been reprogrammed, all 0-pointers have now been set to view all organic lifeforms as S-rank villains. That sent the entire staff into a panicked frenzy. With the combat inhibitors disabled, targeting parameters set to the worst possible setting, and all remote access cut, they now had 7 ultra-deadly robots trapped in a series of enclosed spaces, each filled with a few hundred unprepared teenagers. It would be a massacre. "Who here can take out a full-powered 0-pointer?" Nizu demanded. "All Might, 13, Cementos, and possibly myself if I use my best exoskeleton." Power Loader answered, "Amaterasu might be able to as well, if she can figure out a way through the armor." Nizu nodded and turned to his staff. "All Might, Cementos, 13, head to the testing sites and destroy the 0-pointers. Leave Site B for last, since we can trust Amaterasu to protect the examinees there. Everyone else, head to the sites and evacuate the children. Power Loader, see if you can hack the 0-pointers and restore order." "I'll order an evacuation." The teachers all nodded and ran to fulfill their roles, while Power Loader tapped away on his laptop. Before Nizu could speak into the microphone and cancel the exam, the excavation hero spoke. "This was no failure. This was active sabotage, someone did this on purpose." Nizu nodded grimly, "Yes. I think we know what Amaterasu was sensing earlier. Whoever did this never appeared on the camera feeds. I checked like you wanted. The person behind this has committed attempted murder on several hundred children." Nizu nodded seriously, privately swearing that someone would pay for this. He turned back to the mic and began ordering the evacuation. Meanwhile, Test Site B/Training Ground Beta, U.A High School, Izumi was just in the process of watching Tenya Ida kick the head off a 1-pointer when she felt a rumbling. The mock city was beginning to shake, making Izumi look around for the source. Was it an earthquake? No, it couldn't be, the shaking kept stopping and starting. No, it sounded more like footsteps. That was the moment that the buildings down the road from her began collapsing, sending rubble and dust in every direction and leaving Izumi and her fellow examinees to gape at the cause of the destruction, a gargantuan metal hand. Izumi gulped as the thing came into view. It was another robot but the size of most buildings, with massive tank treads for legs and huge armored arms that were each as thick as most people's houses. It didn't appear to have any weapons, but with its bulk and strength, it didn't need them, and its armor was several inches thick even at the joints, leaving no obvious weaknesses. This was the 0-pointer, the colossal stage hazard meant to rampage in close quarters, fittingly designated Executor. "That's ridiculously big. U.A is crazy." Izumi screamed. The examinees were reacting in much the same way, fleeing in terror now that the shock had worn off. The 0-pointer swung its arm and devastated the skyline, pulverizing the buildings in its path and leaving nothing but dust and debris. It wasn't just big, it was completely overwhelming. The 0-pointer's red gaze shone down on the participants of the exam, coming from 8 creepy crimson spotlights built into its gargantuan face. Izumi watched as the 8 lights zeroed in on one of the examinees that hadn't fled on sight. The examinee had a kind of stalagmite quirk that allowed him to pull the ground up around him in the form of stalagmites, which he could bend and manipulate to the point of pulling them off the ground entirely to use as projectiles, and he'd been showboating with it for most of the exam, which hadn't impressed Izumi, and so naturally he'd taken the zero-pointer's gaze as a challenge. The fool created 3 stalagmites and tossed them at the zero-pointer's head, where they all shattered like glass, leaving nary a scratch on the robot's iron hide. The examinee gulped as the zero-pointer's red gaze darkened a few shades. Izumi sighed, knowing the idiot examinee was about to be sent flying by a casual flick of the robot's finger, when to her surprise, several panels on the zero-pointer's shoulders opened up and missile pods were exposed. That wasn't supposed to happen. She'd been told a little about the zero-pointers while being briefed on her job as an overseer, as Nizu and Power Loader had assured her that the zero-pointers basically just lumbered about slowly, breaking buildings and flicking examinees away. They weren't supposed to do anything else, and she wasn't told they had hidden weapons. Based on the size of the missiles, they weren't the non-lethal kind either. Something was very wrong here, and that was proven further when the zero-pointer began to speak. Target acquired, unknown assailants. Designation, villains, S rank. Threat level, extreme. Lethal armaments enabled. Execute combat protocols. The examinees gawked as the zero-pointer took aim at the fool with the stalagmite quirk, and promptly opened fire with a missile barrage. Izumi immediately leapt into the fray, knowing full well that even if the missiles were on the same level as the 3-pointers, that many would surely be lethal. With her wolf-like agility and the help of some vines, Izumi landed in front of the missile's target and quickly cast bloom, before using the resulting greenery to grow as many tall, thick trees as she could, which she carefully wove together to increase their strength. Hanagami art, great Hachiman wall. Izumi cried, bracing for impact. The missiles collided with the wall of trees, dealing heavy damage and sending splinters in every direction, though since the trees were still growing, Izumi was able to further manipulate them to repair the damage in the wall, closing gaps and smothering flames before they could take hold. What the hell was that? Ishiko cried, now awake and sitting on Izumi's shoulder. I don't know. The zero-pointers aren't supposed to be doing this. What's going on? Izumi wondered through gritted teeth as she kept up the wall under the almost never-ending rain of missiles. As Izumi was holding back the missiles and the examinees were beginning to realize something was wrong, Nizu's voice suddenly echoed across the testing site from unseen speakers. Attention all examinees. You are to evacuate the test sites immediately. This is not a part of the exam. This is not a drill. The zero-pointer robots have gone haywire. All combat inhibitors have been disabled and the robots are attacking as if you are S-rank villains. They will use lethal force. Evacuate immediately. I repeat, evacuate immediately. All Udata heroes are en route to help. Izumi blanched and Ishiko summed up what everyone in the school was now thinking. Oh shit. Meanwhile. Test Site D/Training Ground Delta, Udata High School. Nizu's broadcast had been heard throughout all 7 test sites, and it had sent most of the examinees into a frenzy, making them run frantically back to the entrance of the test sites. That was all right for some, as they were far away from the zero-pointers or had a clear enough path to the exit, made easier by Power Loader being able to remotely shut down all other robots. Others were less lucky, being stuck at the back of the test site with a massive, angry killer robot between them and the exit. Katsuki, to his own annoyance, was one of the unlucky ones. When the zero-pointer had first appeared, he decided to test himself against it while keeping it busy, so the other examinees could get away and kill more robots, since he already had over 75 points. It was perfect, he'd get a tough opponent and the scrubs could get to safety. Then the zero-pointer had glassed a fifth of the test site, thankfully devoid of people, with a missile barrage, and Nizu had ordered an evacuation, proving that the explosive boy might have bitten off a little more than he could chew. If Izukin and Sunny hear about this, they'll kick my ass. Katsuki griped, looking up angrily at the colossal hunk of steel and wires that was blocking his path to the exit. I think that robot will kick it for them, said another boy, who was smiling shakily and gently hitting his own legs to try and get them to stop shuddering with his fear. Katsuki looked at him with a scowl. The boy had black hair that almost reached his shoulders, red eyes with a small scar above the right eye, and sharp, shark-like teeth. TCH, I'd hoped the rest of the extras would have gotten away. Katsuki complained. Who the fuck are you calling an extra, growled a third boy. While the first one had looked fairly normal, this guy was completely unique. He was a thin and lanky boy of about 6 feet, and had beige-colored skin. More odd was his head, which was shaped like a praying mantis, complete with mandibles, though thankfully with green human eyes and a normal human mouth. He also had fluffy light green hair styled into a mohawk. Katsuki nearly facepalmed. Seriously? Two of you? If the universe was going to give me 2 tagalongs for this fight, it could have at least given me the 2 I already have. The mantis boy sneered, while the shark-toothed one just gaped. You want to fight that thing? Didn't you hear the announcement? It'll kill us. This isn't a test anymore. Besides, how do we fight that? He exclaimed, pointing at the massive automaton. The zero-pointer hadn't noticed them yet and was instead rampaging around in the ruins of the area it had bombed previously, pounding the rubble flat in search of survivors. Sneaking around wasn't possible or safe, since the robot was flailing around so chaotically, switching directions back and forth. It was a miracle it hadn't caught sight of the evacuating group or the trio of boys stuck behind it. We haven't got much of a choice, Shark Tooth. We either fight and win, or sit around like little bitches until the heroes show up and hope it won't see us. Katsuki growled, trying to analyze the machine for weak points. Shark Tooth. Man, my name is Kirishima, the black-haired boy yelled. I'm Bakugu. You got a name too, Snips? Katsuki asked, not looking at the mantis boy. Said boy growled, I'm Kamakiri, remember it, 'cause it's the name of the guy who'll cut you in half if you call me Snips again. Katsuki just smirked unconcernedly. Good to know, he said mockingly, but what are your quirks? Hate to say it, but I'm at least 50% sure I can't take this thing down on my own without fucking up my body. We're gonna need to work together. My quirk is hardening. Kirishima said, demonstrating by hardening his arm, which took on a sharp, rocky texture despite still being flesh-colored. I can harden any part of my body to a pretty solid level. I could power through the attacks from the other robots, and punch them to bits. And I've got razor sharp. Lets me create blades of varying size, shape, and sharpness from any part of my body. Kamakiri reported. Katsuki looked at them both with wide eyes, then promptly grinned viciously, not bad. So we've got rock and scissors, now all we need is a third scrub with some paper power and we'll be able to Rochambeau our way out of here, he joked. Kirishima grinned, the joke and the confidence of his companions helping him deal with his fear, while Kamakiri returned Katsuki's grin with a mocking one of his own. If we're rock and scissors, then you must be paper. The ash-blonde boy chuckled darkly, I never did like that game. I preferred rock paper scissors dynamite, he declared, punctuating the final word with a small explosion from his palm. Kirishima and Kamakiri both grinned, they might have an actual fighting chance against the zero-pointer after all. That's an awesome quirk. Think you can take that thing down? Kirishima asked. Katsuki looked the robot up and down, then turned back to the boy, honestly. Maybe. I'd say my strongest explosion has a roughly 50% chance of blasting that thing's head into atoms. Then why haven't you already tried it out? Kamakiri asked impatiently. 'Cause if I'm wrong, I'm fucked. My strongest explosion would fuck up my arms, and then I can't use my quirk at all. If I'm wrong and that thing isn't taken out by it, then I'm dead. Even if I do knock its block off, the bastard is a robot and might still work without it. Katsuki explained, if Isumi was here with her rejuvenation, I could risk it, but not with these two. He muttered under his breath, turning his eyes back on the zero-pointer. The robot was still mindlessly rampaging since the other examinees had been smart enough to avoid its notice. By the size of the thing, Katsuki guessed the robot was being powered by its own generator, likely in its chest or head, so if Katsuki could access and blow the thing up, the zero-pointer should become nothing but a fancy paperweight. But how to find and get at it? Hey, Mantis, how sharp can you make those blades? Katsuki asked. Kamakiri frowned in thought, not sharp enough to cut through that thing. Might be enough to cut some of the joints or armor though. I can cut iron and steel if it isn't too thick. Then between the two of us, we might be able to pull this off. Shark Tooth, how strong is your hardening? Kirishima looked over to where the zero-pointer was rampaging, gulping as he did so. Not strong enough, he said dejectedly. The zero-pointer would break through his hardening like it was nothing. Katsuki scowled, that made things a bit tougher. He racked his brain for ideas, come on dumbass, think. You fought real demons and a real villain before. This massive tub of scrap metal shouldn't be a problem, he thought. Unfortunately, before Katsuki could think of a plan, disaster struck. The zero-pointer had turned to rampage in the opposite direction again, but this time it had caught sight of one of the examinees that hadn't yet evacuated, and immediately took aim with its missiles. Target acquired, termination in progress. Kirishima and Kamakiri both paled, but Katsuki was already moving. I think the fuck not, he roared as he used a multitude of smaller explosions to blast his way over to the zero-pointer, and then over its head so he was hovering in front of the robot's face, kept aloft by explosions. Here I am fucker. Come and get me, he taunted, smirking despite his panic as all 8 of the robot's spotlight-like eyes turned to focus on him. Katsuki put both hands together and unleashed the biggest explosion he could without damaging his arms right into the robot's face, then dropped down a little to repeat the process on its torso before the smoke from the first explosion had even cleared. When the smoke did clear, however, the areas he'd blasted had become scuffed and discolored from the heat, but otherwise were barely damaged. Katsuki scowled, but at least the zero-pointer was narrowing its gaze on him now. Significant threat detected. Termination in progress, it rumbled, before taking aim at the explosive boy instead. Katsuki sighed with relief and shouted to the evacuating examinees, "I'll hold this thing off. Get the fuck out of here." The stragglers didn't need to be told twice and immediately ran off, leaving Katsuki to deal with the zero-pointer. Before the robot could use a missile barrage, Katsuki flew in and stuck close to its body, ensuring it couldn't use the missiles without damaging itself. The zero-pointer's tank-like treads proved quicker than he anticipated though, and the zero-pointer kept reversing a few dozen feet to try and get a lock on to Katsuki. The explosive boy stuck to it like glue, however, occasionally flying around wild flails from the zero-pointer's arms as he tried to lead it back to the part of the test site it had already destroyed. Katsuki grinned wildly. Despite flying by the seat of his pants and facing down a foe that could kill him with one blow, he couldn't help but be excited. That excitement quickly became dread as the top of the zero-pointer's shoulders popped up to reveal a set of smaller missile pods, more in line with what the 3-pointers had. Since they were smaller, the zero-pointer was able to lock onto Katsuki and fire on him without worrying about damage to its own armor, forcing the blonde to do some fancy aerial maneuvers with his explosions to avoid them. The smaller size of the missiles meant the explosions they created were also smaller, enough so that the occasional direct hit wouldn't be enough to seriously hurt the blast-resistant Katsuki, but the small size also made them faster and harder to dodge, so try as he might, Katsuki couldn't evade them all. After a few seconds of blasting his way around the barrage, the zero-pointer had analyzed his movements enough to coordinate the next barrage to ensure Katsuki couldn't avoid it. As the boy saw the rain of mini-missiles flying at him from all sides, he knew he wouldn't be getting away unscathed. So instead of dodging, he began releasing as many large explosions as his arms could handle, spinning him in mid-air and wrapping him in the heat and shock waves of his explosions. This was enough to set off most of the missiles before they struck, lessening the impact of their blasts, but it wasn't enough to stop him from being hit at all, and Katsuki found his left arm taking a battering, leaving him unable to keep himself aloft anymore. His right hand was enough to let him slow his descent, but beyond letting him land on the ground without injury, it wasn't able to do much. The moment Katsuki was on the ground, the zero-pointer pointed its arms at him, and 2 machine gun turrets popped out from the top of them, taking aim at Katsuki. Shit. I don't think they're shooting rubber. Katsuki groaned, spotting the bullets being fed into the turrets. The boy grit his teeth and braced himself for pain, knowing full well he couldn't evade this. Thankfully, before the zero-pointer opened fire, Kirishima and Kamakiri came running, getting to Katsuki just before the hail of bullets could begin. Kirishima immediately hardened his whole body, giving his body a sharp, stony texture, and crossed his arms in front of his face to shield his eyes from the deadly projectiles. Kamakiri copied Kirishima's pose, but instead of hardening, he created thick blades from either side of each wrist, fully covering him and Katsuki. The bullets blasted into them at an incredible rate, and both boys were slowly being pushed back, barely able to withstand the hail of metal. Kirishima was blocking the bullets coming from the right turret, and was groaning and hissing as the round struck his hardened body and then fell to the ground where they quickly began to pile up. Each round felt a little bit like a BB pellet would against a normal person, enough to sting, which was lessened by the greater surface area compared to a BB, but not do any real harm. Kamakiri was having an easier time, since he couldn't feel anything that hit his blades, but he had to keep growing more as the bullets began to damage and destroy the blades. Ugh. I hope you've got a plan, Blasty. 'Cause I don't think either of us can keep this up for much longer. Kamakiri yelled. Is your arm okay? Kirishima asked, turning his head to face Katsuki, though it was also to stop bullets getting in his mouth as he spoke. Katsuki looked down at his left arm, finding it bruised but otherwise not too badly damaged. He rubbed some feeling back into it. I'll be fine. I had the beginnings of a plan back before that 10-ton fucker decided to take out the extras and forced me to jump in. Wait, that's why you suddenly jumped at it? Dude, you're manly as hell. Kirishima beamed. Suck his dick later, shark tooth. Give me the plan, Blasty. Kamakiri growled. A bastard this big had gotta have one hell of a power source, and something big enough to power it can only be in its massive head or torso. If I can get a direct hit on the interior of those areas, we can kill this fucker. Problem is, my explosions can't get through metal that thick without fucking up my arms. I tried it out already. Katsuki shouted, having to be loud to be heard over the machine gun fire. Kamakiri frowned. Shark Tooth, think you can hold on for much longer? Honestly, probably not. But a real man doesn't back down when he's got his comrades behind him. Do what you've gotta do, I'll endure. Kirishima yelled, grinning widely despite the pained look in eyes. The mantis-like boy grinned and turned back to Katsuki. You stay put, Blasty. I'll try out my blades on this asshole. Katsuki just smirked and flipped him off, making Kamakiri laugh madly as he ran at the zero-pointer, still hidden behind his blades. The zero-pointer didn't stop aiming at him until he was too close for its guns to aim properly, whereupon it began aiming both guns at Kirishima. The dark-haired boy grimaced, then let out a roar as he redoubled his hardening, reinforcing himself as much as possible to stand up to the doubled onslaught. While this was happening, Kamakiri was able to nimbly run up one of the zero-pointer's arms, and with a blade from his shin, he sliced through one of the turrets with a mighty kick, once again reducing Kirishima's burden to only a single turret. With that done, the zero-pointer began using its smaller missiles again, too close to use the larger ones without damaging itself, and focused them all on Kamakiri. The mantis boy hopped around the robot's arms like a grasshopper, evading most of the missiles without trouble and blocking the few he couldn't with his blades. It slowed him down, but it didn't take long for him to notice the brief windows between volleys of missiles, as unlike the machine gun turrets, the missile pods had to reload between shots. Using these windows to advance up the zero-pointer's arm, Kamakiri eventually managed to reach the zero-pointer's shoulder, where he slashed apart both the large and small missile pods before advancing onto the robot's head. The zero-pointer stopped firing on Kirishima and Katsuki, realizing that its weapons were being destroyed, and reached up to try and swipe Kamakiri off its head. Kamakiri ran and slid under the advancing hand, leading to him falling off the zero-pointer, but falling directly in front of its face. Using blades from his feet to hook onto the zero-pointer's face, Kamakiri unleashed a trio of slashes against it, carving a triangle into the machine's head. Kamakiri groaned under the effort. How damn tough is this asshole's armor? It took all my strength to slice it, and I didn't even get all the way through, he complained. He didn't have time to complain for long though, as the zero-pointer quickly moved to swipe him away, forcing the mantis boy to let go lest he be crushed. Unfortunately, the zero-pointer's head was the most forward part of it, so when he fell, there was nothing below to catch him. Shit, he cursed, realizing he was about to fall to his death. I've got you, Snips. Katsuki yelled, blasting himself up into the air and catching Kamakiri before he could fall too far. He grabbed the boy and quickly maneuvered him so he was on his back, allowing him to use his explosions to slowly lower them both back to the ground. Kamakiri grumbled as he got off Katsuki's back. If you hadn't saved my ass just then, I would have seriously cut you for calling me Snips again. Bitch at me later. Your blades managed to save us some trouble with half this thing's weapons, but they didn't do enough to get through the armor. Katsuki frowned, quickly adding the new information to his analysis. The zero-pointer pointed its remaining turret at them again and began firing. Kirishima just barely managed to get there in time to stop it, though he used his back to block this time so he could face his comrades. Blades and blasts are both a bust, and I can't do anything but defend. What do we do now? He asked, his confidence beginning to decrease. Again. Hey, I managed to do some pretty deep damage. It's not my fault these things are ridiculously tough. Kamakiri protested. Not enough though. Shark Tooth has a point, blades and blasts aren't enough, but what about if we use them together? Katsuki asked, a bloodthirsty grin on his face as a real plan finally began to come together in his head. Kamakiri paused to look at his explosive ally. He liked the look on his face, it made his fighting spirit skyrocket. A blade pushed home with an explosion. I like it, but I can't make my blades any longer without making them brittle. That's fine, the same length as last time will be fine. Shark Tooth, can your hardening withstand my explosions? Katsuki asked. Maybe. I'm willing to risk it if it takes this thing down. Kirishima answered. Katsuki grinned wider. Good, here's the plan. Kamakiri and Kirishima listened with growing awe and excitement as Katsuki outlined his plan. It was crazy and over the top, but it just might work and be awesome at the same time, just the way all three boys liked it. Let's do it. Kirishima exclaimed, barely even noticing the rain of bullets on his back now. Hell yeah. Just this once, I'll be your sword Blasty. Kamakiri grinned. And I'm your shield. Let's take this thing down. Kirishima added. Katsuki smirked, alright. Let's go. The three boys cheered and began running at the zero-pointer, Kirishima at the front, followed by Kamakiri and then Katsuki. In a repeat of Kamakiri's earlier tactic, they leapt up the zero-pointer's arm and began running up it, aiming for its head again. The zero-pointer was smart though, and recognized the tactic, so it began lifting its ventilation panels up to act as walls, blocking their advance. The metal on the arms was thinner than on the head and torso though, so Kamakiri was able to swap places with Kirishima and lead the group, slicing the barriers apart as he went and then destroying the second machine gun turret just as he had the first. Next, the zero-pointer tried using its homing missiles to hit them while also moving and swinging its arm, but Kamakiri used blades from his feet to keep himself firmly gripped into the robot's arms, while holding Kirishima and Katsuki by their clothes. To counter the missiles, Katsuki led the group and used explosions just strong enough to destroy the volleys, making them detonate early while the teens were just out of range of the blast zones. By the time the zero-pointer thought to use its other arm to swipe at them, the boys had already reached its shoulder, with Kamakiri destroying the missile pods just like last time. With the zero-pointer's own head in the way, it couldn't reach them until they had climbed atop it. Okay, first attack. Shark Tooth, take cover. Katsuki ordered as Kamakiri jumped on his back and extended several blades from his own back. Kirishima quickly ran to the back of the colossal machine's neck while Katsuki took off, using his explosions to gain considerable height over the zero-pointer. Once he was at least 30 feet above the robot, Katsuki roared out, "Take this. Frag spinner," and then began using his explosions to spin downward, which combined with Kamakiri in his blades, turned the boys into an explosion-powered buzzsaw. It even sounded like a buzzsaw as the spinning blades sliced down the zero-pointer's face, cutting it deeply right down the middle, bisecting the triangle Kamakiri had cut earlier. It wasn't enough to completely breach the zero-pointer's armor and allow them access to the robot's interior, but it was enough to weaken it. Katsuki stopped spinning and descended to the ground, where he dropped off Kamakiri before blasting his way back up to where Kirishima waited, the sharp-toothed boy having run back to the top of the robot's head. Without stopping, Katsuki blasted past the boy and as planned, Kirishima jumped up and grabbed him, quickly clambering up and onto Katsuki's shoulders. Once on his shoulders, Kirishima hardened himself and Katsuki blasted him upward. Kirishima then hardened himself to his highest level and then curled into a ball, then began to descend. Just as the stone-skinned boy was about to pass him, Katsuki reared back both hands and yelled, "Second attack. Solid slugger," before blasting the curled-up Kirishima and firing him like a cannonball right into the bisected triangle that Kamakiri had cut into the zero-pointer's face. Thanks to the deep cuts left on the robot, Kirishima's explosion-propelled body was able to smash through the zero-pointer's armor, knocking the bisected triangle in like a pair of metal doors. With a way into the robot now secured, Katsuki blasted his way inside and found a dizzy Kirishima pulling himself from the scrap metal that had once been important internal components. "You okay, Shark Tooth?" Katsuki asked. "I'm fine. Your quirk is super damn manly. I think you almost shook my teeth loose." Kirishima grinned. "Yeah, well, sharks regrow them real fast anyway. Real funny. Now I better leave you to finish this thing. I don't think I want to be around while you tear stuff apart." Katsuki and Kirishima smirked at one another. "You need some help getting down?" Katsuki asked. Kirishima shook his head. "I've got this. You finish things up here," he said, before jumping out of the robot and using his hardening to protect himself before he hit the ground. Katsuki watched with a raised eyebrow, before giving a nod of approval and turning back to his task. He looked at all the important-looking terminals inside the zero-pointer's head, each of which was likely necessary for something. It appeared that these robots were intended to be piloted, as there were monitors and buttons around some kind of seat. Katsuki briefly considered trying to control the zero-pointer, but his desire to destroy it won out and he began destroying everything in reach with his explosions. Back on the ground, Kamakiri and Kirishima watched as explosion after explosion began to burst out from different parts of the zero-pointer, as if the robot was self-destructing. Its eyes blew outward and both they and the hole the trio had made in the face began to billow smoke. Then the robot lurched and Katsuki suddenly leapt out through the hole they'd made and landed beside the other boys, leaving the zero-pointer to try and move with its damaged interior. "You finished?" Kamakiri asked. Katsuki, keeping his back to the robot, smirked. "Wait for it." Seconds later, the zero-pointer's head began to spark with electricity, before suddenly exploding in a huge gout of flames. The head was reduced to nothing but molten metal, and the force given off by its destruction caused the zero-pointer to be blasted backward, landing on its back amidst the destruction it had caused, thoroughly defeated. Kirishima gaped, while Kamakiri looked at the scrap heap with satisfaction. Katsuki just smiled smugly, "And that's how it's done. Bro, that was freaking epic. We took that thing down. We are seriously manly." Kirishima cheered. "Heh, that was pretty fun. Other than Shark Tooth looking a little roughed up by the bullets, we barely took a scratch too. We should do this again sometime." Kamakiri grinned. "You're both pretty good. Maybe you aren't extras after all." Katsuki said quietly, getting proud and smug looks from both teens. Before they could say anything about it though, Katsuki continued, but if you're not extras, then you're rivals. I'm going to have to work even harder to ensure I crush you. The name is Katsuki Bakugo, future #1 hero and co-founder of the Sunburst Hero Agency. Remember it. Kirishima shook his head, "Aw man, can't we just be brothers? Come on, we're men that have a bond forged in battle. Isn't that freaking manly? Brothers or rivals, I don't back down from a challenge. I'll accept your little declaration, Blasty. My full name is Toguro Kamakiri, it's the name of the guy that'll slice you to ribbons and take that #1 spot." Kamakiri declared, putting his fist out. "Well, as far as I'm concerned, we're brothers. I don't care about being #1 so long as I can be a man and protect people. I'm Eijiro Kirishima, and even if my goal is different, I'll be your bro and rival." Kirishima gave his own declaration, putting his fist out too. Katsuki grinned and put his own fist forward, the three teens pushing them together in a three-way fist bump. "I've seen what you can both do. Now, so when we come up against each other in U.A, you better not hold back. I've already got two strong rivals, and if you can't keep up, we'll blast you into dust." The three teens smiled, and bumped their fists a second time, sealing the deal of their rivalry and forming a friendship that would last for the rest of their lives. But for now, Katsuki was left pleased with his actions and worried about his sister figure over in Site F. "Sonny, you better pull through this." Next chapter, One Good Turn Deserves Another to be released, November 12, 2021, and so ends part 1 of the arc's conflict. Katsuki made some new friends/rivals in the form of Eijiro Kirishima, Pre-Hair Dai, and Class 1B's Toguro Kamakiri. Expect both of them to be a part of the big friend group once school comes around. Kamakiri is a character that hasn't really been used in canon, but I think he's an interesting contrast to Kirishima, the whole sword and shield thing, and has a similar personality to Katsuki, so I imagine the three of them would make good friends. Next chapter will deal with Izumi's fight with the zero-pointer, dealing with her muscular trauma, and finally learning to use the power of praise. Thank you all once again, and I look forward to reading your thoughts on this chapter and the ones to come. 8-6, One Good Turn Deserves Another. Sunday, February 26, 2282. Test Site B/Training Ground Beta, U.A High School. Izumi frowned with irritation as she watched her Tsumagari blade bite about an inch into the thick steel armor of the zero-pointer before being unable to go any further, forcing her to pull it back. Over the last several minutes, Izumi had unloaded just about every attack she had into the zero-pointer, minus power slash and some of her larger-scale moves that could hit the examinees still running around, and found them all to be either completely useless, or just almost useless. Her divine retribution couldn't do more than scuff the thing's armor, or occasionally absorb the explosions caused by its missiles, but after she'd reflected one of the bigger missiles and dealt some minor damage to one of its arms, taking out a machine gun turret in the process, the zero-pointer hadn't used them again and instead swapped to the smaller, non-lethal missiles that the three-pointers used. Now Izumi's divine retribution was moving rapidly around the robot, blocking where its remaining machine gun aimed. While Izumi used her trees and Tsumagari to stop the mini-missiles. Tsumagari didn't have the same level of cutting power as Power Slash, so it didn't get deeper than an inch into the robot no matter how hard Izumi swung it, and if her massive glaive couldn't do it, then there was no way her fangs and claws could, restricting her to brush techniques. Her biggest cherry bomb was worthless, doing mostly cosmetic damage, which was less damage than the lethal missiles that had barely done anything. She had attempted to cast Power Slash, but the zero-pointer's overall body shape was too close to human, and the moment she was about to activate the technique, she froze up and was almost blown up by a missile, so she hadn't tried again, not that a Power Slash could do much to the thick metal plating. Inferno was just as useless, as the armor was heat-resistant, and the mechanical titan was almost airtight, so there was no way for her to use Green Sprout or Water Spout to gum up the thing's gears with vegetation or drown its delicate circuitry. She tried using Greensprout's bloom and vine abilities to cover the missile pods and trap the machine gun turret with vines, but the zero-pointer would just open some panels and vent large amounts of heat onto the plants to burn them away, freeing its weapons. Izumi, knowing full well that the only way to stop the robot was to take out the power source in its chest or the operational hardware in its head, decided to use its venting against it and had leapt up one arm to try and enter it through the vents when they opened to clear vines from the turret, only to find the vents were covered in a thick iron grate and were too small for a girl her size to crawl through. Following that plan's failure, Izumi was just leaping around the buildings with her vines, slashing away at whatever she could get at with her Tsumagari to almost no effect, leading her to her current position. Dang it, how do I stop this thing? Izumi growled, raising another wall of trees to protect her from the next volley of missiles. Can't you use that huge tree thing you used in the Orochi fight? The one that kept the floating arena in the sky after Orochi bit the dust? Ishiko asked, wishing Izumi was in her costume so the punkle had her nice secure pouch to watch from, rather than clinging to Izumi's hair. Izumi shook her head, tree of Takamagara. Way too dangerous. All it would do is send this thing skyward, and if it decides to blow the tree up to get down, it would fall and the impact zone would destroy most of the test site and the examinees. Not to mention the damage done by the falling tree itself. Crap. How about Sakura Embrace? It won't beat it, but it'll at least hold him still. Maybe then we can buy some time to get these gawking idiots out of here. Ishiko yelled, looking back at the crowd of examinees. Excluding a few, who were trying to get the others to flee with them, most of the examinees were standing around, watching with amazement as Izumi single-handedly took on the zero-pointer, and in their eyes, fought on even terms with it. Like civilians watching a villain battle, the examinees didn't see the danger they were still in, only the hero that was fighting the villain and would surely protect them, so they ignored Nizu's evacuation order and watched the battle, trying to figure out what Izumi's quirk was. Izumi was glad to see that Tenya and the nice girl from the entrance were doing their best to get the others to evacuate, Tenya by loudly scolding them until they left in frustration, and the nice girl by actually using her quirk to make the other examinees weightless and then float them to the test site's entrance like balloons. You're right, Ishiko. Beating this thing isn't possible with my powers, so let's just restrain it and get the examinees out of here. Izumi decided. Raising another wall of trees to protect herself, Izumi cast bloom in a huge area all around the zero-pointer, making the ruined portion of the city test site look like it had been reclaimed by nature. From this greenery, Izumi began growing trees for her technique, Hanagami art, Sakura. Embrace. The trees grew from the ground and the surrounding buildings, all as thick and strong as Izumi could make them without using up her stamina reserves. One tree grew beneath the zero-pointer's undamaged arm, forcing the robot to raise it into the air, before the tree grew around it and held it like a massive wooden shackle, preventing the zero-pointer from using its remaining turret effectively and leaving it unable to get a good lock on with its missiles. The same was repeated on the other side, binding both the robot's arms above its head, while even more trees grew over its tank treads, and then up to its head and neck, sealing its movements completely. Izumi reinforced every restraint with several dozen smaller trees woven around it, then further reinforced these trees with vines. It was tiring, but Izumi was just about able to keep the zero-pointer completely immobile. The examinees began to cheer, thinking she'd won, but Izumi turned to them with a roar, this won't hold it for long. Obey. Principal Nizu's orders and evacuate before it breaks free. Izumi's words were punctuated by a bizarre pixelated roar and the groan of the trees as the zero-pointer began trying to free itself. The sight of those strong trees bending slowly made all the remaining examinees pale, and a few immediately obeyed Izumi and made a run for the exit. Most didn't though, and kept staring at Izumi with expressions of awe or annoyance. Hey, you're an examinee too? Why do you get to order us around? One girl asked, crossing her arms and sniffing haughtily. Izumi narrowed her eyes on the girl, I'm no examinee. I'm an overseer partnering with you.A for the day. I've been spending the entire test saving those of you that got in over your heads. Now get going. U.A isn't going to accept students that can't follow basic instructions for their own safety, she scolded. Several of the examinees, mostly ones she'd saved, looked down with embarrassment and turned to flee, as did the now red-faced haughty girl. Tenya, whom had paused his own scolding to allow Izumi to speak, looked especially ashamed of himself for scolding the girl earlier, but his shame was tempered by a sudden realization. White hair. Wolf features. Red facial markings, a mirror weapon. You're the Okami hero, Amaterasu, he exclaimed. The remaining examinees now looked at her with pure shock, making Izumi blush. No way. That girl was acting super nervous before the exam, and she's a hero. I saw the Orochi video, it's definitely her. Yeah, she used that weird embrace move in that fight too. My big sis lives in Muzurafu and got helped by her when she was still just the kami of Muzurafu. What the hell did a girl like her have to be nervous about? Was she just acting to psyche us out? Man, U.A is crazy. Izumi allowed the comments to continue for a second, since it made them more likely to obey her orders, but she quickly grew tired of them. I don't look like much out of costume, do I? Either way, everyone get going. I'll escort you back to the entrance. Izumi ordered. The remaining examinees finally got the message and began to run back to the entrance of the test site, evacuating as ordered. Before Tenya could run off and join them, Izumi quickly approached him. You're Tenya Ida, right, the little brother of Ingenium and cousin of Tenji Ida? Izumi asked. Yes ma'am. You've heard of me? The boy asked, surprised. I have. I respect your family a lot. I have an important job for you. Tenya nodded, seeing this as a way to make up for his earlier rudeness. Anything. Just ask. I need you to use your speed to run around the rest of the test site and order the rest of the examinees to evacuate. Tell them it's Amaterasu's orders. I can smell stragglers all over the place, and a few might be injured. Get them to the entrance while I escort this lot, she told him. I'm on it. Tenya yelled, then turned and ran in the direction Izumi had pointed. With Tenya doing his job, Izumi transformed into her wolf form and ran after the examinees, leading them down the fastest path while using Vine to pull the deactivated point robots out of the way or cherry bomb to clear the rubble. She quickly guided them to the entrance, which was currently open just enough for them to get through without the zero-pointer being able to, not that the iron gates would stand up to much of an assault from said robot. Tenya ran back a few moments later, leading a few stragglers, including the large boy with webbed tentacle arms, whom was carrying two other boys with injured legs. Good job. I can smell 3 more, so I'll head and get them. Izumi said, briefly turning into her demigod form to speak and heal the injured examinees. Once she was done, she sniffed the air and turned to Tenya again. Ida, please follow me. 2 of them are close together and not moving, so I might need your help to carry them back quickly, she said, not willing to take risks and simply lead the remaining people out, especially as the sounds of her trees straining against the zero-pointer grew louder. Tenya nodded obediently and ran with Izumi, his engines easily keeping pace with her lupin body. Izumi could smell 3 remaining people, 2 together near the zero-pointer, and 1 single scent slowly making its way towards the gate, using the alleys around the zero-pointer to avoid its gaze. Since the 2 scents together were closer to the robot, Izumi led Tenya to them first. She and Tenya found the 2 behind a shut-down 3-pointer, using it as cover. One was a boy with a bleeding wound on his head, slumped against the dormant robot and clearly unconscious, while the other was a frantic young girl with a small body, who was trying to lift the unconscious boy onto her shoulders, but lacked the strength. The girl saw Izumi and Tenya approaching and waved them over desperately, unwilling to shout until they got close in case the zero-pointer hurt her. Help. He got hit by rubble while saving me. He's out cold and bleeding a lot, she said urgently. It's okay now, we're here. Izumi smiled, now in her demigod form again. She quickly examined the unconscious boy and found he had a deep gash on the side of his head, which had been loosely bandaged by the torn-off sleeve of the girl's sweatshirt. Izumi carefully unwound the makeshift bandage and used rejuvenation to heal the wound. He'll be okay now, but it may be a little while before he regains consciousness. Ida, can you carry her while I carry this guy? Izumi asked. Tenya nodded, but the girl shook her head. It's okay, my quirk lets me transform my legs into small tornadoes of snow, which let me move really fast. In that case, allow me to carry the unconscious boy. Tenya said, moving over and hefting the young man onto his shoulders. The boy wasn't that heavy, and Tenya was strong, so it wasn't too difficult. Izumi didn't argue. All right then, you 3 head back to the entrance. I'll follow from behind and cover you in case the zero-pointer escapes, then I'll go get the last person. Tenya and the girl obediently headed back to the entrance with the injured boy, Izumi following a few feet behind and occasionally looking back at the zero-pointer, which had done significant damage to the trees restraining it. The thing was only moments away from breaking free, so Izumi picked up the pace and urged the others to run faster too. Just as she reached the gates and shoved Tenya, the unconscious boy, and the snow tornado girl through them, there was another loud pixelated roar and then the sound of wood breaking as the zero-pointer finally pulled itself free from the last of Izumi's trees, snapping the remaining branches like they were thin twigs. The zero-pointer celebrated its escape by flailing its arms wildly, as if it was shaking feeling back into them, an act that resulted in all the buildings around it being flattened or shattered into rubble. Izumi blanched at the show of physical strength and turned to leave the test site in search of 13 or Cementos, the only Udata teachers that she knew could take out a robot of that size and strength. A quiet yelp of pain froze her in place. Turning on her heel, Izumi looked back and her stomach sank through the floor. Her skin turned as white as her hair as she remembered that there was still another person in the test site. It was the nice girl from before. She was collapsed right in the path of the zero-pointer, her legs buried beneath rubble. She must have been struck and knocked down by the debris from that last swing. The girl was grimacing, her face slightly green as she tried to pull herself from the rubble. It was obvious that she didn't have the strength to do it, at least not fast enough to avoid being crushed by the zero-pointer, which was beginning to focus its gaze on the fallen girl. It'd be a bad omen if she fell. The girl's words from earlier echoed in Izumi's head. In that instant, there were no thoughts, just action. Izumi ran full pelt back into the fray, past the trapped girl and right into the zero-pointer's path. She paused for only a moment to look the trapped girl in the eyes, smiling broadly as she did so. Don't worry, I'm here now. I'll save you. Izumi said, before turning back to the zero-pointer, unaware of the other girl's blush. Quickly, Izumi's eyes flicked back and forth across the robot, her analytical mind taking in every detail and planning a way to stop it. She had already established that her weapons and most of her techniques were useless, and if she tried to grab the girl and run, the zero-pointer would take them out from a distance. Izumi didn't even have the power left to use a Sakura embrace on the same level she'd done before, so restraining the robot wasn't possible now either. She had no choice, either she destroys the zero-pointer, or it gets past her and takes out both the nice girl and likely the other examinees too. Power slash it is. Izumi gulped, dripping ink from her fingertips in preparation. She looked up at the zero-pointer, her face turning as green as the robot's metal armor as she tried to force the technique out. Her mind was playing a cruel trick on her. Every time she looked at the human-like shape of the zero-pointer, the image of muscular would overlap it in her head, sending a fresh wave of nausea through her body. She hesitated, and the zero-pointer used her distraction to fire a volley of smaller missiles at her while pointing its remaining machine gun at the nice girl trapped behind and to the right of her. Izumi yelped and quickly threw a small cherry bomb at the advancing missiles, making them detonate before they reached her while also using the divine retribution to stop the bullets heading for the trapped girl. Damn it! I'm so damn pathetic. Even now, against a vaguely human-like robot, I still can't use the power slash right. Izumi cursed herself, clenching her fists. Her claws were digging into her palms and the blood that poured forth mixed with the ink still dribbling from her fingertips. Izumi. Now would be a really good time for one of your clever plans. Ishiko cried, gently tugging on Izumi's hair to get her attention. Izumi grit her teeth, I know. But I dash. Great mother. The girl's ears quirked up for a moment, hearing Tashigami's voice within her head. Tashigami. It is I. Great mother, I understand the hardship you faced when you struck down that villain before. Forgive me for saying this, but you are softer, gentler than you were in the past. While your past incarnations never struck down humans the way they did demons, they were still willing and able to if those humans fell to evil and could not be saved. The girl grimaced, time slowing down around her as she became hyper-focused on the brush god's words. I can't stop seeing his face. Every time I try to use power slash, I hesitate, and if I try to use it on anything even a little bit humanoid, I feel sick and can't do it. Why do I have to be so pathetic? Kindness is not pathetic, great mother. A being that does not feel when they end the life of another is doomed to demonhood. To feel remorse at the death of even an evil foe, an enemy, is to show the grace of the heavens. But you must not let yourself be consumed by the remorse you feel. Tashigami said softly. Izumi felt tears pricking the corners of her eyes. What do I do? The mouse brush god smiled, something Izumi could feel even if she couldn't see it. You must calm your heart. Your blade slew the villain, but you did not take the time to calm your heart before drawing it, creating disharmony within your soul. Take a deep breath and release your tension. Izumi obediently relaxed her body, blocking out what was happening around her. She inhaled deeply, then released the breath slowly before repeating the process as Tashigami continued. Now, remember your purpose, the reason you drew your blade that day, and the reason you wish to draw it now. Tell me, why did you draw your blade? I needed to save Kota. If I didn't, Muscular would have killed Kota. Izumi answered. And why do you wish to draw it now? I need to stop the zero-pointer. If I don't, the nice girl will be killed. And possibly the other people that evacuated too. Tashigami's smile grew. Then you drew your blade to save life, not take it. On that day, you drew your blade to save the life of Kota, and thus you did not truly prepare yourself to slay Muscular. You drew it with a goal in mind, but not the consequences of that goal or what you had to do to achieve it. This was a mistake, and your remorse punishes that mistake. But now it is time to learn from it and move onward. Izumi frowned, remembering that day on the beach. She had used power slash because she knew, in the logical part of her brain, that it would save Kota, and she had dealt with her guilt since then by rationalizing it as necessary, once again using her logical brain to address the situation. But emotions are rarely ruled by logic, and so she had not truly addressed the problem. This left her with a disconnect between what she knew logically and what she felt emotionally, or as Tashigami described, disharmony within her soul. Her choice to allow logic alone dictate her actions on that day had left her emotions to build up unhealthily, and now they were spilling out when she found herself in a similar situation. I acted too hastily. I did what I had to with Muscular, every fiber of my being agrees, but I was too quick to dismiss the emotions my actions caused inside me. Izumi said, feeling some mental weights beginning to lighten. Indeed you did. You were not wrong to use your focused mind to deal with your decision, but you were wrong to use that alone. Hearts and minds rule both humanity and divinity, and you are both at once. You took life from one to preserve it in another. It is a part of nature, just as a wolf slays a deer so it and its cubs may survive. Today, you find yourself in a good position. The foe you face is a soulless automaton, even if its form resembles a person. Calm your mind, steady your heart, and draw your blade. For today, the blade does not take life, but saves life. Izumi wiped her eyes, took a deep breath, and unleashed a power slash at the zero-pointer. She knew she could never cut through the robot's armor with a normal slash, but that wasn't what she was aiming for. Instead, she aimed the slash at the zero-pointer's remaining machine gun turret. Her slash hit home, and while it didn't do more than scratch the metal of the turret itself, it was able to slice through the belt of bullets being fed into it, effectively cutting off its ammunition and allowing Izumi to recall her divine retribution, no longer needing to protect the girl with it. The use of power slash caused brief images to flash through her head. She saw Muscular's head roll of his shoulders, and felt like she was going to vomit, but Izumi placed a hand on her chest and felt her beating heart. She allowed herself to feel true sorrow and remorse for what she had done, then thought about Kota and the wonderful time she and her family had spent with him and his family over his birthday, Eri's birthday, Christmas, and New Year's. All were precious memories, which would never have happened if she hadn't done what she had. The sickness began to fade, and while the sorrow and remorse didn't disappear, Izumi found them easier to bear. Well done, great mother. You drew your blade and life was preserved. Tashigami said proudly. Thank you, Tashigami. I would never have been able to do this without you, she replied gratefully. You are very welcome. Now that you have drawn your blade, there is more you must do before it can be sheathed again. Take heart, and remember that a blade may be used to protect as well as destroy. With her willpower galvanized by Tashigami's words, Izumi swallowed the bile in her throat and focused her silver eyes on the zero-pointer. She put the fingers on her right hand together and then raised her arm, as if preparing for a karate chop. With ink coating each fingertip, Izumi slashed her hand down and unleashed her technique. Tashigami Art, Alpha Slash. Izumi cried. This technique was the logical opposite of the Omega Slash. Both moves unleashed 5 power slashes at once, one from each finger, but while Omega Slash used a swiping slash clawing movement to unleash the 5 cuts one above the other, Alpha Slash kept the fingers together and used a chopping motion, causing each of the 5 cuts to perfectly overlap each other. It was Izumi's most powerful and dangerous technique and was designed to counter the inability for Power Slash to cut deeply into metal. Each of the 5 overlapping slashes would carve into the target, cutting the same spot that the previous slash did to cut even deeper. Though Izumi would likely never tell anyone, this technique was partially inspired by Kai Chisaki, and the way he had cut the same spot over and over with his scalpel during his evil experiments, in order to go deeper and deeper into Izumi's body. The technique slammed into the zero-pointer, causing it to stop attacking for a moment as sparks flew, only for it to continue attacking moments later, with a cut right down the middle of its face and torso, deep enough to be noticeable but not deep enough to pierce all the way through the armor. At a glance, Izumi guessed she'd only cut a third of the way through, which was 10 times better than the Tsumagari, but nowhere near enough. Izumi growled with frustration. If she could hit the exact same spot with 2 more alpha slashes, then she could pierce the armor and get at the zero-pointer's interior, but her aim wasn't good enough to hit such a thin target at this range, and getting closer would allow the zero-pointer to hit and kill the trapped girl. Ishiko gasped as the zero-pointer loaded up another volley of missiles and prepared to fire them. No. All that, and it wasn't enough. Alpha Slash is your strongest move. The young heroine frowned, but refused to be disheartened. Tashigami's words had lit a fire in her, and Izumi refused to allow it to be put out by the hulking pile of scrap metal in front of her. She had overcome one hurdle, and would not allow herself to fall at the very next one. I refuse to lose here. If I run, that girl will die, and if I fail to destroy this thing, we'll both die. I won't allow that. Izumi declared, preparing another alpha slash. Instead of simply firing it though, Izumi held her hand in the air and channeled as much of her power into the ink as she could, literally pouring every drop of energy she had into it. Feeling the drain on her reserves, Izumi wobbled and almost fell, but she stamped her foot down and held herself firm, eyes burning like the silver flames of determination. You stupid machine. This is U.A, and I am OkamiHeroAmaterasu, an official student of this school. So let me tell you our motto. Go beyond, plus ultra. Izumi roared, tapping into a deeper reserve of power within her and focusing it all into the ink. On her fingers, which began to glow white. The sheer amount of divine power flooding the prepared technique caused it to begin leaking out and covering Amaterasu in an aura that resembled white flames. The aura burned brighter and brighter, until the goddess could no longer see. The girl closed her eyes, then felt the world around her shift. Snapping her eyes open again, Izumi found herself stood alone in the astral plane, with an absolutely huge sphere of white flame in front of her. It dwarfed the zero-pointer in size, and floated before her like a miniature sun. Izumi blinked. What happened? Did I get killed? Did I enter the astral plane by accident? No, Great Mother. The girl spun around to find all her gathered brush gods behind her, standing side by side. It had been Yamagami who spoke. This may look like it, but this is not the astral plane. This place is a mental projection, the world that exists within you. It is where we brush gods reside, the Dragon God explained. I see, but why am I here? And what's happening outside? Izumi asked, worrying for Ishiko and the nice girl. Fear not. Tashigami said, time's flow is different between the real world and the world within the mind. Hours may pass here while mere moments pass outside. As for why you're here, well, you accidentally activated an ability we have told you about, but never actually taught you. While focusing all the power you could into your next technique, you managed to trigger a kind of meditation that allows you to enter this place and speak with us face to face. Bakugami explained. Izumi hummed, that's pretty cool, but I don't remember you telling me about this ability. That's because meditation is only a part of it. Hashigami announced. Yeah, and it's the part we didn't tell you. Sakigami said, idly tossing his instrument from one hand to the other. Yup. Meditation is the first step in the ritual that turns praise into power. Tsutagami finished, mimicking All Might's signature pose. Izumi's eyes widened. Praise into power. You mean that thing you mentioned, where I can channel praise into my various aspects to improve them? That's correct. Nuregami said, normal humans with quirks can improve them by continuously using them and pushing them to their limits, until those limits are reduced. Your own powers do not work that way. You can train your body and get better at using the celestial brush techniques, but you cannot make the techniques stronger, or remove their limits through training. But praise, the power of human gratitude, can empower a goddess like yourself and allow you to power up your techniques. I remember now, it's been a long time since you first explained it, and I forgot all about it. So how much praise do I actually have right now? And how can I use it? Izumi asked. Moegami pointed a talon at the massive ball of white flame. Izumi looked at it, her jaw hanging open with amazement. Whoa, that's a lot of praise. Indeed it is. Each time a human has felt grateful towards you, an orb of praise added itself to that white sun. The greater the gratitude, the more praise is gained. To be truthful, the praise in front of you is only a fraction of the total praise you've gathered in the 10 years since you awoke your divine powers. We brush gods have held the rest back and sealed it within you for your protection. Your human body cannot withstand a surge of power greater than this without being damaged. Moegami said, taking a drag on his pipe. Yamagami nodded along with his fellow brush god. As you train to strengthen your body, you'll be able to handle higher amounts of praise empowering you at once. As for how to use it, simply touch the white flames of praise and allow it to flow through you. Keep it within yourself, and it will expand your stamina and allow you to do more before you need a rest. Channel it to one of us, and the brush technique we represent will grow stronger. Choose wisely, mistress, it will be at least a month before your body will be able to safely channel praise once again. And it takes about 3 months of your normal activities to gather this much praise too, and it cannot be recovered once consumed. Best to think things through and not be greedy. Bakugami advised. Izumi nodded, I understand. I don't need to think about it at all today though, I know exactly what I need to do. Tashigami, I'm going to be transferring all this power to you. Let's see how that hunk of junk likes my power / then, she declared. The mouse brush god chuckled, a wise decision. I look forward to being able to slice through steel once more. Izumi grinned and turned to the white sun. Without hesitation, she plunged an arm into it and felt an incredible rush of power flow through her, making her heart beat rapidly and causing her mind to race. It felt like she had just downed the world's strongest energy drink mixed with a ton of extra sugar and a dozen shots of espresso, to the point that it felt like her blood was vibrating. She could certainly understand why her body would be unable to take more than this. The white sun began to shrink as it flowed into Izumi's body, spreading within her and even across her skin, giving her a white flame-like aura just as her body in the real world had before she entered her mental realm. Once the white sun was completely absorbed, Izumi knelt down and gently ran her hand through Tashigami's fur, enjoying the softness as she allowed the praise to flow from her and into him. Tashigami's body began to vibrate and glow a brilliant white as his power swelled. His red divine markings shone brightly, and for a moment, Tashigami had the white flame aura as well, before it disappeared from both Izumi and Tashigami. He could feel his power growing exponentially, until it was just shy of how it had been back when Amaterasu was in the prime of her second incarnation. While Tashigami was enjoying this reinvigoration, Izumi found herself thrust into a strange vision, similar to what happened when she bonded with a new brush god. Rather than the past though, Izumi saw a bizarre scene that could only be the present. She witnessed a cityscape in ruins, with a monstrous zero-pointer rampaging as teens in workout clothes ran in terror. It was very familiar to what had happened in Test Site B, but Izumi didn't recognize any of the fleeing examinees, or the layout of the few intact buildings. Then to her confusion, Izumi saw Himiko stood in front of the zero-pointer, panting and with a wounded leg that had clearly been hit by a bullet, likely fired by the zero-pointer. The vision Himiko used some stockpiled blood to transform into Katsuki, so she could temporarily ignore her injury as she faced down the zero-pointer, holding its attention as the other examinees fled. Izumi watched fearfully as the zero-pointer took aim at her sister, but at that moment, the process of channeling power to Tashigami was completed, and the vision ended just as a strange flicker of white flame appeared around the vision Himiko. When the vision ended, Izumi found herself once again in the test site, her arm in the air and her power slash prepared. The zero-pointer she'd been fighting was bearing down on her, and the wolf girl put the vision out of her mind as she felt her new power flowing through her. The entirety of the white flame aura she'd been giving off had now condensed itself until it only covered her hand, making it resemble a short energy blade. Here's some plus ultra power for you. Tashigami Heavenly Art, Alpha Slash. Izumi yelled, slashing her hand down and casting her new and improved power slash. The moment the technique began, the increased power made itself known with some serious recoil which Izumi wasn't prepared for, so her arm was knocked off target mid-slash, turning a blow right down the middle of the zero-pointer into a glancing blow that hit it in the shoulder. And sheared the colossal automaton's left arm clean off. Ishiko gaped at the sight, what? You cut metal. What is that power? Izumi grinned, pleased to have finally done some real damage. That's the power of praise, she cheered. The Heavenly Alpha Slash had been incredibly powerful, but a single use consumed as much stamina as 10 normal power slashes, which weren't the cheapest technique energy-wise. She'd have to be conservative with it. The zero-pointer stopped moving for a moment, as if shocked that an attack that previously did only cosmetic damage had suddenly grown strong enough to slice its arm off. It was merely recalculating though, and with the loss of its arm, it had decided Izumi was a major threat and a priority target, and had opened its larger missile pods again, the ones that were lethal. Izumi wasn't going to give it time to load and fire any though, and ran forward to finally destroy the zero-pointer. Using Bakugami art, Rising Firework, Izumi leapt into the sky with the power of explosions, then when she was chest height with the zero-pointer, she unleashed another improved version of an old technique. Tashigami Heavenly Art, Delta Slash, she cried, unleashing her new and improved Heavenly Power Slash from a single finger, which she slashed back and forth to cut an inverted triangle into the zero-pointer's chest. The normal Delta Slash was used to cut triangular holes in walls for Izumi to travel through, very useful for stealth, infiltration, and flanking enemies, but with the Heavenly Power Slash, it could cut through the metal armor of the zero-pointer, essentially creating a hole leading right into the thing's chest. If she had done the same thing with the full power of the Alpha Slash Heavenly variant, she would have sliced right through to the back of the robot, like when she'd sliced off its arm, but without layering them on top of each other, the Heavenly Power Slash was still enough to cut through the thick metal plating. With her doorway made, Izumi used another Rising Firework to propel herself into the zero-pointer's chest cavity. She looked up to find the robot's generator, a massive spinning cylinder arcing electricity between itself and 4 lightning rods along the interior walls of the zero-pointer. Making a claw shape with her hand, Izumi spun around and unleashed Tashigami Heavenly Art, Omega Slash, sending 5 incredibly powerful slashes in a circle around her, each on top of the over and sharp enough to slice metal. The machinery was devastated, and the generator was cut into 5 pieces, which due to the spinning flew off in different directions. A monstrous explosion consumed the interior of the zero-pointer, but in a repeat of a tactic she used frequently against Katsuki, Izumi summoned the Divine Retribution Mirror and absorbed the explosion into its reflective surface before using Vine again to swing out from the now powerless zero-pointer and land beside the trapped girl. Izumi smiled at the trapped girl, watching her with amazement. Then just as the zero-pointer, now devoid of power, was about to topple over and flatten the 2 girls, Izumi almost lazily pointed her mirror at it and released the absorbed explosion with a cry of, reflector style, true reflection. With no power and a gaping chest wound, the zero-pointer gave no resistance. It crumpled like wet tissue paper as the force of its own exploding generator sent it backward, reducing it to a smoldering pile of scrap metal to join the destruction it itself had caused. When the robot fell, Izumi nodded in satisfaction, then fell to one knee, panting exhaustedly. Oh my gosh. That stamina drain is intense, she groaned, doing some quick mental math. A single Heavenly Power Slash used 10 times the stamina of a normal one. She'd used Alpha, Delta, and omega slashes, which each equated to 5, 3, and 5 individual slashes respectively for a total of 13, and since they were the heavenly variant, Izumi had used the equivalent energy of 130 power slashes, as well as the true reflection and rising fireworks in the space of a minute. Combined with all the energy she'd used before the nice girl was trapped, that meant she'd used an insane level of power and was now almost completely tapped. "Are you okay?" Ishiko asked worriedly, still surprised by the power Izumi had drawn out. "I'll be fine, I'm just exhausted." "I'm honestly surprised I could manage this," the wolf girl said quietly, her demigod form flickering on and off as she struggled to maintain it. Shakily getting to her feet again, the young goddess staggered over to where the nice girl was, almost collapsing in exhaustion. The brunette was free of the rubble now, having had time to pull herself free while Izumi was dealing with the zero-pointer, though her leg was clearly sprained. "Give me a moment, miss, I'll heal that right up for you," Izumi said, sitting down beside her. Before the nice girl could reply, Izumi used the last of her stamina to cast a brief rejuvenation on her leg, healing the sprain. She just barely managed it, before her stamina gave out and her demigod form deactivated, leaving her in human form. If she had wanted, she could have kept powering it with life force, but the danger was over, so there was no need. Izumi blinked in surprise as her hair returned to its usual green color. Guess I really am tapped. Those idiots, what is Yudare thinking having robots like that in an exam? Ishiko gripped, getting only a tired grin from Izumi in response. The nice girl's eyes widened with recognition as she looked over at Izumi. "Why, you're the girl from the entrance, with the cute little sister. You saved my life. Thank you so much." Izumi smiled tiredly. "She's my daughter actually, but it's complicated. I actually wanted to thank you for helping Eri earlier, but I didn't get the chance. Guess we're even now." Even. "But all I did was stop her trip." "You stopped me from being killed," the girl exclaimed. Izumi chuckled, recalling the text that Prophet had sent her last night. She repeated those words to the other girl, "One good turn deserves another, right?" The cute brunette blushed and shyly edged over to Izumi, getting as close to her as was socially acceptable. "My name's Ochako Uraraka. Please call me Ochako, I hope we can be friends." Izumi would normally have turned crimson at the adorable girl's closeness, but she was just too tired. "I'm Izumi Midoriya. We can definitely be friends, so call me Izumi. Hopefully we'll be going to school together come April." The two girls, both exhausted from the exam and the zero-pointer, sat there in comfortable silence, just happy everything was okay and they'd each made a friend. The rest of the examinees, who'd witnessed Izumi's actions through the open test site entrance, began filtering back towards them, talking amongst themselves. "That girl, what crazy power. She jumped right at the zero-pointer, but what was that weird quirk? It doesn't matter, let's just be glad Amaterasu saved us. How'd a girl like that get to be so jittery? Was she just acting like an examinee? There wasn't any point, she was an overseer, right?" Tenya stood on the edge of the crowd, watching the girls and listening to the comments with growing discontent and shame. "That power, that's the power of a real hero. And I yelled at her, she probably just wanted to give advice to the brown-haired girl, or thank her for helping this airy person. I'll need to find her later and make amends." His thoughts were interrupted by the arrival of Recovery Girl, who was being escorted into the test site by Present Mike. The two newcomers looked at the destroyed zero-pointer and the exhausted Izumi with relief. "Well done, Amaterasu. I know you're tired, but can we assume there are no injuries here?" Recovery Girl asked. Izumi nodded, healed every major injury, though there might be bumps and scratches. "What happened with the zero-pointers? And how are the other sites?" "We're still investigating, but there have been only a few relatively mild injuries. All Might took out the zero-pointers in sites A and C, the examinees took them out in sites D and F, 13 took care of E and Cementos took care of G." Present Mike said, smiling jovially. The examinees all looked relieved that the other zero-pointers had been beaten, and they, as well as Izumi, were excited that All Might had been on campus and beat two by himself. However, quite a few of the examinees were confused by who Recovery Girl was. The flamboyant blonde boy, who had been missing through most of the danger, having evacuated quickly, posed and winked as he pointed at the healing hero, "That mademoiselle is the backbone of UA. The youthful heroine, Recovery Girl. Her quirk is super healing and it's thanks to her that Yudare even dares to host such incredible training and exams." Recovery Girl chuckled and patted the blonde boy, "Thank you for the introduction, lad. Now let's see here." She focused on Izumi and Ochako. "Are you girls alright?" Izumi nodded, "I'm good, just exhausted. Ochako had a sprained ankle that I healed, but my power ran out so I don't know if I finished." Recovery Girl looked at the leg in question and nodded, "It looks fine, but better safe than sorry." Then, to the shock of everyone, her lips extended unnaturally in pecto chaco, causing a green glow to cover her injuries, including the minor scratches she'd gotten, which began to rapidly heal. Her leg was unchanged though, showing Izumi had healed it properly. There we go dear, you should be fine now. Thank you. Uraraka smiled brightly, can you help Izumi? She's really worn out. I'm sorry dears, but I can't restore stamina. You can have some gummies though, and I can call for a stretcher to carry you if you're too exhausted to walk. Recovery girl offered, already pouring a pile of gummies into both girls' hands. She leaned in close to whisper to Izumi, I'm glad you didn't use life force this time. Good job. Izumi smiled in thanks as she ate some gummies, then looked to Ochako, I'm okay, really. A little sunlight and some food will be more than enough. Well if you're sure. Recovery girl began, only for Izumi to fall asleep mid-sentence. Honestly, why do you youngsters always downplay your problems? Heroes aren't invincible you know, she sighed, already calling for a stretcher. Ochako giggled, Izumi had slumped into her lap when she fell asleep, so the brunette could pet the girl's hair happily. Ishiko, now hiding in Izumi's clothes, grinned mischievously. She would be teasing Izumi about this for a long time to come. Next chapter, The Bond of Blades. To be released, November 15, 2021. So, a lot happened in this chapter. I've been waiting for a while to introduce the praise upgrade mechanic, and considering the long-established limits I've had on Izumi's power, this was the best place to do it. There was even a little tease for the battle in the next chapter. For those who don't know the Okami game or have forgotten the explanation I gave earlier in the story, praise is basically a form of upgrade points that Amaterasu gains by doing various things for people, animals, and nature. It is literally gratitude in tangible form. In the game, Ami can use praise to increase her max health, max ink, wallet size, weirdly, and her max number of resurrections with the astral pouch. In addition, she can unlock upgrades to her various techniques via side quests found across the world. For this story, I removed the side quest element and instead allowed Izumi to upgrade her powers with praise, since it makes more sense in this context. Her heavenly power slash, which can cut metal, is actually a canon upgrade from the game, simply called power slash 2, which increases the damage power slash does and allows it to cut through iron rocks. In the game, you unlock it by offering a lot of money at one of the game's hidden pools, but I think my way makes more sense for this story. Next chapter will be the end of the zero-pointer menace, with Himiko having her own fight. But how is she going to face down an enemy that even Izumi had trouble with? We'll soon see. Thank you all once again, and I look forward to reading your thoughts on this chapter and the ones to come. 8-7, The Bond of Blades. Sunday, February 26, 2282. Test Site A/Training Ground Alpha, Udata High School. Texas Smash. All Might's fist collided with the zero-pointer's head, channeling nearly 100% of his power. His fist struck with so much force, his target crumpled in on itself as if he'd punched a cardboard box, crushing the important internal components that kept the zero-pointer functional. There was an odd pixelated groan as the zero-pointer toppled backward, damaged beyond repair. Its body had numerous fist-shaped dents all over it, as All Might had struck it all over with varying levels of strength as he searched for and destroyed its hidden weapons while trying to figure out what level of power was needed to destroy it. The fact that it took so much was a testament to how strong these robots were designed to be, and that thought worried the number one hero. Whose bright idea was it to use these things against students? Even if they were weakened by combat inhibitors, it was too reckless. The examinees from the test site, which All Might had rapidly evacuated when he arrived, began to gather around and cheer for him, thanking him for saving them and gushing over how amazing he was. Toshinori was glad for their praise, but had work to do, and so he made his excuses and leapt out of the test site with one mighty bound. He landed on the wall of the test site and put a finger to his ear, where the earpiece he'd received from Nizu was. Site A is safe, he reported. Well done, All Might. Proceed to Site C. Nizu ordered. How are the other sites doing? All Might asked, jumping down from the wall and beginning a brisk jog to Site C. Site B is fine for now, though the evacuation is slow since the examinees are watching Amaterasu fight the zero-pointer. She's not damaged it much yet, but she's holding her own. Site D is actually safe, Bakugu and two other examinees teamed up to take down their zero-pointer after they got stuck behind it. 13 is at Site E and took down her opponent, but its debris fell in front of the exit gate, so she is taking some time to move it and then she'll head to Site F. Cementos in Site G is almost finished. He opened the ground and dropped the zero-pointer into the tunnel complex beneath that area, and is now dropping huge chunks of concrete on its head. Nizu informed him. All Might smiled brightly, young Bakugu has become quite impressive. Well, I can't let him show me up. Onward to Site C. The blonde hero picked up the pace, and as he headed to his next target, he passed the entrance to Site B, where only a few examinees were milling about nervously. He paused just long enough to assure them that Amaterasu could handle the zero-pointer, before continuing on, trying to ignore the sounds of repeated explosions from Site B. Please be okay, Izumi. Don't make a liar out of me, he thought, before his mind shifted to Site F, where Himiko was. I hope she is okay. She was struggling with the two-pointer. Please don't try fighting the zero-pointer. With that final hope, All Might continued on to Site C and his next opponent. Meanwhile, Test Site F/Training Ground Zeta, U.A High School. If Himiko had gained anything from her experience with U.A's hero entrance exam, it was an intense, burning hatred for robots. Almost the entire time limit for the practical exam had passed with Himiko only managing to score 2 points, which she potentially had to share with her new friend Shinso, whom had helped her with that first two-pointer and had been in the process of helping her fight a second one when Principal Nizu's evacuation order had been declared. Himiko had briefly worried about Katsuki, but quickly shrugged it off as the boy would no doubt have an easier time than her. Then the zero-pointer of Site F appeared. The sight of the thing had made Himiko break out some choice words that would have had Izumi blushing and Katsuki laughing his ass off, but Himiko wasn't in the mood for playful thoughts. Apparently U.A's idea of a stage hazard was a robot the size of a skyscraper with arms thicker than old steam trains, tank treads big enough to move buildings, and enough hidden weaponry to make the US military wet its pants. Missile pods small and large, machine gun turrets, panels that expelled huge amounts of flame and heat when they opened, and enough strength to pick up the entire Muzutafu Hero Commission building to use as a weapon to be wielded by the mechanized monster. And what did Himiko have? 2 combat knives that couldn't even pierce the armor of the significantly weaker point robots, a handful of small missiles pilfered from the three-pointer wreckage earlier, and a quirk that allowed her to transform into another person if she drank their blood. We are so screwed. Himiko deadpanned, making Shinso nod beside her. U.A is so unfair. We non-combat types have no chance here. Well, whatever, the heroes are coming and we've been told to evacuate, so let's get out of here. Looks like it'll be Gen Ed for both of us. Shinso sighed, heading for the exit. Himiko nodded sadly. On the bright side, she'd hopefully be in the same class as Izumi. But then she'd also have to wait until the sports festival to get into the hero course. She hoped Izumi and Katsuki wouldn't be disappointed in her. Just as the somber girl was about to turn and head for the exit with Shinso and the other evacuating examinees, she spared one last glance for the zero-pointer and promptly froze. The zero-pointer was bombarding a construction site with missiles, trying to hit and kill a small group of 5 examinees that had taken cover behind a wall of steel girders. One of the examinees was holding the wall together with some sort of magnetism quirk, while another was creating some kind of bubble around them all, which wasn't stopping the missiles, but was weakening the explosions they caused. While their defense was good, they were pinned down and Himiko could see the strain in the postures of the two using their quirks. Shinso, noticing that Himiko wasn't following him, turned back and saw what she was staring at. Oh crap. They won't be able to hold out for much longer. We have to help them. Himiko cried. But what can we do? We're useless here. We'll just end up trapped or killed too. Shinso argued. We can't just do nothing. We have to try. Do you honestly just want to forget them and run? Himiko yelled back. Shinso grimaced, but as much as his self-preservation was telling him to run, he truly didn't want to. He wanted to be a hero after all, and heroes don't flee and leave people in danger. I'm with you, Midoriya. But we need a plan, and quick. Himiko nodded and began frantically looking around for something to use. The 4 or 5 missiles she had left over from earlier weren't enough to do anything significant to that zero-pointer, so she needed something else. Her eyes fell on an intact 3-pointer, deactivated by Nizu along with the other point robots when the zero-pointers went haywire. An idea began to form in Himiko's head. Why not see if we can fight fire with fire, she muttered to herself, running over to the robot. Shinso followed her, intrigued by what she was planning. Himiko quickly hopped onto the deactivated machine and began examining it carefully, searching for a way to use it or its weapons. She quickly found a panel that had a kind of key card slot next to it, and with a combination of her combat knives and a piece of rebar from the surrounding devastation, Himiko was able to pry it open and enter a cramped cockpit. Like the zero-pointers, the 3-pointers were designed to be controllable, and there was just enough room for a single person to fit inside. Jackpot. Shinso, come over here and help me. If we can get this thing working, we'll be able to use it against the zero-pointer. Himiko grinned. That's a pretty big if. I can pick locks, but hot wiring a killer robot is a bit beyond me. Shinso said, hopping up onto the robot while Himiko slid into the pilot's seat. Worst comes to worse, we can just strap my remaining missiles to it and then push it to the zero-pointer, like a car bomb, but I want to try and control this thing. Is there some kind of control? Himiko said, muttering the last part. At her use of the word, control, a small scanner popped out of the control console and began going up and down Himiko's body with a red light. Once its scan was complete, a computerized voice spoke. Unauthorized user detected. Designation, Himiko Midoriya. Clearance level, Heroics Examinee. Error, this unit may only be operated by authorized personnel. Damage to entry port detected. Due to damage and unauthorized entry, a security alert has been issued, please remain still until security personnel arrive. Shinso winced, that doesn't sound good. Oops. I might be in trouble. Himiko said nervously, biting her lip. Suddenly, one of the blank monitors within the cockpit flared to life, revealing the image of Power Loader, who looked somewhat surprised. Whoa, it really was Midoriya. I was surprised to get a security alert from a three-pointer during all this chaos. What are you doing in there? Why haven't you evacuated? The hero demanded. Power Loader. Sorry for the trouble, but I can't evacuate yet. The zero-pointer here has got some other examinees pinned down, but I can't help them on my own. I was hoping to use this thing to help me out. Himiko replied, looking between the screen and the scanner, unsure of what Power Loader was watching her through. Power Loader relaxed a little, glad she had a good reason, before speaking urgently, look, you need to get out of there. All Might, 13, Cementos, and your sister are all hard at work with the zero-pointers, they'll be there to help those trapped examinees soon. It's good that you want to help, but evacuate before you get hurt. Shinso, listening from outside the robot so as not to get in trouble as well, raised an eyebrow at the mention of Himiko's sister. Who was it? She must be a hero if she's helping out, and probably works with All Might or U.A if she was present at the exams with the number 1. He opted to forget about that for now, seeing as the zero-pointer was more important. Himiko shook her head vigorously, I can't just leave. Those other kids are trapped and they might not last much longer. They need help now. She cried. The exasperated excavation hero opened his mouth to argue, but he was cut off by Nizu's voice off camera. Power Loader, give Himiko approval to operate the Venator robots. This is an unusual situation, unusual responses are required. Power Loader sighed, then tapped away at the laptop he was speaking through. Himiko gasped as the three-pointer Venator robot scanned her again, and said, security alert cancelled. Designation, Himiko Midoriya has received operational clearance for all Mk3 Venator class units, before thrumming to life like a car engine being started. All the monitors and lights suddenly switched on, and a pair of control sticks rose up on either side of Himiko. Whoa! Now that's what I'm talking about. Himiko cheered. Celebrate later. Power Loader scolded, listen up, these things control a little like a video game. Use the left stick to move forward, back, and strafe left and right, then use the right stick to turn the robot or look up and down. The trigger on the right side will fire a missile with each press, or constantly fire if you hold it. The trigger on the left will paint a target on whatever the targeting reticule is aimed at, which will make the next missile fired home in on it. It can fire 10 shots before needing a reload, and each bot has roughly 100 shots, those scans show the one you're in only has about 80. It's not super fast, so get into a well-covered position and target the zero-pointer from a distance to draw its attention, so the examinees can escape, got it? Got it. Give authorization to Hitoshi Shinso too, just in case. Himiko said. Him too. Oh, for the love of, fine. I've given him authorization. Now get going. Power Loader ordered, before cutting the transmission. Himiko grinned and took hold of the control sticks, moving the three-pointer around a bit to practice. Once she'd gotten the hang of it, she cracked her fingers and smirked up at Hitoshi, who was sitting atop the robot. Get in here too, otherwise you're a sitting duck. Shinso sighed and hopped in, leading to the two teens wiggling around in a very tight space as they each tried to find room where they could sit comfortably. Shinso ended up sitting in the pilot seat with Himiko in his lap, causing the purple-haired boy to blush. Himiko chuckled, unable to resist making a joke. Don't get too excited, I'll feel it in this position, she teased. Ah yes, my favorite sexual position, the tuna can. Shinso snarked. Himiko laughed, I thought you preferred double teaming with me. Are you always this flirty, or are you just attracted to bed hair and insomnia? Hee, sorry. It's a coping mechanism for life or death situations. Does this happen often? Yep. Between 3 and 6 times before. Himiko said semi-seriously. She wasn't sure if her own possession by a kumitachi, her near-mugging by Jin-chan, or the Akubara thing counted as life or death, for her at least. Shinso sighed, wishing his hands were free so he could face palm. They were behind his back so he didn't touch Himiko inappropriately by mistake. We're gonna die. If we die as heroes. Let's go. Himiko cried, smiling determinedly as she moved the three-pointer forward. Power Loader may have said the three-pointer wasn't that fast, but it certainly moved a lot faster than a normal person could, reaching speeds comparable to low-end cars. Unbeknownst to the teens inside it, Nizu had ordered Power Loader to deactivate the software combat inhibitors on the three-pointer, so Himiko and Shinso could use it more effectively. The only challenge was moving the three-pointer around the deactivated/destroyed robots and the various piles of rubble scattered between them and the zero-pointer. It took some fancy maneuvering, but thanks to Himiko's experience playing against Katsuki in various arcade games, the girl was able to get to the zero-pointer in record time. The trapped examinees looked at the approaching three-pointer with terror, while Himiko and Shinso had similar reactions when the zero-pointer ceased its attack to observe the newcomer. For a single, terrifying moment, the three groups were in a bizarre standoff, with the trapped examinees wondering if they could take the three-pointer too before it attacked them, and Himiko and Shinso wondering if the people they'd come to rescue would attack before the zero-pointer did. Then, to the surprise of the teens within the robot, the zero-pointer ignored them and turned back to the other examinees and began its onslaught again. The zero-pointer doesn't recognize us as a threat. It thinks we're just another robot. Himiko grinned excitedly. Good, now attack it while it's not looking, before the people we came to help decide to take us out. Shinso yelled. Himiko nodded and immediately aimed at one of the large missile pods bombarding the examinees, then painted targets all over it. Once 10 targets were painted, Himiko cried out, "Eat this," and pulled the trigger, unleashing all 10 loaded missiles. The trapped examinees shrieked in surprise, and a few huddled together as if to protect each other, only to be shocked as the missiles ignored them entirely and homed in on the painted targets. The zero-pointer roared as the unexpected assault hit its shoulder, where one of the larger missile pods were. Under normal circumstances, the missiles of the smaller pods weren't enough to do severe damage to the zero-pointer's thick armor, but as the robot was actively firing the larger missiles, which could damage it, one of the smaller missiles had struck and detonated a large one that hadn't cleared the pod yet. The resulting explosion detonated the other missiles being loaded into the pod, starting a chain reaction that resulted in the entire pod exploding, and as it made up most of the robot's shoulder, the zero-pointer's left arm was blown off completely, falling useless to the ground beside the mechanical menace. Himiko and Shinso cheered, and seeing as they'd made themselves known to the zero-pointer as an enemy, they briefly popped out of the still open hatch and grinned at the trapped examinees. "It's okay. We're on your side." Himiko yelled happily, waving. "Holy shit, you scared the crap out of us," the boy with the magnetic quirk yelled back, smiling with relief. "We were sure we were done for," added one of the other boys, who had been huddled behind the other two. There were 3 boys and 2 girls, one of which was still maintaining the bizarre bubble. "I can't hold this much longer. We need to get out of here," she cried. The zero-pointer had temporarily stopped its attack so it could close any circuits leading to the destroyed shoulder, reroute its power systems, and adjust its targeting parameters, but it would soon be back in the fight. Himiko nodded, but her earlier success had caused a minor problem. The disembodied arm of the zero-pointer was lying in the road between them and the other examinees, meaning they'd have to either clamber over the arm, where they would be wide open to attack, or try and go around it by retreating through some alleys, which would take too long. "Magnet dude, can you lift this thing?" Himiko asked urgently. The boy shook his head, "Sorry, but I can only magnetize and control up to 5 metal objects under a certain size. These girders were already pushing it, something that big is impossible for me," he yelled regretfully. "Crap, any other useful quirks over there?" The girl with the strangle bubble quirk shook her head. "I can make bubbles that reduce the effects of all forces within them by about half. We've also got a spider thread quirk, a quirk that allows the user to change their weight, and an anthropomorphic kangaroo quirk." Himiko bit her lip. Could she shift the arm with those quirks? She wagered Izumi could do it, but that girl was a serious quirk fangirl. While she was thinking, the zero-pointer finished its field repairs and turned its focus to the three-pointer, closing its other large missile pod to prevent the previous tactic working again, and instead popping out a smaller pod from the top of the remaining shoulder, and a machine gun turret from the back of the arm, both of which were aimed at the three-pointer. "Midoriya, it wants a round 2. Shinso alerted her. "Shinso, take over and keep it busy. Strafe around over there and bombard it while I get the others," Himiko ordered, before clambering out of the robot and hopping down, leaving Shinso to take control. Shinso immediately followed her instructions and moved the three-pointer over to the part of the road occupied by the destroyed arm's shoulder, where he could move around fairly easily and fire on the zero-pointer, which returned fire with the same kind of missiles. The boy used the destroyed arm as cover to block any missiles he couldn't dodge, and focused on painting targets on the enemy missile pod before firing a full volley at once, though since the zero-pointer took only minor damage to the missiles, it could turn its head to block the missiles aiming for its sensitive weapons, which told Himiko that they were vulnerable. Putting that thought aside, she ran over to the hand section of the destroyed arm. The 5 trapped teens met her on the other side, moving slowly so the magnet user could keep the girder barrier between them and the zero-pointer. Seeing this, Himiko facepalmed. She'd been trying to think of some clever solutions to get the others over the destroyed arm, only for a much simpler solution to be staring her in the face. Magnet dude. Get everyone to sit on one of those girders, then magnetize it so it can float over the arm while using the other 4 as a shield. Himiko ordered. The boy grinned and immediately followed her instructions, moving one of the girders so they could all sit on it while the other 4 were laid down beside it to act as a wall, keeping them from the zero-pointer sight. The teen sat down on it, and Himiko watched with glee as the magnet user levitated them all up slowly, struggling a bit due to the weight, but otherwise managing just fine. They were halfway over the destroyed arm when everything went to hell. Wait! Wait for me, screamed a nasally voice. Himiko paled and looked through the fingers of the zero-pointer's destroyed arm to see the source of the voice. It was a short boy, shorter than even Eri, with hair resembling purple grapes of some sort, and large simple eyes. He was bleeding from his scalp and crying as he raced from his hiding spot behind some rubble, desperate to get to the escaping examinees before he got left behind. Himiko guessed that he'd been hoping to join up with the group of 5 before they were pinned down, leaving him stuck on his own if he wanted to survive. Unfortunately, his loud scream, flailing arms, and desperate running drew the attention of the zero-pointer, who began to turn its remaining arm to take aim with its turret. Thinking fast, Himiko jumped up, then kicked herself off from the zero-pointer's destroyed fingers so she could reach up and grab the girder floating over the arm. She used it like a trapeze, flipping gracefully onto the top of the zero-pointer's arm, then jumping down and running for the boy, shouting back at the other examinees as she went, "Drop the girders back on our side once you get over, then prepare to lift us back over," she cried. She received a shout of confirmation, allowing her to fully focus on getting to the great boy. Unfortunately, she wasn't faster than the turret, and it began to open fire with her just a few feet out of reach. Himiko watched, petrified, as she was certain the boy was about to be shredded by bullets. However, at that exact moment, the bullet struck a bubble thrown up by the force bubble girl and slowed down just enough that Himiko could leap and dive, knocking the boy down and saving his life. Himiko's beamed with happiness as she saw the boy she shoved bounce out of the bullet's path, though that happiness was decreased drastically as she felt burning pain in her leg. 2 of the bullets had struck it as she dived, one grazing her calf and the other embedding itself in her shin. Himiko landed, ending her dive with a roll as she suppressed a scream of pain. Getting shot hurt like hell, and the zero-pointer was already aiming to finish her and the boy off, now that they couldn't easily run. Thankfully, they were saved by Shinso and the examinees, the former of which was still bombarding the robot with missiles while the magnet user was using the wrecked missile pods of defeated three-pointers like giant makeshift grenades, successfully drawing the zero-pointer's attention away from Himiko and the great boy. It was lucky that the robot seemed to only focus on the biggest threat. With a grimace, Himiko tore a leg off her jogging pants and used it to wrap up her bullet wound so she wouldn't bleed out. That done, she turned to the great boy, "You need to run. The other examinees will get you to safety." "But what about you? You're hurt," he cried. "I'll be fine. I'll cover your escape then follow right after." Himiko reassured him. The boy didn't look convinced, but whether it was out of a decision to trust her or desperation to escape certain death, the boy obediently turned and ran towards the others. The magnet user had lowered some girders back to the other side just as Himiko had ordered, so once the great boy reached them, he would be levitated to safety. With him on his way, Himiko began to slowly hobble her way to safety, beneath the notice of the zero-pointer since she wasn't the biggest threat. Then Shinso ran out of missiles. Shinso, who'd been slowly denting the zero-pointer's head with volley after volley of minor explosives, pulled the trigger to fire the next volley, when a message popped up on the screen in front of him, "Warning, ammunition depleted." "No!" Shino cried. Power Loader had warned that their three-pointer only had about 80 missiles, and in volleys of 10, it hadn't taken long to drain that supply. To compound that issue, the magnet user wasn't tossing missile pods anymore, as he was distracted by lifting the great boy to safety atop a girder. Without any ammo, the zero-pointer didn't view its smaller, three-point variant as the biggest threat, and since the rest of the examinees were behind its destroyed arm and out of sight, it focused on the closest target it could kill, the great boy. It took aim, but before it could fire, Himiko saw what it was planning and yelled at it, "Hey, junk bot. You want a threat, then take a look over here, she cried, before pulling one of the small missiles she'd gathered earlier and tossing it at the robot. It collided with the turret and exploded, severely damaging but not destroying the weapon. Himiko drew a second one from her pocket, cursing as she did so. This would be her last one, the others having fallen from her pocket while she was squirming about inside the three-pointer with Shinso. Just as she'd hoped, the zero-pointer turned to face her completely, recognizing her as the biggest threat. It scanned her for a moment, then raised its arm to aim the turret mounted there. It was damaged, enough so that Himiko was sure another explosion like the last would be all she needed to destroy the gun. She had one missile left, so it would only be a matter of hitting her mark while dodging the incoming hail of bullets. She could do it. The rattling of the bullet belt being fed into the weapon gave her an early warning, and just as the zero-pointer opened fire, Himiko dodged to the side and threw her missile, aiming straight for the weapon. Her aim was right on the mark, ensuring the turret would be destroyed. Until a venting panel suddenly opened up and blocked the explosion, leaving the turret intact. Himiko felt all the hope drain from her as her last-ditch attempt failed. Desperately, she turned to the other examinees then smiled with relief upon seeing the grape boy had been successfully pulled to the other side. At least she'd managed to save him. Heh, with a power like mine, I'm really not suited for this. U.A is so unfair. She chuckled, watching as the zero-pointer lowered the venting panel slowly, it having been slightly misshapen by the explosion. Himiko's leg was throbbing and she thought of running, but even if her leg was healthy, she wouldn't make it to the zero-pointer's fallen arm in time to avoid being gunned down. Like it or not, she wasn't leaving while the zero-pointer was still operational. I told Shinso that if I'm going to die, I'll die like a hero. I may be useless here, but I'll buy the hero's time to save the others. Himiko declared, activating her quirk. She used some of her stockpiled blood to transform into Katsuki, thinking it was the best form she could use for a last stand with an explosive robot. The gray slime bubbled up from her skin and covered her, transforming herself into the shape of Katsuki Bakugo, albeit dressed in her gym clothes. While transformed, the injuries she sustained in her real form disappeared temporarily, so Himiko could ignore her bullet wound for as long as the transformation lasted, though any injuries she received while transformed would transfer to her normal state. Her new appearance made the zero-pointer pause to scan her for a moment, before taking aim again and preparing to fire. Even if I die, I won't let you hurt them. Himiko roared in Katsuki's voice, running forward. The zero-pointer began to fire, Shinso cried Himiko's name, and Himiko's vision was consumed by white flames. When the flames disappeared, Himiko found herself floating in the astral plane, once again in her own shape and completely unable to move. She floated there for a moment, taking in the sight of the golden clouds and parchment-colored sky. Did I die? Izumi said she ended up here when she died and resurrected, but does that mean everyone comes here when they die? She thought, trying to stave off the incredible terror trying to overtake her. In the moment, Himiko had been prepared for death if it meant saving the others, but faced with the reality of it, she wanted to scream and cry. No matter how hard she tried though, Himiko couldn't move and instead floated in that single spot of the astral planes, alone with her thoughts. That lasted for only a few moments before something else appeared far ahead of her. It was a massive ball of white flames, like a miniature white sun, and in front of it stood Izumi. Around the reborn goddess were several animals, the brush gods. Himiko recognized Moegami, the Hanagami trio, and of course the one that once possessed her, Tashigami, but she hadn't seen the others before. Yamagami, Bakugami, and Nuregami stood around Izumi also, watching her reverently along with Moegami and the Hanagami monkeys as she reached for the white flames. Tashigami stood silently beside her. Himiko watched Izumi absorb the white sun, then direct the flames from her own body to Tashigami's. Himiko had no idea what was happening, or why she was seeing something like this, but it looked like some kind of strange ritual to her. Izumi and the brush gods didn't notice she was there either, and Himiko couldn't move her mouth to shout to them. Just as Izumi was finishing pushing the white flames into Tashigami, a bizarre tendril of the stuff shot from the mouse god's body and spiraled through the air towards Himiko, striking her in the heart. Himiko gasped as a massive wave of power began to flow through her body, like the strange white fire had lit her blood aflame. The astral plane faded away to be replaced by an endless white void, with only Himiko, Izumi, and Tashigami inside it. Izumi and Tashigami turned to face her, finally seeming to see Himiko. Izumi smiled warmly and held out a hand, while Tashigami bowed his head politely. Himiko felt some sensation return to her arms, and moved to hold her own hand out, hoping to reach Izumi's, but as she did so, a strange shadow began to appear beneath her. The shadow transformed into a full clone of Himiko, then shrank and mutated, transforming into the state she turned into while possessed by Akomatachi all those years ago. Izumi and Tashigami scowled at the shadow Himiko, and both shot another wave of white flame from their hearts, incinerating the shadow with a horrendous shriek. Himiko had to close her eyes to endure the brightness of the flames, and when she opened them again, Izumi and Tashigami were right in front of her, each offering a hand, or paw, in the mouse god's case. Himiko, now able to move, took their hands in her own, wondering if the two would now take her on to the afterlife, only for a voice to speak to her in her head, a voice that sounded somewhat like Izumi's, but older and with the same divine echo as the brush gods. Your life has not yet ended. The flame of Amaterasu has burned out your hidden darkness and kindled a new flame of your own. Return to the waking world, loyal friend of the sun, and enjoy the blessing that is life. Himiko blinked. Waking world? Was this a dream then? Or perhaps a vision of some kind? What the heck was happening? Who was that voice? Why did Izumi and Tashigami appear in her head? What was that shadow version of her? Himiko had many questions and no answers, but if the voice was to be believed, she also still had her life. The time for asking questions would be later, for now she had to live. Her vision went white once more and then returned to normal. Himiko opened her eyes back in the real world, once again in the form of Katsuki facing down the zero-pointer with its machine gun turret pointed right at her. In the distance, she heard Shinso shouting the last syllable of her name, and in front of her she saw the first of the robot's bullets heading her way. Everything, including her, was moving in slow motion as her mind went into overdrive. I won't die that easy. Himiko cried, feeling sweat drip down her face and palms. She dived to the side, but just like before she realized she wasn't fast enough and would be clipped by the bullets. The thought made her angry, and with a grit of her teeth, a spark appeared in her palm. The spark suddenly ignited the sweat in her palm, and an explosion roared out. Himiko squeaked in surprise, which sounded incredibly strange in Katsuki's voice, as the explosion from her palm propelled her dive further than she'd expected, evading the bullets completely but leaving her to roll awkwardly into the side of a destroyed one-pointer. Quickly scrambling to her feet, Himiko stared down at her hands with awe. Small pops and crackles were dancing across her transformed palms, igniting some of the sweat pooling there and creating small bursts of flame and smoke. This is explosion. Katsuki's quirk. But how? Himiko thought of the vision she just had. This was something to do with Izumi and her divine powers, it had to be. How had it led to this? Did Izumi somehow learn she was in trouble and lend her some divine power? When her quirk had been improved by Akomatachi, Himiko had supposedly been able to copy the quirks of those she transformed into, though she'd never had the opportunity to use that ability. Could Izumi do the same with divine power? It was the only logical solution Himiko could come up, considering the vision she'd had. Unless it was a quirk awakening and the vision had nothing to do with it. The zero-pointer turned and aimed at her again, its large body in the relatively small area it had to move in making it slow and cumbersome. Himiko decided to hold off on investigating this new development until she was safe. The zero-pointer was still gunning for her, and with Katsuki's explosion quirk, Himiko now had the perfect weapon to stop it. She was sure Katsuki's explosions could destroy this thing. The machine gun began firing and Himiko easily dodged with an explosion from her left palm, before using a smaller one from her right to stop herself being launched too far. She then propelled herself towards the turret before it could take aim again, using carefully angled explosions to let her fly forward. Since Himiko's quirk gave her the ability to transform into a person and use their voice, but not their natural mannerisms, Himiko had trained to observe and mimic others so she could effectively impersonate them, and as her training partners, she was able to mimic Izumi and Katsuki almost perfectly, right down to their melee combat styles. This, combined with intimate knowledge of how Katsuki's quirk worked, allowed Himiko to imitate his usage of explosion to incredible results. The average bystander would assume she'd had the quirk her entire life. Though anyone who'd seen the real Katsuki in action would know her movements were somewhat sloppy, she'd never been able to practice with his quirk before after all. Still, her skill was more than adequate to mimic Katsuki's explosive speed and rocket-propelled flight enough to reach the damaged turret of the zero-pointer. Feeling vindictive, Himiko grinned in Katsuki's signature bloodthirsty way and screamed, "Die," as she unleashed an explosion directly into the turret. Combined with the damage from earlier, the force of the explosion was more than enough to blast the turret away, leaving it as a pile of scrap beside the zero-pointer's arm. The explosion had sent pins and needles up Himiko's arm, but she shook it off and turned her attention to the zero-pointer's head. The robot tried to flail its arm to shake Himiko off, but she simply blasted herself up into the air and ventured skyward, aiming to take the machine titan's head. As she passed its shoulder, she shoved her palm forward and destroyed the smaller missile pod, leaving the zero-pointer with no more weapons that Himiko knew of, resulting in the rest of her flight being relatively safe. She stopped her ascent right in front of the zero-pointer's face. "This is probably going to hurt, but it's worth it to take you down. Take this." Himiko roared in Katsuki's voice as she thrust both palms towards the robot's head. She then unleashed the biggest explosion she could, completely consuming her target in a huge gout of flame and smoke. The force of the explosion was enough to disperse the clouds high above, and was so loud that it could be heard clearly across the entire school. The zero-pointer's head, mildly damaged by the barrage of missiles that Shinso had been firing, was utterly vaporized, and the backlash was enough to completely shatter Himiko's arms. The girl cried out in horrendous pain, her transformation splattering into gray sludge as she could no longer maintain it. Her arms were bleeding heavily, twisted at odd angles, and the skin had turned an ugly purple, leaving them completely useless until Recovery Girl or Izumi could heal them. Himiko fell, barely able to think straight from the pain while the zero-pointer, now headless, collapsed backwards into the ruins of the test site, thankfully missing the examinees. That was a comforting thought for Himiko, as she fell rapidly towards the unforgiving concrete. If it weren't for the timely intervention of the girl with the kangaroo quirk, who jumped to catch her at the last moment, Himiko likely would have died from the fall. Ugh, thanks for the save. Himiko grimaced, trying to block out the pain in her arms. We should be saying that to you. Kangaroo Girl said, concern on her face. She quickly hopped over to the others, including Shinso who'd clambered out of the three-pointer, then sat Himiko on one of the girders they'd escaped with. Holy shit. Midoriya, what the hell was that? Shinso yelled worriedly. Himiko giggled, but quickly stopped when the movement shot fresh pain through her body. That was my quirk. By ingesting a person's blood, I can transform into them. I have an internal stockpile of blood I've drunk, which doesn't disappear until I've used it. The guy I turned into was my honorary brother, Katsuki. I call him Kaken though, she explained. Shinso frowned, if you had a power like that, why didn't you use it before? That guy's explosion quirk would be ideal for this test. I couldn't. Before today, I couldn't use the quirks of people I turn into. I only turned into Kaken because I got shot in the leg and transforming. Let's me ignore the injury for a bit, she replied. I don't know why I was suddenly able to use his quirk. I guess it was just luck. The examinees she'd saved looked at each other with shock. Wait, you didn't know you could do that. But you ran right into gunfire to save me, the short great boy yelped. Himiko shrugged, then winced at the pain it caused. Ah. Damn, that hurts. I didn't really think about it, to be honest. I just saw you in trouble and ran to help. But what about your arms? They're really messed up. Magnet Boy asked, trying to avoid looking directly at the mess that was Himiko's broken limbs. Even a glance made him nauseous. Kaken's quirk is powerful, and he's mostly blast-proof, but the backlash of his stronger explosions can hurt his arms. I used that quirk's strongest possible explosion, since I wasn't sure anything weaker would stop the zero-pointer. I managed to destroy it, but my arms ended up being destroyed. Don't worry though, my sister has an awesome healing power and will fix me up later. Himiko promised. Shinso shook his head, you're crazy, well whatever. The zero-pointer is gone and the exam is over anyway. Let's get out of here before anything else can go wrong. They all agreed to that. Himiko struggled to her feet, only to be scooped up by the kangaroo girl again. You have a bullet in your leg and 2 broken arms, let me carry you. Himiko smiled, thanks. I appreciate it. With that said, the group left the test site and were met by all the other examinees that had already evacuated. They took one look at Himiko and paled drastically, with several demanding to know what happened. The Magnet Boy and Grape Boy began to tell them about Himiko's heroic rescue, and the part Shinso had to play in it, while the kangaroo girl gently placed Himiko onto the steps of the bus they had all arrived on. One of the examinees hurried over and showed off some decent first aid training by rebandaging Himiko's injured leg under Shinso's watchful eye. Though they didn't dare touch her arms. The boys were just getting to the climax of the story when Space Hero 13 came jogging over. Is this everyone? She asked urgently. Yeah. The zero-pointer was destroyed. Only Midoriya has any serious injuries. Force Bubble Girl answered. 13 looked over to Himiko, her expression hidden within her helmet. I should have guessed this would happen. Bakugu took out the zero-pointer in Site D, and we just got word that your sister did the same in Site B. Recovery Girl and Present Mike are on their way there as we speak. You 3 really are too much sometimes. 13 sighed, wondering what kind of hero class they'd be teaching this year. Himiko beamed, hee, my brother and sister are strong. Indeed they are, as are you. You are badly hurt though. 13 pointed out, before tapping her helmet. Principal, Himiko Midoriya took out the zero-pointer in Site F. Yeah. She's hurt, but it looks like she took it down at the same time as her sister took down the other one. Got it. I'll let her know, she said quietly, speaking with Nizu over their comms. Once her call was done, she turned back to the students. Okay everyone, back on the bus. We'll be heading back to the school. Anyone with injuries are to sit in the front, medic bots are waiting to take you to the infirmary so recovery girl can heal you. Everyone else will be allowed to change clothes and go home. Himiko, with help from Shinso, hobbled to a seat at the front of the bus as ordered, while 13 watched carefully. This shouldn't have happened, but you did well today, Midoriya. Your family will be proud, the hero assured her. Himiko smiled, I'm just glad everyone is okay. I wonder how Kaken did. She slurred, her eyes drooping as tiredness overcame her. She barely got the words out before she lost consciousness. And so ended the disastrous U.A entrance exams. For the students, it was the beginning of an anxious wait for their results. But for the teachers, it was the beginning of a major investigation. Someone had tried to murder all the teenage examinees, and the U.A heroes were going to find out who. Next chapter, the declaration of war to be released, November 18, 2021. Well, how's that for an explosive finale? To those people who'd guessed what would happen after the last chapter, congratulations on being correct. A combination of her previous possession, Izumi's use of praise, and her own stressful situation has resulted in a quirk awakening for Himiko, and she can now use the quirks of those she transforms into, just like in the manga and anime. I had a lot of fun writing this chapter, and the banter between Himiko and Shinso. Piloting a three-pointer was also a plan I had for allowing Himiko a way to pass the exam, but I realized she had no skill in hotwiring things, especially something so advanced, so I thought I'd have to scrap it. Thankfully this scenario let me keep the idea. Also, a short cameo from a certain great boy. Enjoy it, because we won't be seeing him again for quite a while, winky face. Next chapter, Nizu and the other teachers meet to discuss the attack, and Sakuya is on the warpath. Also, a certain group of villains are unhappy with the response to their actions. Thank you all once again, and I look forward to reading your thoughts on this chapter and the ones to come. 8-8, The Declaration of War. Sunday, February 26, 2282. Principal's Office, Udata High School. Nizu sat somberly behind his desk, an untouched cup of tea cooling in front of him as he thought about the day's events. It was only late afternoon, yet he felt like the whole ordeal had taken hours upon hours. Every Udata teacher except Lunch Rush, Power Loader, and Recovery Girl was present in the office as well, yet it was unnaturally silent as they all thought about the ramifications of the attack. For that was what it was, an attack. Someone had used Udata's own zero-pointer robots in an attempt to kill its future students. Nizu's paws clenched and he held back a growl. That was unforgivable. If Power Loader hadn't received that final diagnostic report, they might not have mobilized the heroes fast enough to save the examinees, and if it weren't for the actions of Izumi, Himiko, and Katsuki, many examinees would have been seriously hurt or killed before the heroes could get there, as in all three cases, their zero-pointers had been destroyed shortly before a teacher arrived. That thought only made the teachers even angrier. They had been too slow 3 times. Katsuki had needed help from 2 other examinees, Izumi had to awaken a new level of power and overcome mental trauma, and Himiko had to undergo a similar mysterious awakening. And suffer serious injuries, all to save the examinees. That had been the Udata heroes' responsibility, and yet in all 3 cases, examinees would have died if not for the trio of young heroes, 2 of whom were now unconscious in Recovery Girl's office. Nizu resolved to thank all 3 of them when next he saw them. The other heroes in the room were just as angry, worried, and frustrated. All Might was staring into his cup of tea like it had personally insulted him. He'd wasted so much time with the zero-pointer in Site A that he'd not finished the second one in Site C until it was too late to get to either Himiko or Izumi, leaving them to deal with everything alone, which led to them being hurt and exhausted. He had a soft spot for all 3 of the Sunburst trio, but the girls held a special place in his heart since they were the daughters of his lover, not to mention Izumi being the one to heal him. He hoped they and Inko wouldn't be too upset with him for his mistakes. And Eri too. The poor little thing would never speak to him again if she thought it was his fault that her mama was in trouble. Cementos and 13 were having similar thoughts as they sat together on one of Nizu's sofas. Cementos had taken too long to defeat the zero-pointer in Site G, as he'd taken an overly cautious approach to ensure no examinees were harmed. It had been unnecessary since they had all evacuated not long after he arrived, but the hero had also wanted to minimize damage to the test site, since he'd be the one to repair it. 13 was even more upset since she'd made a rookie mistake. Like Himiko and Shinso, her attack on the zero-pointer had caused debris to block her exit, so even after the zero-pointer's generator had been turned to dust inside her black holes, the space hero had been forced to waste precious time consuming the rest of the robot so she and the examinees could leave. If either had been faster or smarter with their quirks, they would have gotten to Site F in time to stop Himiko from being injured. The remaining 6 teachers, Hound Dog, Eraserhead, Present Mike, Midnight, Snipe, and Ectoplasm, were standing around silently, mentally going over what had happened. None of them would have been able to take on a zero-pointer at full power. Present Mike could have, but not without seriously harming the hearing of everyone in the school, and that was source of frustration for all of them, who'd had to sit back and listen as kids fought for their lives. On the bright side, they'd gotten to see a lot of the examinees shine when it comes to rescue work and operating in an emergency. As well as the attacks themselves, Nizu and the teachers had been stuck dealing with the aftermath, namely the school board, the police and concerned parents, not to mention the other 2 exam periods meant to take place that day. The zero-pointers had attacked during the morning exam slot, and Yudere had cancelled the afternoon and evening exams as a result, rescheduling those exams for next Saturday instead, assuming they could find something to replace the zero-pointers in the exam. Both the school board and the police had made it clear that Yudere were not to use them again until they had been thoroughly investigated, not that Nizu was planning to. It was a huge mess, and to top it off, they'd all have to go back to work as teachers tomorrow. They couldn't close the school so close to the end of the term. There was a knock on the door, making Nizu look up, enter. The door opened and 3 people walked in. The first 2 were Power Loader, who'd been investigating the destroyed zero-pointers, and Recovery Girl, who'd been healing the minor injuries of the examinees and looking after the Midoriya girls. The third was a grim-faced Sakuya Kanahana, which had every hero in the room tensing up. "Ah, President Kanahana. Can I ask if you are here as a parent or as the president of the commission?" Nizu asked politely. "The latter, I'm afraid," Sakuya said with a frown. "As a hero school, Yudata falls under the purview of the commission. The police asked us to get involved, as have numerous parents. Quite a few have pulled their children from the Yudata exams and are sending them to your competitors. Personally, I can't blame them. If I didn't trust Yudata's heroes so much, I would be encouraging my daughters to pick another school as well." "Are the little listeners doing okay?" Mike asked. Recovery Girl nodded. "Izumi is unconscious due to using her powers to their limits, but she isn't hurt at all. Himiko suffered 2 gunshot wounds to her right leg thanks to the zero-pointer, as well as breaking both arms in numerous places due to the backlash of her copied explosion quirk. She was too tired for me to properly heal, and I had to remove a bullet from her leg, operate to set the bones in her arms, then plaster them and put them in slings until she regains stamina or Izumi wakes up," the old woman said, clinically going over Himiko's wounds. The other teachers paled and grimaced, especially as they saw Sakuya's face darken. "Inko and the Onikawas came with me and have already picked up Katsuki and the girls. We will take care of them so you needn't worry," Sakuya said evenly. Nizu nodded sadly. "Please let me know if there is anything we can do. Yudare will cover any expenses they might require." Sakuya waved him off. "I appreciate the gesture, but it is unnecessary. The commission's lawyers are already going over this event with a fine-tooth comb to ensure you can't be sued. Now forgive me everyone, you asked if I was here as president or parent, and while I am officially here as commission president, let me ask you this as both. What the hell happened here today?" she demanded. The Yudata heroes winced. Few things were scarier to a teacher than a parent whose children had been endangered, and even the sternest heroes knew not to mess with the hero commission president, and here they were dealing with both at once. Nizu took a gulp of his cold tea and began to explain in as clinical a way as possible. The practical exam began perfectly normally. We released all the examinees into 7 different training grounds that had been designated test sites and had them hunt and destroy varying robots. The independent Victory-class security drone, a modified laser turret mounted onto a repurposed cargo carrier droid, nicknamed Imperial, and the decommissioned Venator military assault tank were the 3 robot types we used, colloquially referred to as the 1, 2, and 3 pointers respectively. All 3 robots had their armaments set at a level that could mildly injure, but not kill, and had combat inhibitors and strict targeting parameters hardwired into them. However, at the midpoint of the exam, we released the zero-pointers to act as stage hazards, to see how the examinees would deal with a foe they couldn't defeat and had to work around. Sakuya frowned. "Zero-pointer? What kind of robot is it?" "The military and hero training aid, executor," Power Loader answered. The tree spirit paled and looked at the heroes like they were insane. "Executors? You sent examinees against executors? The commission uses those as training devices for the top heroes and those with gigantification quirks. They have machine gun turrets, short-range missile launchers, mid-range anti-air missile launchers, state-of-the-art combat programming, and an AI analysis program," she yelled, both completely furious and shocked to her core. "The executors were supposed to be under the control of the military and the commission. How did Yudata even get their hands on some? Who gave you authorization to use these robots?" Sakuya demanded. "We received 10 executor units 2 years ago. They had been heavily damaged in classified military tests and U.A was allowed to keep them on the condition that Power Loader could both repair them and install combat inhibitors into both the hardware and software. Nizu answered honestly. He had jumped at the chance, feeling it was just the edge his entrance exam needed. In hindsight, he wished he'd declined. Sakuya still wasn't happy, but she was at least glad it was the military and not the commission who'd done this. I assume this didn't happen during the last year's exam? Of course not. Power Loader's modifications functioned perfectly and we even used the zero-pointers as obstacles in the second-year sports festival. They didn't prove much of a threat though, so we had planned to use them for the first years at the next festival. Even if they hadn't been destroyed, we wouldn't have after today. Nizu promised. No, the problem is that this year, after we activated them, Power Loader received the usual diagnostic report from each one and discovered that the software combat inhibitors had been disabled, allowing them to use lethal force. Their targeting parameters were reprogrammed to view all organic life as S-rank villains. Lastly, all remote communication with them was cut straight after the diagnostic was sent. Sakuya narrowed her eyes dangerously. That's far too many issues to be a coincidence. That is what I believe also. Once we realized what was happening, I issued an evacuation order to the examinees and sent all teachers to save the children and destroy the zero-pointers. Only All Might, Cementos, and 13 could destroy them though, which slowed our response. All Might took care of sites A and C, 13 took care of site E, and Cementos took care of site G. Your daughters, Katsuki Bakugu, and 3 other boys helped deal with the remaining robots. Nizu told her. I see. I'll get the full story of what happened in sites B, D, and F when my daughters wake up. I must ask though, Izumi wasn't supposed to be involved at all, so did you send her out with the other heroes? Sakuya asked. Not exactly. I'd asked her to assist with the exam as a healer and overseer for Site B before the exam had begun. I have something in the works, but I'll discuss it with you once Izumi has rested. I will admit that I told the other teachers to ignore Site B until the other sites were safe. I had faith in Amaterasu's ability to deal with it, the principal confessed. The wood sprite pursed her lips, clearly less than pleased with the rodent hero. As Izumi's mother, I am not happy with this. However, it is not my place to get involved with favors between heroes. I accepted this kind of thing could happen the moment I agreed to allow her early promotion. You are lucky this is a hero school though. The only conditions to work here in any capacity is to be a hero, otherwise you'd be in trouble for having a minor and unqualified person assist with your exams, she said irritably. Now what have your investigations discovered? Nizu gestured to Power Loader, who'd been the one examining the wreckage of the various zero-pointers. The excavation hero, laptop in hand, marched over to Nizu's desk and produced a small USB drive from his pocket, which he held up to show everyone before placing it on the desk. What is that? A memory stick? Vlad asked. Power Loader nodded, yes. It's a basic, 12 GB name brand memory stick. It, and 6 others like it, were inserted into ports within the 7 zero-pointers used for the exam. On each of these USB drives is a virus that forcibly changed crucial data within each of the executor robots. This virus deleted the software combat inhibitors, reprogrammed the targeting parameters, sent pre-approved arming and refueling requests to the rigs that prepare them before use, and then cut all communications the instant after the final diagnostics were sent. Simply put, someone inserted these sticks into the zero-pointers and caused all this. The heroes looked grimly at one another. Many had wondered why the zero-pointers had bullets and missiles inside them if those weapons weren't designed to be used in the exam, and now they knew why. The virus had the rigs load their weapons straight after activating. The rigs were basically just a collection of cranes and simplistic robots that maintained the zero-pointers and got their generators jump-started by temporarily hooking them up to the city's power grid. They didn't send their own diagnostics, and came with the robots from the military, hence why they had ammunition on hand. The ammo had been stored along with spare parts and maintenance tools used by the rig's robots, so it hadn't been immediately noticed and removed by Power Loader, an oversight on his part. Lastly, since the diagnostic report was programmed in by Power Loader, who never expected the weapons to be loaded, they weren't included in the reports he received. Do we have all 7 of these? Eraserhead asked, pointing at the memory stick. Power Loader shook his head. No, this one came from the zero-pointer in Site G. The teens destroyed the heads of their opponents, so we couldn't get them intact, though I did find scraps of the sticks to prove they were there. All Might destroyed his too, though to a lesser extent, so there were more pieces of them left, and 13 consumed hers in a black hole, turning the stick to dust. This stick is the only one completely intact, which is lucky as otherwise we wouldn't have discovered what happened. Okay, so we have the what, now we need the how, when, why, and who. Sakuya mused. We already know the when, and possibly the how. Eraserhead pointed out. What do you mean, Shota? Midnight asked. Remember when I came to the observation room after the meeting with Nizu and Amaterasu? The heroes nodded, then suddenly realized what he was getting at. Yeah. You came in with orders from old Nizu for power loader. Told M to check the security feeds around the test sites for signs of something wrong. Snipe said. That's right. Before our meeting, Amaterasu apparently sensed something strange. She told Eraserhead and I that she sensed something that could only be described as wrong and that it was similar to corruption and evil, the same kind as she encountered with demons. She didn't really know how to articulate the feeling well, but she did say it was like different evil souls stitched together with malice, and that she could sense it a good distance away, appearing and disappearing as if by teleportation in the direction of the test sites. Nizu told them. Sakuya's frown deepened. Izumi's senses were rarely wrong when it came to things like this. If she alerted Nizu and the U teachers, then she must have felt something serious would happen. Combined with the text message from Prophet. It couldn't be a coincidence. I'd wager that Izumi sensed this strange presence in each of the zero-pointer preparation areas within the test sites. And if the perpetrator had a warping or teleporting quirk, it would explain how they managed to plug in the USBs. Power Loader said, I checked the camera feeds before the exams, like Eraser asked, and saw nothing. I checked a little while ago and still nothing, whoever did this wasn't caught on camera. What's more, the ports were inside the zero-pointers' heads, where the cockpit is, and they can only be accessed by using an authorized key card on the access port atop their heads. The card reader logs all entries, and the last entry was me when I checked them this morning, during the written exam. The only way for someone to get past the card readers, plug in the USBs, and escape without getting caught on camera would be by teleporting directly into the zero-pointers' heads. And since Izumi sensed a demon, the teleporter is either a possessed person with a teleportation quirk, or a demon with similar powers. Izumi's comment about it being different kinds of evil souls all stitched together makes me think it's likely a possessed person with multiple demons inside them. Either that or some kind of twisted science experiment. Sakuya theorized. The heroes listened intently, mentally putting together the information they'd received. They now knew how, when, what, and had a good clue into who. That just left why. What was there to gain by doing something like this? The villain behind the attack could have done untold damage if they'd programmed the zero-pointers to leave the test sites and rampage around the school or city, but instead they'd simply set them to attack anyone that came near them, implying their targets had been the students. A demon being behind it implied that they were after Izumi, but they couldn't have known Izumi was going to be there. They had appeared and disappeared before Nizu had even thought about having her as an overseer. Perhaps they had been attempting to harm her siblings to get to her, and infected all the zero-pointers since they didn't know what test site they were going to be in. But there were problems with that plan too. Himiko's sudden evolution had made it clear that Katsuki could have handled the zero-pointer alone if he'd needed to, so unless the target was just Himiko, which wouldn't make much sense, then the plan would have seemed pointless and slapdash, which the level of planning required to prepare the virus and infiltrate the robots would disprove. With that in mind, Nizu's gut told him to discount Izumi, Himiko, and Katsuki as the targets of the plan. The limited scope of the attack also ruled out U.A or the city as the main targets of the attack, leaving only the examinees themselves. Nizu planned to subtly investigate all of them to see if one was the target of the attack, but his gut was already telling him that was unlikely. But something else was bothering him, and it was bothering Power Loader too. Why allow the diagnostic reports to be sent? Surely the villain must have realized that the reports would alert the U.A heroes and make them act faster, and their technological prowess in creating the virus certainly proved they should have been able to prevent the reports, or stop their changes being logged in it. It was almost like they wanted us to know. Nizu suddenly said, eyes widening. What? Sakuya exclaimed. They wanted us to know about the attack. This wasn't a serious attempt to destroy the school or harm anyone specifically, this was just to sow chaos. It wasn't an attack, it was a declaration of war. Nizu growled. And our students were the targets. Anger flitted across the faces of everyone in the room. Someone had done all this, almost getting countless children killed, just to send a pathetic declaration. Sakuya and the U.A heroes were furious, and determined to make them pay. A declaration of war against U.A, the premier school for heroics in Japan and arguably the world. They're either very brave or very foolish. Vlad King commented. But why? Why now? Ectoplasm asked. There are three possibilities that I can think of. First, something changed for the villain. Perhaps they only recently became a villain and have a grudge against the school. Perhaps they only recently learned how to create the virus, or teamed up with someone who could. Perhaps they only just found a way around our security. Perhaps they were only recently released from prison and have a grudge against one of our teachers. There are many things that could have changed for the villain. Nizu suggested. Eraser sighed, I'll go over the records of any students expelled by current teachers. It might give us a clue. I'll do the same for any villains arrested by us, and have since been released or broken out of jail. Present Mike added. I'll check the quirk registry for warping/teleportation quirks. Recovery Girl said. Sakuya nodded, a good start. I'll ask some of my employees to assist you. Now what are the other two possibilities you mentioned, Principal? Both are things that changed for us. The first is Amaterasu's enrollment here at UA. Since the perpetrator is connected to demons in some way, it would make sense. The second is All Might, he's becoming a teacher here at Udare starting this year, though it hasn't been officially announced yet. Nizu answered. Toshinori frowned, you believe this declaration could be against me? It makes sense, you're the #1 hero and symbol of peace. You're normally too big a target to attack, and are hard to track down, but a villain bold enough to attack you likely wouldn't be intimidated by that, and would instead use it as a way to get to you, since you're guaranteed to be here at specific times. Sakuya pointed out. I feel that is the more likely option. Nizu added. But if demons are involved, wouldn't it make more sense for young Izumi to be the target of the declaration? I mean, no one outside this room is even supposed to know I'm working here now. Toshinori argued. It makes more rational sense for you to be the target, even with the demons being involved. Eraser said, think about it, the public knows Amaterasu and Izumi Midoriya are the same person and that she lives in the commission branch here in Mizurufu. It wouldn't be difficult to find out what middle school she goes to, nor would it be hard to lure her into a trap by meeting her on her way to or from that school. It was how the shy Hasaikai caught her after all. But she'd never fall for that a second time, and she doesn't go to or from the school by herself. Toshinori shot back. True, but if Izumi is the objective, which is the softer target? A couple of bodyguards and teenagers walking to or from a middle school. Or a heavily defended high school staffed by a well-balanced team of heroes and with the best security in the city. If Izumi was the target, waiting until now to send their little declaration to her would be foolish. Eraser reasoned. So it makes more sense for them to be attacking me. Toshi scowled. Unless the villain is a lucky idiot, yes. Face it, All Might, you're hard to find in most cases. Even your agency, Might Tower, is rarely visited by you. Most of the time, you're on the move and people only see you by chance or if you're called for by one of the very few people to have your number. Laying a trap for you is difficult, but if you're a teacher here, then suddenly people know where you'll be at specific times. Toshinori frowned and crossed his arms. He didn't like the idea that his presence had endangered the examinees and students, though he did sort of hope that Nizu and Eraserhead were right. If he was the target of this foolish war, then he could handle it easily, and he'd even have Izumi on hand to eradicate the demon element. I don't like it, but I can't argue with your points. But how did they know about my new job? Do you think it was leaked? Nizu shook his head. No, if it was leaked then the media would be all over it. I don't think it would be the work of a spy either, no student knows about it yet and I trust everyone in this room. The only solution I can think of is that the teleporter was able to sneak in here beforehand and witness our documents about it. It could also be a keen observer. Sakuya suggested, All Might has been almost exclusively involved with Mizurufu cases since the Orochi incident. Anyone following his movements might put 2 and 2 together and realize he's working in this area more because he's been employed at UA. Not much else is here in Mizurufu, and I doubt anyone believes he's moved here to be closer to Endeavor and Hawks. Toshi paled. If someone was watching his movements that keenly, then they might eventually figure out his civilian identity, and if that happened then Inko and the girls would be in danger. He needed to be more cautious, and begin carrying a change of clothes around with him so there was no chance of anyone realizing he and All Might were the same person. Inko, Izumi, Himiko, and Eri were the closest he'd had to a family since Nana died and he went his separate ways from Gran Torino and Sir Nightai. He had to protect them. Assuming you're all right about this, what do we do? He asked. Just in case we're wrong and Izumi is the target, I'll warn her and ensure she doesn't go anywhere alone. I'll also warn the rest of the family to be careful too. My assistance in the commission will help you investigate any potential people with a grudge against Udare, but the rest is up to you. I'll be busy working with the lawyers to ensure you don't get sued for today's attack. Sakuya said. Thankfully the press don't know it was an attack and not a malfunction yet, so we have some time to work in peace before they catch wind of it. In the meantime, I'm going to use this little debacle to push forward a proposal I've been trying to get past the board, one that will help protect the students. Nizu said. Today may have been a serious attack, but there was no reason he couldn't exploit it to their advantage. Does this proposal have anything to do with that plan you had for Amaterasu? Hound Dog asked. No, but that will play a part. Speaking of which, President Kanahana, I'd like to stop by your home tomorrow and speak with your family about something involving the school. Would that be alright? The principal asked. Sakuya nodded. That's fine, I trust you. Now I should be going home. I'm hoping the girls will wake up sometime this evening so I can get the full story from them and Katsuki. Please keep me informed on anything you learn, she said, before saying her goodbyes and heading home for the evening. The U teachers lingered for a bit longer to discuss potential security upgrades, before they headed home as well. The new school year was just over a month away, and there was a lot to be done, including deciding on the new students in each course, and if Nizu's plan was approved, they'd need to work on some new construction projects too. Meanwhile, unknown location. Kurojiri stood behind a bar, diligently cleaning glasses as he watched his master's protege grumble and mutter to himself in a nearby booth, playing some kind of portable video game. They had been keeping an eye on the nearby television, hoping to see an emergency report about the attack on U.A's entrance exams, their master's opening move against the school, All Might, and Amaterasu. A single news program, a local one, had brought it up earlier, but merely stated that the practical exam was ended early due to a critical malfunction and that there were no reported injuries beyond bumps and scrapes typical with the exam's normal course. Kurojiri was uneasy. He knew the day's attack hadn't been critical, instead being a mere statement of intent to sow some fear and chaos, but he'd expected a much bigger response, as had the young man he was looking after. This is bullshit. It's been hours and we've heard nothing about our attack, said young man growled bitterly. Calm yourself, Tamura Shigaraki. That report came early, before any real information could possibly be gleaned. We must be patient. Kurojiri said stoically. The television crackled, and the screen went black for a moment, before showing the words, audio only. Wise advice under normal circumstances, Kurojiri, but you are incorrect this time, announced the voice of their master, speaking through the TV screen. Sensei. Did you hear more about our attack? Tamura asked urgently, his game forgotten. I did, though it is not good news for us. The U.A heroes destroyed all the 0-pointers before they could kill a single examinee, and only a single student received any serious injuries. Tamura began to scratch at his neck in irritation, not even one dead brat. Those robots were useless. I confess to being surprised as well, Sensei. I would have thought missiles and machine guns would have been more than enough. Kurojiri said, his yellow eyes narrowing within the black mist that made up his body. The 0-pointers also contained hardware limiters that decreased their speed, strength, and reload times. A virus could not overcome them. In addition, All Might himself was there and Amaterasu got involved too. According to our benefactor, she received a boost in power during the event and is now stronger. That damn wolf brat was there. She isn't supposed to be taking an exam. Damn it, the entire quest failed. Tamura cried, on the verge of a major tantrum. No, Tamura, his sensei soothed, while Amaterasu's power increase was an unwanted side effect, we met our objectives. Remember, deaths and serious injuries among the examinees was only a bonus objective, our main goal was to sow fear amongst the students, and plant doubts about U.A's security. We have planted the seed now, and with each subsequent attack, we will chip away at U.A's credibility and All Might's legacy. If all goes to plan, then even if our attacks do not bring U.A down, the concerned parents will finish the job. U.A is a symbol of heroes, if it falls, so will public faith in the system. Remember this well, Tamura. There are many ways to kill a man, and just as many ways to tame a disobedient wolf. Next chapter, U.A's Offer Part 1. To be released, November 20th, 2021. Only a short note today, as I'm super busy. Not too much going on in this chapter besides cooldown from the battles and the heroes working out what the villains are up to. Plus, a perspective on the villains too with the first appearance of our favorite pasty man-child, Tamura Shigaraki. No Izumi in this chapter, which I think is a first too. Next chapter, Izumi wakes up following all the chaos, learns what happened, discusses the praise boost that she and Himiko received, and gets an unusual offer from Principal Nizu. Thank you all once again, and I look forward to reading your thoughts on this chapter and the ones to come. 8 to 9, U.A's Offer Part 1. Monday, February 27, 2282, Kanahana Manor, Muzutafu. It took several hours for Izumi to regain enough energy to wake up after the U.A entrance exam, and by that time it was already the middle of the night, so the sun-loving girl merely opened her eyes a crack, saw the familiar ceiling of her bedroom and promptly went back to sleep. It wasn't until the next morning that she woke up, this time opening her eyes to find a pair of adorable crimson eyes looking back at her. Morning, Eri. Izumi smiled, reaching up to pat her little girl's hair. Morning, Mama. You've been asleep since yesterday. Granny Inko and Granny Flower drove to U.A to pick you up. Are you okay? Eri asked, moving back so Izumi could sit up. I'm fine, I just overdid it a bit yesterday. I used a lot of different powers in a short time, so I wore myself out. I didn't get a scratch on me, the older girl grinned, hugging Eri and stroking her hair, making the girl mewl like a kitten at the contact. Everybody is waiting for us in the dining room. Granny Flower said that Nizu-sensei and Uncle Toshi are coming over to talk about something. Eri said in a chipper tone, moving aside so Izumi could get out of bed and prepare for the day. The principal and All Might? It must be about what happened in the exam yesterday. Izumi muttered to herself. Before she could think on it any further, her stomach grumbled and made Eri giggle. Mama is hungry. Let's go and have breakfast. Eri smiled. Izumi nodded and headed to the bathroom to wash her face and change clothes. Her school had given all the Yudere examinees the day off, to recover from the place's notoriously tough tests, so she was able to take her time. When she was done, she headed out hand in hand with Eri and smiled broadly when she saw everyone sat around the dining room table, eating a breakfast buffet. The entire Kanahana household, Hawks, Dabi, Katsuki and his parents, Himiko, Jean, and Izumi's mothers were all sat there, and each turned to offer their greetings as Eri and Izumi entered. Izumi waved and began to say good morning, only to freeze as she laid eyes on Himiko. The ash-blonde girl was sat at the table with everyone else, but she had a wheelchair behind her and both her arms plastered and held in slings, forcing her to accept being hand-fed by Jean. A brief flame of anger pulsed through Izumi, and everyone who saw it winced as her eyes flashed silver. Himiko. You're hurt. Izumi yelled, rushing to her side and kneeling down. Once she was beside her sister, Izumi could see the bandages on her leg too. This is from fighting the zero-pointer, isn't it? Himiko blushed and nodded, yeah. Kaken and I both ended up fighting the zero-pointers, the same as you. I got shot in the leg and broke my arms, but that's all. And we beat the zero-pointers. That's all. Himiko dear, recovery girl had to operate on your arms to even set them, and she had to pull a bullet out of your leg. Inko exclaimed. Yeah, and we still don't know exactly what happened. Mitsuki grumbled, turning to Izumi, these two brats refused to say anything until you woke up, and Sakuya agreed with them. All we know is that the big stage hazard robots apparently went haywire and attacked the examinees. Izumi frowned, I see. I'll tell you everything from my perspective, but let me fix up Himiko first. I'm guessing she was too tired for recovery girl to use her quirk. That's right. Katsuki was the only one out of you three to still be conscious by the time you got back to U.A's main building. Sakuya told her. Without another word, Izumi gently tossed Himiko over her shoulder, getting an indignant squawk of surprise from the girl, then marched off to the older girl's bedroom. Himiko protested the entire time, but Izumi was in no mood to listen, and Himiko's protests were cut off by the slamming of her bedroom door. Well, it seems Lady Izumi has been keeping up with her weights training. Jin Maeda joked. 10 minutes later, Izumi and Himiko returned to the dining room, the latter now able to walk under her own power as both her arms and her leg were fully rejuvenated. They sat down together to eat breakfast, with Jean still insisting on feeding Himiko by hand, much to her embarrassment, and once they were finished, they remained around the table till the teens could tell their stories. I want to wait for Nizu and All Might first. They'll need to hear this too, and it's best if we don't keep repeating ourselves. Sakuya announced, earning a few groans of disappointment from the others. Well, what do we talk about until they show up? I booked the whole day off so I could check on my favorite brats. Hawk smirked, ruffling Izumi's hair. Well, aside from all the bad crap, how'd you two do on the exam? Dabi asked. Katsuki smirked, I did awesome, of course. The written exam was no joke, but I figure I got around 85%. As for the practical, I totally blitzed it. I kept count from the beginning, I've got 77 points. No one else in my group got even closer to that, so I'm in for sure, he boasted. Everyone congratulated him, and he got a firm pat on the back from his father. Izumi smiled and turned to Himiko, what about you, sis? How'd you do in the practical? The blonde girl sighed sadly, dismally. I'm sure I passed the written exam, but I only managed to take down a single 2-pointer in the practical, and I had to team up with another guy to do it. Anyway you slice it, I'm not getting into the hero course. Izumi grimaced and Katsuki's smirk faded. Himiko was just as determined to be a hero as they were, and had even gotten badly hurt in the exam, so there was no way her failure didn't sting. Himiko looked up and saw the sad faces of those around her and promptly grinned, hey now, no sympathy. Both me and Kaken making the hero course was always going to be a long shot, especially with that practical exam. I did my best right to the very end, so I'm not ashamed of my showing. Besides. The girl pulled out her cell phone, I got something much better out of the day, she sing-songed, pulling up a picture on her phone. Eri giggled while everyone else at the table smirked, leaving Izumi confused. What? What did you get? Oh, just a little souvenir. Katsuki came to get us from Recovery Girl's office after we both passed out, but I had regained consciousness after my surgery and well, he wasn't the first visitor you got. Himiko grinned, showing Izumi her phone. There on the screen was a picture of Izumi, sleeping with a smile on her face while her head was in Ochako Uraraka's lap. The brunette was grinning with a light blush on her cheeks, petting Izumi's head with one hand and giving a peace sign to the camera with the other. Recovery Girl was smirking off to the side while Katsuki was stood grinning in the background, carrying Himiko's school uniform, since Himiko was still in her gym clothes. Himiko herself was in the picture too, but could barely be seen laughing on her own bed in the background. Izumi turned scarlet. How did you get that picture? She yelled, trying to grab the phone. Himiko nimbly dodged back. Ochako was nice enough to let my friend take it for me. She has a lot of nice things to say about you. Himiko teased. And nice things? Like what? Izumi demanded. Round Face said you took down the 0-pointer to save her. Katsuki said. He was a little peeved that all three of them had ended up fighting the damn things, and even more pissed that Himiko had gotten her arms fucked up in the process, not to mention the shot leg. Who goes to a school entrance exam and expects to get shot in the leg? From what Himiko and my brat told us, this Uraraka girl called you her hero. Ah, they grow up so fast. Mitsuki teased. Ah, it feels like only yesterday she was slaying dragon demons, and now she has her own child and is entering high school with a cute girl already lined up for her. Where do the years go? Kigo grinned. Auntie. Kigo. Not you too. Izumi whined. Come on now, Izumi. It's sweet, you've never had a real crush before. Masaru pointed out. Izumi gave him a look of mock betrayal and then turned to look at Dabi, daring him to add to the embarrassment. The man didn't disappoint. Well, you did say once you wanted someone closer to your own age. Uraraka fits the bill, he smirked. Everyone in the room started making their own little teasing comments, all in good fun of course, and a few were genuinely interested in how Izumi felt about this Uraraka girl. They knew Izumi had been attracted to both sexes, but this was the first time she'd shown interest in a specific person, excluding heroes, so they were naturally curious. Ishiko chose that moment to make her appearance, having been hidden away in her little nook within the gallery, where she painted the wall scrolls that decorated the room. She had heard the gentle teasing, and with a large grin, she showed off her newest creation. Hey everyone. Nice to see you up, Izumi. And good to see Himiko with her arms intact. I couldn't help but overhear what you were talking about, and thought I'd show the rough draft of my next work, she grinned, before using her storage quirk to release the stored scroll. It popped into existence and unfurled, showing a rough depiction of Izumi fighting the 0-pointer with Tenya Ida and Ochako Uraraka in the background. Tenya was protecting generic examinees, Ishiko had made them up, so they weren't based on any real people, while Ochako was behind Izumi and looking at her with a clearly awestruck and loving expression, as if she was a princess and Izumi was a knight slaying a dragon for her. Izumi was torn between being impressed, embarrassed, and annoyed by the artwork, but ultimately settled on praising it. It's coming along really well, Ishiko. But come on, Ochako wasn't a damsel in distress. She actually helped out quite a lot with the evacuation. Yeah, Ishiko, don't diminish Izumi's girlfriend. Jean declared, completely seriously. That made everyone laugh, and Izumi blush. Mama has a girlfriend? Is she going to be my mommy? Eri asked innocently. Izumi whined cutely, knowing she'd have to explain this to Eri later, just in case the little girl ever met Ochako. The last thing Izumi wanted was for Eri to greet the gravity girl as mommy. You all tease me too much. You're confusing Eri. Himiko, give me that phone. Izumi demanded, jumping out of her seat and chasing Himiko around the room while everyone laughed and cheered them on. Huh, don't worry Izuken, I got Ochako's number for you already. Himiko laughed, just as Izumi turned into a wolf and pounced on her, pinning her to the ground while trying to get the phone, but Himiko was flexible and easily wiggled free since Izumi wasn't using her claws or teeth. Once free, Himiko ran away again and this time, a giggling Eri joined in the chase by turning into her puppy form and running after her auntie. They ended up in the garden, followed by the rest of the household and their visitors, who enjoyed the levity after the worry of yesterday's attacks. Hey Sonny, don't get too smug. Didn't I see you exchange numbers with that sleepy-looking purple dude? Himiko skidded to a stop, causing Izumi to crash right into the back of her, and Izumi was in turn crashed into by Eri, resulting in the three girls ending up in a literal dog pile. The ash-blonde girl, now with a dizzy Eri sitting on her head, groaned and looked over at Katsuki, sleepy purple dude. Oh. You mean Shinso? Yeah, we exchanged numbers. He was in my test site and helped me out a lot with the 0-pointer. He was also the guy who helped me get those 2 points I mentioned. Oh, so you swapped phone numbers with a boy? Should Ashiko be painting a scroll of your meeting too? Inko asked with a wide grin. Yeah, Himiko. Izumi said once she'd turned back to her human form and pulled herself free from her daughter and sister. You like this Shinso boy? She asked, grinning like a Cheshire cat. Himiko rolled her eyes. You've got to try harder than that to tease me, little sis. Shinso is a nice guy, and we did flirt a little to relieve stress since I was pretty sure I was gonna die, but I'm not interested in him like that. Not that I'd be against it, she said, completely nonplussed. Besides, I seem to remember you swapping numbers with 2 boys, Kaken. Now everyone was looking at an annoyed Katsuki. This is like those old foreign soap operas or teen dramas. Someone got some popcorn? Dabi asked mockingly. You just burn it, Sudi. And yeah, I got the numbers of the guys that helped me out. Freaking Shark Tooth insisted, and even forced us into a selfie. Take a look. Katsuki said, pulling out his phone and showing the image. Everyone squeezed together and took turns passing the phone around to see the picture. It was a selfie of Kirishima, grinning widely with an irritable-looking Kamakiri on one side and a struggling Katsuki on the other, both held in place by Kirishima's hardened arms. When Izumi got a turn, she quickly looked at Katsuki's contact pages to find their numbers. They were under their real names, so they had entered the numbers themselves. Ijiro Kirishima and Toguro Kamakiri. They seem nice. I'm guessing the black-haired one is Shark Tooth, but which one is Kirishima? Izumi asked. Kirishima is Shark Tooth. The other guy is Mantis, or Snips. I called him that and he threatened to cut me in half. Fun times. They'll be my rivals at UA. Katsuki grinned, punching his palm in anticipation. Rivals, or something more. Izumi said coyly. I told you before, Izuken, I'm not letting dating distract me from training. I'll admit Shark Tooth is pretty easy on the eyes, and Mantis is my kind of guy, but all I care about right now is that they're strong and have good quirks. Katsuki said, crossing his arms. Mitsuki sighed, honestly, I'm never getting grandkids, good thing I have Eri to spoil. Inko, Sakuya, you've got to share your grandbabies with me, she declared, getting laughs from the other women. Izumi pouted. She couldn't really tease her siblings since Katsuki was too blunt to sugarcoat things and Himiko had no desire to hide any part of her feelings. If either were romantically involved with the boys they'd met, they'd just say so without embarrassment. After a moment of awkward silence, Izumi blushed and turned to Himiko. Did you really get me Ochako's number? She asked bashfully. Himiko nodded with a broad grin. Saved it to your phone. Good thing I knew your password. I gave her yours too. Did you know her fingertips? Have these cute little pads on them? They look a little like cat paw pads. Izumi smiled happily despite her blush and quickly looked at her phone, ignoring everyone else's teasing looks and smiling wider as she saw Ochako Uraraka on her contacts list. There was even a text from her, thanking Izumi again for helping her in the exam. The greenette mulled over what to send as a reply, but before she could, the elevator dinged and Tashinori stepped out, accompanied by Principal Nizu. Good afternoon everyone, the mouse hero greeted, holding a briefcase in one paw. I apologize for coming so soon after yesterday's debacle, but we have some important matters to discuss involving UA. The Kanahana household exchanged greetings with the men and led them inside, where they all sat together in the meeting room. Is this about the entrance exam fiasco? Himiko asked, taking a seat on the floor and pulling Eri onto her lap. Partly, Miss Midoriya, but we'll get to that. Why don't you start us off, All Might? Nizu asked, turning to All Might. Tashinori nodded and puffed up into his hero form, filling out his yellow pinstripe suit. Firstly, I must come clean to you all about something I have kept hidden. All Might began, his hero persona in full force. I originally came to this city for one reason only, to become a teacher at U.A. What? So you'll be teaching heroics at U.A? Does that mean you'll be our teacher? Katsuki asked, still fully confident he had passed. I will indeed be a teacher there, perhaps yours if you passed, the hero replied with a coy grin. It was originally decided due to my injury, for me to use my limited time to train the next generation rather than struggle on where other heroes can pick up my slack. You healed me, Izumi, but I still wish to be a teacher, so the arrangement has not changed. In fact, training with you 3 young heroes has only made my wish to teach even stronger. Izumi gasped in realization. That's why you were busy yesterday. And why you got to U.A so fast to help with the 0-pointers. You were already at U.A with the teachers to judge the exams. That's right. I apologize for keeping it from you all, but it was meant to be secret until the next year's students had been confirmed. The Board of Governors felt that if people knew I'd be teaching there before the exams, then they'd be swamped with even more applicants wanting to be taught by All Might, the number one explained. Inko smiled and patted him on the back. There's no need to apologize, Toshi. We understand. Toshinori blushed and shrank back into his civilian form, feeling like a teenager. Inko always had this effect on him. Gran Torino would laugh if he ever saw him like this. The three teens were reacting to the news that All Might himself would be teaching heroics at U.A. Katsuki was ecstatic to be getting some official training from the man, though he'd obviously had the unofficial training, but now he might be able to get both and grow even stronger. Izumi pouted that her favorite hero would only be teaching heroics, so as a Gen Ed student she would miss out, a thought that she shared with Himiko, who was still certain she'd failed the practical. Nizu allowed everyone a few minutes to congratulate Toshinori on his new job, before getting their attention again. I'm sure All Might will do very well as a teacher, but there are a few important matters we must discuss involving yesterday's attack and the aftermath. Izumi narrowed her eyes. Attack. So the zero-pointers going wild wasn't just a malfunction. Nizu shook his head. No, Izumi, it was not. I'll explain. For the next half hour, Nizu carefully went over everything that had happened during the attack from their perspective, as well as their investigations afterwards, which uncovered the USBs with the virus and the potential motives behind the attack. Izumi growled when she learned that the person she'd sensed was behind the attack, feeling like she should have been able to do more to prevent the attack, but Nizu quickly told her that it was U.A's responsibility, and she'd just done what she could and trusted U.A to handle it. The group heard about All Might, Cementos, and 13 taking out the other zero-pointers, then listened to the theories that Nizu had put together based on what they discovered. So you believe the attack was just a statement of intent? A declaration of war, and that either U.A, myself, or All Might were the targets? Izumi asked, mentally switching to her hero persona. Based on the evidence, yes. Nizu confirmed. I understand the logic behind why you think All Might is the main target, but the presence of a demon makes me worry. We already know from Orochi and the Shai Hasaikai that demons will team up with villain groups if it suits them, and they'd have a lot of reasons to attack me. Perhaps we're both the targets. The villains want All Might, the demons want me, and since we'll both be at U.A, they're teaming up to take us both down. All Might can't fully defeat demons after all, and I can't bring my full power to bear against humans since it would kill them. One group softens us up, then hands us to the other to be finished off, and since it's a school, we'll be distracted protecting the students. It's a truly evil plan, but very effective. Izumi theorized, showing her analytical prowess. Nizu grinned. I should have brought this to you sooner. I'd like to have you come back to U.A and have a sniff around, see if you can uncover anything we missed. I confess that I have had trouble adjusting my way of thinking to include the supernatural element. Now, I'd like for you three to tell us all what happened in your test sites yesterday. The trio of teens nodded, and Katsuki started off the story. Despite knowing Katsuki got through the whole thing with only a mildly bruised wrist, which Recovery Girl had fixed up, it was still distressing to learn that he'd gone toe-to-toe with a robot the size of a skyscraper outfitted with missiles and machine guns. Masaru had to stop Mitsuki from wresting Katsuki's cell phone away from him so she could call the boys that shielded him from the bullets that would have certainly killed him. By the end, everyone was incredibly impressed with Katsuki and was sure to tell him so, jumping in to save other examinees while they evacuated, working together with strangers, and effectively combining his quirk with theirs to take down the zero-pointer in a plan that Izumi would have been proud to come up with. It was all proof that Katsuki had grown as a person and was well on his way to being an amazing hero. You did very well, young Mr. Bakugu. The fact that you worked so well with two strangers and even went out of your way to protect others to your own detriment is proof that you have matured. You should be proud. Nizu complimented. Katsuki smirked. Heh, I'm getting strong. Don't get complacent, Izuken, I'll catch up with you soon. Don't get too cocky, Kaken. I took a zero-pointer down too, after all. Izumi said in a teasing tone. Yeah. Me too. I'm keeping up with you, Explodey. Himiko said. That's a good point actually. How did you take down the zero-pointer, Himiko? Your quirk isn't suited for combat at all. Hawks asked. Well, I wanted to leave my story until last because some weird stuff happened, but I suppose I could go second instead. It went like this. The group had been impressed with Katsuki, but that was nothing compared to the amazement they felt listening to Himiko's story. Hearing of how she'd first worked with Shinso to destroy the two-pointer made Izumi, Inko, and Sakuya smile while Jean outright beamed, but the story of the zero-pointer took that to a whole other level. The plan to take control of a three-pointer was clever, if reckless. Nizu got a few side-eyed glances from Inko and Sakuya for allowing it, and it was inspiring to hear Himiko talk of running into the thick of danger despite not having a suitable quirk. The listening family members almost forgot Himiko had been hurt at all, until the part where Himiko saved the great boy and took 2 bullets to the leg for her trouble. Everyone was on the edge of their seat as they waited to hear of how Himiko would get out of the problem, as her story had her facing the zero-pointer by herself and facing down a machine gun turret. Stunned silence was the response when Himiko finally stopped dancing around the issue and explained her vision, and the subsequent use of Katsuki's quirk to destroy the zero-pointer, breaking her arms in the process. What the fuck? Katsuki yelled, too surprised to censor himself, not that Eri had noticed, since she was just as surprised. You had a weird vision of Izumi and Tashigami, then your quirk suddenly grew stronger. We saw the evidence, but that's still hard to believe. Dabi frowned. It's true. Himiko yelled, I've never seen Yamagami, Bakugami, or Nuregami, at least not outside of Ishiko's paintings, but I can describe them from my vision. The vision was real. We believe you, but it is hard to believe. Izumi, do you have any insight? Sakuya asked. Izumi nodded frantically, it's definitely true. I know because the same thing happened to me. I think I'm the cause of what happened to Himiko, at least partially. You did something right. A ritual with white flames, like in my vision. Himiko said. Izumi nodded again and began explaining her own encounter with the zero-pointer. She glossed over the issue she had with Power Slash, so as not to needlessly worry everyone further, and described how she tried to pour all her power into Power Slash in hopes of damaging the robot, only to trigger the meditation. Her description of the praise-empowering ritual perfectly matched Himiko's story, excluding the part where she and Tashigami chased off a shadow from within Himiko. Instead, Izumi had experienced a vision of Himiko facing the zero-pointer that again matched Himiko's story. Each girl knew and saw things they couldn't have without having witnessed them. Ishiko chimed in too, saying that when she'd commented on Izumi's empowered Power Slash, Izumi had called it the power of praise, further confirming it. No one knew what to think or say in response. Somehow, Izumi's ritual to empower herself with praise had also empowered Himiko, but how and why was anyone's guess. As everyone was mulling it over, Eri shyly raised her hand. Mama? Yes, pup. Izumi smiled gently. I had a funny daydream yesterday, right before lunchtime. I saw things. Eri muttered, twiddling her fingers nervously. Granny Citrus nodded, oh yes, I remember you having a funny moment. I was asking you what you wanted for lunch when you got a far-off look in your eye and stopped listening to me. I thought you weren't feeling well, but then you bounced back like nothing happened. Oh. What did you see, dear? Izumi asked. I saw Auntie Miko, but she was little, like me. She was being attacked by mean bats. Then I saw Mama, but she was bigger like when she possessed me and we grew up. She had a little white mouse on her shoulder, and they scared the bats away. Then Auntie Miko turned back to normal and the mousey gave her a little white star. That's everything I saw, the child said, still looking nervous. Izumi petted the girl's hair, thank you for telling us, Eri. I believe you, so don't feel upset, okay? You didn't do anything bad. You're not mad I didn't tell you sooner? Or that I didn't tell Granny Citrus? Eri asked, lip trembling. Of course not, you didn't know it was important. I'm not mad at all. But just so you know, if you have any more funny daydreams, then please tell one of us, okay pup? Izumi said kindly. Eri nodded and hugged her mama, glad she wasn't in trouble. Izumi chuckled and placed Eri on her lap before turning back to everyone, who were considering what Eri had told them. This isn't the first time Eri had received visions related to you and the brush gods. Didn't she also see a vision of you and Nuregami playing together in the water back during the muscular battle? She was able to describe Nuregami even though she'd never seen her. Sakuya pointed out. You're right. I remember thinking at the time that it was odd. Eri can sense when I enter the astral plane and when I receive a new brush god. The spiritual connection between us is far stronger than I expected. She must have sensed Himiko growing in power through that connection. Izumi said. The thing with the bats matches up with what I turned into when I was possessed by a Komatachi too. I saw the shadow of that form being destroyed in my own vision, and a voice I didn't recognize said, your life has not yet ended. The flame of Amaterasu has burned out your hidden darkness and kindled a new flame of your own. Return to the waking world, loyal friend of the sun, and enjoy the blessing that is life. Those words are etched into my memory now. Himiko added. Everyone but Izumi, Ishiko, and Sakuya were looking far out of their depth with the conversation. None had the experience or knowledge of spiritual matters to fully deal with the new information. Izumi's praise ritual, Himiko's empowerment, and their matching/overlapping visions, combined with Eri's own odd vision, were all things out of the scope of normal people. Even Nizu had no idea what to think, a new feeling for the hyper-intelligent animal hero. Connections. Eri is connected to me since I possessed her, and that, combined with the other factors, made her into a kind of demigoddess. She saw Himiko through me, because I was seeing Himiko too, but why? I never possessed Himiko, so there shouldn't be a... I'm an idiot. Izumi cried, slapping her forehead with frustration. Did you figure something out? God knows I don't have a clue. Katsuki grumbled. Yes, and Eri's vision was the key. Izumi nodded, flashing an appreciative smile at her little girl. Eri and I formed a spiritual connection when I possessed her. But Himiko was possessed too. By Tashigami, the mouse brush god. Toshinori nodded, remembering the story. That's right. And who did I give praise to in order to empower myself? Izumi asked with a grin. People's eyes began to widen as they grasped what Izumi was getting at. You gave power to Tashigami. Inko gasped. Izumi nodded, that's right. Now, being possessed by me is different than being possessed by a brush god, and Himiko doesn't have any of my DNA, so Himiko didn't become a demigoddess like Eri did, but she was still connected to Tashigami and thus me. Now, how was Himiko's quirk improved? She gained the power to use the quirks of those she turns into, sort of like how my clones can use the quirks of the originals. Jean answered. Right, and it's no coincidence that Akomatachi granted Himiko the same power when making her quirk stronger. Izumi said. And the bats in Eri's vision are based on the bat-like form that Akomatachi turned Himiko into. The voice Himiko heard saying that, the flame of Amaterasu has burned out your hidden darkness, is referring to how Akomatachi was driven out, which is why Himiko saw the shadow of her corrupted self being destroyed. Hawks finished. So that is how it all went down. It seems obvious once all the pieces are on the table. Dabi commented. Half the group were nodding in understanding, having pieced it all together, while the other half looked dreadfully lost. Kabuto Nezo raised his hand and asked, can we have a synopsis for those of us in the cheap seats? Sakuya smiled, of course. Simply put, since Himiko was possessed by Akomatachi, who was purified while inside her, she has a connection to Tashigami. Tashigami has a connection to Izumi, since he is one of her brush gods and was born from her first incarnation. When Izumi infused Tashigami with power during the praise ritual, some of that power traveled down the connection to Himiko and empowered her quirk the same way possession would. Think of it as the pros of possession without the actual possession. Izumi and Himiko experienced visions of the other since they were on either side of the connection, while Eri saw an abstract version since she is connected to Izumi. Oh. I think I get it now. But what about the bats? Kabuto asked. Himiko's corrupted form while possessed by Akomatachi resembled a bat. In her vision, she witnessed it being destroyed, which I believe is supposed to represent her purification and the forming of the bond. Since Eri's visions are a bit abstract, she saw that as Himiko being attacked by bats and me chasing them off. Izumi explained. This gods and demons business is complicated. Toshinori groaned, rubbing his head. Yeah, and we don't even know for sure if everything Izumi and Sakuya just said is right or not. It makes sense with the evidence, but we can't be sure. It's not like this stuff comes with a manual. Ishiko sighed. Katsuki suddenly smirked, well, we can test it and find out. We've just got to wait a month for your body to get used to the new power, then give one of your other brush gods a praise boost. If the person they used to possess gets a quirk upgrade and you, them, and Snowball get a vision, then you know your theory is correct. Izumi hummed. That was actually a pretty decent plan, so long as she upgrades someone other than Nuregami, since Muscular was obviously dead, then one of her friends would get a quirk boost too. Yamagami would be most useful to Izumi, but Vice President Torikego didn't have much need for a quirk boost. It would be dangerous to upgrade Moegami, since Dabi was only just building a resistance to his current hottest flames, after many painful training sessions with Izumi on hand to heal his burns, so strengthening him recklessly would do more harm than good. The same problems were present with Greensprout and Cherry Bomb too. The former would be most useful, but the person possessed, Jean, wouldn't have much use for the upgrade, and the latter was rarely used by Izumi and could potentially harm Katsuki. Putting atomic-level explosions in the hands of a teenager was incredibly foolish, though producing explosions from anywhere might be convenient. Ultimately, Izumi chose to go the cautious route, not a bad plan Kaken, but I think we should ignore it for now. It could be dangerous to use this recklessly, and besides, what happens if I run into a situation where I need a boost but have already used it up for the month? It's better to save this ability for emergencies, she reasoned. Agreed, every adult in the room said together. Katsuki frowned. Damn, I really wanted to see what would happen. Sure you didn't just want to power up? Himiko asked with a teasing grin. That would be cheating. I want to get as far as possible on my own. If I rely on Izuken, I won't get stronger, the boy snapped, actually insulted that anyone would think he'd take the easy path. The two ash-blonde teens bickered for a little while as Izumi rolled her eyes and tickled Eri, and the adults watched with amusement. Nizu enjoyed the high-energy happiness of the massive family, which made him reluctant to bring down the mood. Izumi, Himiko, Katsuki, I have something important to say regarding yesterday's attack, the principal said formally. The three teens straightened up and looked at him with serious expressions, which quickly became looks of discomfort as Nizu performed a 90-degree bow. To the three of you, I must offer my sincerest apologies on behalf of UA. You were guests and examinees trusting in our school's security, and we failed you. What's more, we forced you to fight for your lives and the lives of your fellow teenagers. For this, I am truly, irrevocably sorry. In addition, I must also offer my humble thanks. Without you we would have lost lives yesterday. UA's reputation will suffer because of the attack, but at least we won't have the blood of children on our hands. So thank you, young heroes, for your gallant defense of the examinees, the principal said, speaking so sincerely that it made all three teens feel sorry for all that Nizu had to deal with. Neither Katsuki nor Himiko knew what to say in return, but Izumi did. She simply smiled and said, Principal Nizu, we're heroes. It's what we do. The Sunburst Hero Agency is always glad to be of service. Nizu raised his head, while Toshinori and Hawks looked proudly at the trio. The rest of the adults just smiled behind them, not expecting anything less. You three continue to prove interesting. I've rarely met such fascinating humans. But now that I've said what I had to say, it's time to discuss your positions at UA come April. Nizu said, a sparkle in his eye. The trio grinned, so Sunny and I are in. Nizu nodded, indeed, you passed the written exam so you'll both be at least in Gen Ed, but we'll get to that in a moment. Izumi, I have a special offer for you. He said, opening his briefcase and pulling out a small bundle of papers. He handed the bundle to a curious Izumi, whom took a single glance at the cover page and gasped, almost dropping the documents. Curious at her reaction, everyone bunched together to read it over her shoulder, all of them reacting in the same way as they read the three words on the cover page. UA employment contract. Nizu smiled like a Cheshire cat. Amaterasu, how would you like to be UA's brand new heroics assistant teacher? Next chapter, UA's offer part 2 to be released, November 22, 2021. How's that for a cliffhanger? Like last chapter, not too much happened in this one besides filling everyone in on what happened, and the explanation for Himiko's power-up. Many of you have already commented and guessed the reason for it, so well done. A few even predicted the assistant teacher twist. The full explanation for that will come in the next chapter. As for the flirting section, as of the time of writing, I haven't decided on Himiko's ultimate pairing. She's the only member of the trio I haven't decided on yet, and while Hitoshi was teased, it is not confirmed. If any of you have preferences or ideas, feel free to let me know. This isn't a vote though, so I'll just pick the one I like the most. Next chapter, the kids will get their exam results, Nizu explains the new assistant teacher position, and a certain other person decides it's time for a new job too. Thank you all once again, and I look forward to reading your thoughts on this chapter and the ones to come. 8-10, UA's offer part 2. Monday, February 27, 2282, Kanahana Manor, Muzutafu. Nizu smiled like a Cheshire cat. Amaterasu, how would you like to be UA's brand new heroics assistant teacher? Everyone in the room, even All Might, stared at the principal as if he'd just grown a second head and started speaking in tongues. Sakuya and All Might knew that the mouse-like principal had been planning something involving Izumi, but they hadn't expected him to offer her a job at UA. It was shocking to say the least, though Toshinori did feel a little excited at the idea of having Izumi as his assistant teacher. It would sort of be like having her as a sidekick. Are you serious? Izumi asked with disbelief, you want me to be a teacher at UA? And the assistant heroics teacher at that? Nizu nodded, indeed. Now, there is a method to my madness. I came up with this as a way of satisfying you, the Board of Governors, and adding some extra security to the school. But I'll get to that, first let's give your siblings their results. Principal Nizu sir. Not that I'm ungrateful to be getting my results early, but isn't Izumi being a teacher more important? Can't our results wait until the rest of the examinees get theirs? Himiko asked, Katsuki nodding along beside her. Normally yes, but but your positions in the school may influence Izumi's decision, and I was hoping for an answer today. In addition, I can't expect All Might to stay away from his family for a full week. Nizu smirked, watching as Toshinori and the Midoriyas blushed with sparkling eyes at the mention they were family, and since I don't think he can keep his mouth shut for a whole week and the results will be delivered via a hollow message from All Might himself, I decided it would be pointless to have him record messages for you too, so he'll be giving you the results right now. Himiko and Katsuki both looked up at All Might with varying degrees of excitement and trepidation. The hero was already pulling out a pair of hollow emitters from his jacket pocket, each labeled with the initials of one of the teens. Once he had them both, he grinned up at the teens. We'll do the written exam first, then the practical, so who wants to go first? Kaken. Himiko said quickly, lightly nudging Katsuki forward. The blonde boy flashed her an irritated look, before turning back to All Might with a smirk. All Might flashed his signature smile as he spoke. This year, due to the ridiculously large pool of talent, our written exam pass requirement was our highest ever, 89%. The teens gasped, that was a whole 10% more than the last year. What kind of crazy talented people had been taking the test this year? Young Bakugu, your written score was an impressive 97%. A clear pass. In fact, you got perfect scores on all the standard school subjects and only lost points on the heroic law section. Your answers were a bit violent, my boy, but nothing you won't be able to fix in your 3 years at the school. Ha, I knew it. That test was no match for me. Katsuki grinned, pumping his fist. Well done, Katsuki. Masaru praised, ruffling his son's hair while Mitsuki grinned proudly and hugged him. Next up is you, young Himiko. You actually scored better than young Bakugu. Your total score was 98% and aced everything except math and social studies. All Might said, giving a thumbs up. Himiko smiled proudly as her family congratulated her. With that written score, she definitely would be able to get into U.A even if she failed the practical exam. Equations and history aren't my strong point. I'm actually surprised I aced heroic law. I thought for sure I flubbed the part on vigilante laws. The examiners tell me you did very well throughout that part of the exam, so have no worries, the hero said, pointing at her with a dramatic flourish. The suit-clad hero was really milking this. Woo! Hooray for Himiko. She's the best. Jean cheered, quickly joined by Izumi, Eri, Inko, and Sakuya. She did extremely well. In fact, Himiko scored the second highest in the non-recommendation written exam among hero students. Only Tenya Ida beat your score with 99%, though a handful of students from support and business also did a little better, since we used the same written exam for each course, as well as a short extra test sheet unique to each course. Nizu informed them. Everyone cheered a little louder, and Eri looked at Himiko as if she was a super genius, which made the ash-blonde girl giggle and hug her. Tenji Ida puffed his chest out with pride, pleased that his younger cousin had done so well. He was already incredibly proud that he'd helped Amaterasu during the evacuation. The 3 teens hadn't mentioned their less savory encounters with the straight-laced boy. All Might cleared his throat to get attention back on him, right, so the both of you scored passing grades on the written exam. That means you have both successfully met the requirements for the general education course. No matter how the practical exam went, you will have a place at U.A. Congratulations. Now, let's get on with the meat of the matter, the practical exam. For the benefit of your parents I will explain. The examinees are given 10 minutes to destroy as many villain robots as they can, each type of which gives a different number of points. The higher your kills, the better your score. With that in mind, Katsuki Bakugu, you scored a grand total of 77 combat points. The highest combat point total in the exam this year and the best score since I myself went to U.A. Well done. Katsuki cheered victoriously, HHA. Yes. I'm the top, he yelled, flashing his teeth as he released a small explosion in victory. Everyone gave him a brief round of applause, but All Might wasn't done yet. Now, keeping with the order from before, your next young Himiko, the number 1 hero said, turning to the girl. His expression lost some of its usual positivity, making Himiko sigh. I failed, didn't I? She asked resignedly. All Might didn't answer directly, instead continuing on, you only managed 2 combat points for taking down a single robot, though it was a skillful takedown given your skill set. Himiko frowned, disappointment weighing heavily on her chest, but ultimately she had expected it from the moment she heard what the practical exam was. Her skills were meant for stealth and infiltration, not fighting robots. I can't say I'm surprised. Disappointed for sure, but not surprised. You did your best, dear, and that's all that matters. Inko said, smiling softly as she petted Himiko's head. Izumi and Katsuki offered their own commiserations, offering Himiko comforting gestures, but the cat-eyed girl merely smiled at them. I'm okay guys, really. Even if I failed the practical, I still passed the written exam in second place. That means I'll still be going to U.A, just in a different course, she said. All Might laughed loudly, confusing the teens. You are all being too hasty by far. Did you not notice what I said at the beginning? I said combat points, not just points. Any guess why? Dobby's eyes widened. There was another part to the exam. You weren't just testing their combat skills, but something else. That's right. And that score is rescue points. Every heroic action you performed in the exam was judged by the teachers of U.A and given a point score. Your total score is the combined combat and rescue points. All Might declared, observe. The hero clicked a button on the hollow emitter bearing Katsuki's initials, causing a holographic display to appear, showing numerous clips. Each clip showed another examinee about to be harmed, either by a robot, the careless actions of another examinee or even a piece of falling rubble, and in every clip, Katsuki would come screaming into the scene, saving the hapless examinee from injury before viciously scolding them for being useless, like some kind of heroic swearing firework. Since the U.A staff had bleeped out the swearing, so that children like Eri could watch the show, it sounded like all the audio had been glitched out, solely due to the sheer amount of swearing they had to censor. The end of the video showed Katsuki's fight with the zero-pointer, which matched up perfectly with how he described it earlier. When the clips were done, everyone was giving Katsuki wry smiles, as the boy looked simultaneously bewildered and intrigued. So saving all those losers was worth something after all. What score did I get? A grand total of 50 rescue points. You lost a few points due to being overly abrasive in your behavior, but we simply couldn't overlook your heroism. With the combat and rescue points combined, you achieved 127 points, the second highest score in U.A history. Yours truly was number one, of course. Naturally, combined with getting the third highest score in the heroics written exam, you have successfully passed the entrance exam and will now be a student of U.A High School's hero course. All Might said, flashing a grin. Katsuki's grin turned feral and he took a deep breath, cluing Izumi into what he was about to do and giving her time to cover Eri's ears. Fuck yeah. The second best score in U.A history. Ha. That goes out to all those fuckers in elementary school that called me a villain. Good job Kaken. Izumi beamed, reaching up to pat her brother figure's back in congratulations. The blonde boy grinned and nodded his thanks before sitting back and relaxing, proud that he'd reached his goal for now. He could take it easy until school began and he started in on his next goal, becoming the number one student of the year. All Might's smile grew even wider. Now we move on to you Himiko. Let's see your own heroics, he declared using the second hollow emitter to show Himiko's actions. The clip was longer than Katsuki's, as it showed her fight with the two-pointer alongside Shinso, and then her battle with the zero-pointer. The zero-pointer battle was censored so Eri wouldn't have to witness her auntie get shot in the leg, or shatter her arms, but it still showed everything Himiko had done and allowed them all to see the exact moment Himiko had her vision. It was obvious too, as a flicker of white flame appeared around her body right before she snapped to attention and used an explosion with Katsuki's quirk. Himiko could barely contain her excitement as the clip ended. How many rescue points did I get? For helping Shinso with the two-pointer, you received 20. For taking down the zero-pointer, you received a full 100 points. Every U.A teacher except the principal, recovery girl, lunch rush, and myself were allowed to give a score out of 10 for every action, and they all gave you top scores for your actions. With 122 points, you scored only 5 points fewer than young Katsuki, earning the third highest score in U.A history and earning the most rescue points out of any student ever, including me. Eri turned to Himiko with pure hero worship in her eyes. Auntie Miko is amazing. Yeah, she is. Those governors will be kicking themselves for not giving you a recommendation. Izumi smiled widely, hugging her sister tightly. Himiko began to tear up, and All Might reached over to pat her head. You passed my girl. U.A will be your hero academia. That set Himiko off, and she burst into tears of joy and relief. She had done it. She was in the hero course with Katsuki. She scored the third best score ever, and even beat All Might in rescue points. It was amazing. Everyone quickly swept Himiko up into a hug, even Katsuki, who was a tiny bit unnerved after seeing his own quirk blowing Himiko's arms apart, albeit a censored version. In the end, Himiko did what all Midoriyas did when going through extreme emotion. She cried her eyes out. Even adopted Midoriyas inherited that trait. Inko and Sakuya soon joined her while Eri couldn't stop herself from jumping up and down in excitement, happy that her auntie was happy. Plans were quickly made for a party to celebrate the duo's acceptance into U.A's hero course, with Nizu being invited to stay for it. However, the mouse man had other plans, specifically his offer for Izumi. Well done to you both. Before I continue, I want to make it clear that you earned your spots through your own actions, not as a bargaining chip to encourage Izumi to cooperate with my plan, though I did want it revealed early to hopefully convince her. Should she refuse, it will have no bearing on your place at UA. Nizu promised, feeling he had to make that clear after the governor's threat to Izumi at the meeting yesterday, and as a happy side note, Eijiro Kirishima, Toguro Kamakiri, and Hitoshi Shinso all passed too and will be in the hero course, so your new friends will be training beside you. Himiko and Katsuki smiled happily at the news, and Izumi looked forward to meeting them and thanking them for helping her siblings. Now, back to my little job offer. I discussed this with the board and the rest of the teachers, excluding All Might, and they have all given their approval to have you become our new heroics assistant teacher. Nizu said, looking to the greenette. I'm flattered, sir, but why? I'm supposed to be a general studies student, I don't want to give up my education for this, and I'm already going to be split between school and hero work anyway. Handling this as well is going to be too much and I won't have it cutting into family time with Eri. Izumi said firmly. Nizu simply nodded, maintaining an unconcerned smile. Of course, I wouldn't dream of it. The reason I'm giving you this offer is because it stops the Board of Governors being upset that you are being wasted in general studies without forcing you into a course you don't want, on top of allowing you to act as additional security for the school following yesterday's fiasco. Plus, if you really are a target, then being a teacher will offer some extra protection to your daughter. Hearing that Nizu's offer might help further protect Eri had Izumi suddenly much more interested. She was confident in the security of the commission, but Yudere had better security and it had still been attacked, so the commission wouldn't be a hard target, especially since it relied heavily on security guards and automatic, hackable, defenses while Yudere also had skilled heroes. I'm listening. What exactly would this entail? Izumi asked. Nizu grinned. You would officially be listed as both a general education student and a heroics assistant teacher. You will be placed in one of the heroics course's first-year classes and spend your mornings learning Gen Ed classes alongside them, then in the afternoon when the hero course has their specialized lessons, you will go and work alongside All Might as a teacher. I thought I said I wouldn't take a spot in the hero course. Izumi frowned. You won't. Every year, we have 40 hero students and then 90 students in Gen Ed, support, and management. You would have a unique position, and so wouldn't be counted among them. In fact, taking this position would make you student 21 in whichever hero class you're placed in, and allow an extra Gen Ed student to take your place in the Gen Ed course. If you don't take the offer, you'll take that spot instead. Nizu explained. The wolf girl sighed in defeat, now she felt like she had to take the offer. Nizu hadn't done it on purpose, but by mentioning that her refusal would deny another student a place at the school, he'd unintentionally assured Izumi was honor-bound to accept. She couldn't withhold a spot at U.A if she didn't have to after all. Why even place her in the hero course? Why not just have her in Gen Ed like planned and still have her teach? Hawks asked, wary about the offer. It's the way the curriculum is organized. The specialized courses all learn the same things as Gen Ed, but at an accelerated pace so that they don't fall behind. Gen Ed has all day to learn, so they can take more time, while the specialized courses only have the morning. If we put Izumi in Gen Ed and had her miss her afternoon classes, she'd fall behind, but if she's in the hero course, she'd be learning on their accelerated schedule, the principal answered. And what about my time constraints? Izumi asked. You'd be exempt from homework, and as an assistant, you won't have to do much paperwork or grading, so your afternoons and evenings won't be any more constrained than they are now. Naturally you'll be paid too, though at an admittedly lower rate than our full-time teachers. Listening to all that made the offer rather appealing, no homework, barely any extra work to replace it, working with All Might in the afternoons, learning at an accelerated pace, which appealed to Izumi, whom enjoyed academic challenges, not losing any time to spend with Eri, and even getting paid. That was one hell of an offer. I'll admit, I'm really tempted. But what about this extra protection for Eri that you mentioned? Izumi asked. Nizu grinned. Well, she would spend her days in U.2. Recovery Girl and I have already made plans to act as her teachers, along with Eraserhead. While you see to your own education, I will see to young Aries, and Recovery Girl will be more than capable of covering for me when I am unable to teach her myself. Does that sound like a nice idea, Eri? The principal asked the little girl. Eri, who really liked the funny little mouse man, nodded shyly. She enjoyed being taught by her grandma and the Konohana servants, but they were reaching the end of what they could teach her, and had been discussing either school or tutors for her, which made the child very nervous. She still couldn't be on her own or with people she didn't know without a family member nearby, nor did she trust strangers. But she knew Nizu-sensei, Aizawa-sensei, and Recovery Girl, they'd be good teachers for her. That did raise a question, however. While that's a very generous offer, wouldn't it be dangerous to have Eri continuously moving between here and U.A? The commission and U.A are safe, but the daily transit would be the prime time to attack if she, Izumi, Himiko, or Katsuki were targeted. Inko pointed out. Nizu nodded. You are quite right, but that brings me to the final reason I came here today, he said, bracing for the teenagers' reactions. Yesterday's attack allowed me to get approval for a proposal I have been trying to pass for several years. As of this year, U.A will begin transitioning to a boarding school. Izumi, Himiko, and Katsuki gaped at the news, while the adults all frowned, clearly unhappy with the decision. All three teens lived in Muzurafu and within reasonable distance of U.A, and had Kabuto Nezo to drive them to school every day, so it felt unnecessary to have them live in the dorms. Sure, living at U.A would remove the risk of being attacked in transit, but it seemed like an overly serious measure. Sakuya, narrowing her eyes on Nizu, spoke formally. I want an explanation for this, principal. Offering Izumi a job is one thing, as I said yesterday, working at U.A only requires one to be a hero, but this dorm's business is another thing altogether. As I said a moment ago, I've been trying to get approval for this change for quite a few years, for both security and financial reasons. I had suspected that U.A would eventually suffer an attack on its students, though I had originally expected it to be when those students were outside of U.A and most vulnerable, so I wanted to create the dorm system to protect them and remove any kind of scheduled absence from the school grounds, to stop kidnappers and attackers from planning something nefarious. A spur-of-the-moment attack is going to be easier to foil than a meticulously planned one after all. Nizu reasoned. And with yesterday's attack making the school increase its defenses while also showing that the students may be attacked, it was easy to convince the governors to accept the plan, right? There's a logic to it. I take it that the job offer is part of this plan too, right? Since I proved I could take down strong opponents, having me on site without any student restrictions would make everything more secure. Izumi said, pulling on her lip in thought, what about the financial angle? Nizu grinned. I came up with that to try and make the governors agree before this, since they like to keep a tight grip on their purse strings. Currently U.A pays the travel expenses and living expenses for any student that has to commute long distance or move into rented accommodations in order to attend. The costs are staggering, but with a dorm system, we can cut those costs. No more students renting luxury apartments or living off the most expensive food while racking up an ungodly power bill. U.A will offer a good, high-quality living space, 3 nutritious meals a day, and access to all our facilities. Good living that doesn't break the bank for us. And this is mandatory if we want to attend U.A? Himiko asked. I'm afraid so. Second and third years won't be forced to, since they have already spent at least a year at U.A and it wasn't a part of their enrollment agreement, but all new students from now will have to agree. Students will be allowed to leave U.A outside of school hours so long as they inform a teacher, return before curfew, and use the buddy system. Family will be allowed to visit U.A at these times too, so long as they give at least 24 hours notice. Nizu answered. So we don't really have a choice. I don't like being forced into this, but I'll agree. Katsuki frowned. That cool with you? He asked his parents. Heh, you spend so much time here that you're barely at home anyway. Go ahead brat, but feel free to come home whenever you want if you miss us. Mitsuki said teasingly. Masaru nodded, you were always independent, so we trust you to take care of yourself. But do come and visit us from time to time, and be sure to call at least every week. Katsuki nodded solemnly, feeling strangely melancholic about leaving home in April, even if he wasn't going far or for good. Himiko and Izumi had a different problem though. Can we really accept? What about Eri? Naturally, Eri will live with Izumi in her class dorms. We decided to have you live with the students rather than the teachers, since they are your age group. You and Eri will have your own apartment within your class dorm, and all your needs will be met. We'll provide uniforms and food that won't violate your unique needs, and Eri will have round-the-clock care. Any therapists you have will be allowed to enter the school too, or you may have a hero escort you to them off campus, the principal promised. Izumi hummed. Aside from homesickness and not seeing most of her family every day, there wasn't much of a downside for her. She got to live with Eri, have all their needs taken care of, be in some classes with her siblings, and ensure the safety of UA. Mama, Mom, everyone, what are your thoughts on this? Izumi asked. It's kind of strange to think of you guys leaving the nest like this, but I'm not against it. Gotta do what you feel is right, lil pup. Kigo said. I won't be coming to visit at U.A, since a certain someone is going to be there probably. Dabi said, giving Izumi a meaningful look. He wouldn't be going anywhere near his little brother until he was ready to reveal himself, but I don't have a problem so long as you come home from time to time. It pains me to say it, but I think I'd actually miss you brats. Dabi smirked. You can still come visit me in the hospital, right? U.A probably won't let me in with my past and all. Jean said sadly, we were technically a petty thief. Twice added. Not to worry, you have my trust so you won't be prevented from visiting. You just need your doctor's approval and a chaperone. Nizu promised. Oh. In that case, you guys do whatever. We'll see you on your breaks like always, the dual-minded man grinned. It'll be strange, but hopefully with you at U.A, I'll have an extra excuse to spend time with Tenya, assuming he gets in too. Tenji said. This house will be much quieter, you've lived here in our care for over 10 years, Lady Izumi, and Himiko for 3 years. It will be sad, but we mustn't stop you girls from spreading your wings. Granny Citrus said, dabbing her eyes with a handkerchief. Grandpa Citrus comforted his wife, now, they're good girls raised right. They'll be fine and come visit their old granny and grandpa, right? He said, getting nods of confirmation from both girls. I'll have to give you my recipe book before you go, and make a copy for lunch rush too, and I'll send you your bone bites every weekend so you don't go without. Doi promised. And I'll drive them over, and pick you guys up whenever you want. Plus if you hit it off with those new friends of yours, getting picked up for a date by a limousine will be pretty cool. Kabuto laughed with a wink. We'll have much less work to do with 3 of you leaving and Katsuki visiting less often. Hitomi Maeda frowned sadly. Yeah, we won't know how to fill the hours. I wonder if we could get part-time jobs as cleaners at U.A. Himori added. They aren't leaving for at least another 5 or 6 weeks, let's make the last weeks the best. Hikari said shyly. Jin nodded proudly at his girls, good thinking girls. Lady Izumi, Lady Himiko, Lady Eri, if you need anything then just ask old Jin Maeda. This old man is still in the merchant game and I'll get it cheap. I expect you will keep up with your training with U.A.'s help. Assuming it is okay with the principal, I will offer my assistance in that endeavor. Perhaps I can even offer you tips on being an instructor, Lady Izumi. Master Onijirai said, a hint of somberness to his stoic tone. The Onikawa brothers exchanged looks, before turning to Principal Nizu, will we be allowed into U.A? We want to keep serving as bodyguards to our ladies. We don't need lodging, or pay. And we'll add to the school security. Nizu smiled and nodded, I will arrange it, and allocate you rooms in the staff dorms if you need them. Ishiko just shrugged, wherever you go, I'm coming too. I'm part of your quirk, now remember. You can say my dollhouse is Aries. With everyone approving, even if reluctantly, Izumi and Himiko were leaning heavily towards going along with the dorms. The only people left to give their opinions were Inko and Sakuya. Sakuya spoke first, you girls have grown up strong, I know you can handle yourselves, especially with Katsuki backing you up. I will support you through thick and thin, but remember that you always have a home here. U.A is only your school, this manor is your home and its residents your family. We'll always be here for you. Inko nodded, Izumi, you grew from a little girl into a young woman in the time I was asleep. I missed out on a huge portion of your life, but I intend to spend as much time as I can with you. Himiko, while I've only known you for about a year, I've come to love you as my daughter just like Izumi, and so what I said goes for you too. I don't want to be apart from you girls so. She turned to Principal Nizu, would it be possible for me to come and live at U.A with them? I could take care of Eri, act as a janitor or cook, or anything really. If Toshi is willing, I could share his rooms in the new staff dorms. Please, she asked, on the verge of begging. She could definitely share my apartment at the school. Toshinori agreed easily. He'd originally been planning on asking Inko to move in with him, but had held off since she didn't want to leave her daughters and he couldn't expect Izumi and Himiko to leave their home for him. But this would solve that problem, assuming Principal Nizu accepted. The principal certainly looked interested. Inko Midoriya was a trained lawyer after all, even if she hadn't practiced law in a long time due to her various misfortunes. Having her join the U.A staff as a live-in lawyer wouldn't be a bad plan, and she could actually prove a decent teacher too. When it comes to hero law, though she'd need to be qualified for that, since she wasn't a hero. Refusing Inko would likely force Izumi and Himiko to refuse to attend U.A too, taking Katsuki with them, which would be a mess and lose U.A 2 amazing students and a teacher. It also wouldn't do to piss off All Might, and to be honest, Nizu just really wanted them all on campus. Izumi and Eri were his favorite humans, and he was looking forward to teaching Eri. After a few moments of thought, Nizu nodded. I accept that. I'll provide you rooms in the staff dorm, even if you plan on staying with All Might. You won't be employed until I can convince the board, but I expect they'll hire you on as a lawyer. Would that be alright? Inko nodded enthusiastically, yes sir. Thank you very much. Nizu smiled, so, may I have your final answers? Izumi looked to Himiko and Eri, who both nodded in agreement, then turned back to the principal, we accept. We'll attend U.A and live in the dorms. I also accept the job of assistant heroics teacher, though I do have a request, I'd like the three of us to share a class. Done. Nizu beamed. In that case, we'll be in your care. Izumi said, smiling and bowing politely. The principal smiled gleefully and shook Izumi's hand. I'll get everything rolling immediately. Move-in day is the 2nd of April, so classes can start promptly on Monday 3rd, so I'll have everything organized and ask Ectoplasm to come here as soon as his schedule allows in order to help you pack, he said, pulling out his cell phone. Do you have time to stay for the congratulations party? Izumi asked. Nizu hummed, then nodded, certainly. Be warned though, I'm quite the fiend for cheese crackers. From there, the day passed in the hurried preparation of food and decorations, with Doi cooking and the maid setting up the party while Dabi and Jean chatted with the Bakugas. Sakuya and Inko went over what would need to be packed, the other Konohana servants discussing the changes to come, Katsuki and Himiko played with Eri, and Izumi discussed some of her new duties as a teacher with Nizu and Toshi, whom needed some help in that area too. When the party was finally ready, everyone was called together and the celebrations began in earnest, with huge buffets of food to eat and a plethora of party games to play. Nizu, true to his word, spent half the party gnawing at a steadily shrinking pile of cheese crackers, then spent the other half the party losing at Twister against the acrobatic and giggling Himiko. All Might ended up in an arm wrestling contest with Dabi, who was soon joined by Katsuki, Masaru, Mitsuki, Inko, Izumi, Himiko, Eri, the men of the Konohana household and a dozen of Jin's clones. All Might won. By the time the party was winding down and the evening arrived, Eri was passed out on her mama's lap. Having played so much she fell right asleep and Izumi wasn't far behind thanks to the dwindling sunlight. All Might used his strength to tuck the two girls into their futons, then joined everyone else in getting to bed himself. The day ended with everyone going to bed happy and content, excited for what effects these new developments would have on their lives. End of Arc 8, Road to Academia. Next arc, Academy of Heroes. First chapter, Heights Alliance Part 1. To be released, November 28, 2021. Note, this chapter is out a few hours earlier than normal since I'm going to be busy at my normal time. This means I'll also be later answering comments. That's the end of the first real arc of the canon timeline. And the first arc that covers a canon event. I hope you enjoyed the twists I added to the entrance exam. Can you believe it's been 90 chapters and over 600,000 words already? So, both Himiko and Katsuki got into the hero course along with Shinso. No prizes for guessing who got cut to make room for everybody's favorite purple insomniac. We also get the details of Izumi becoming the new heroics assistant teacher. This will allow me to keep Izumi in 1A, while also giving me an excuse to mix up some of the future lessons, since Izumi will be helping to plan them. The next story arc will detail the move-in, meeting 1A, the quirk assessment, the joys and trials of teaching, a very special exhibition match, and a very different battle trial. Thank you all once again, and I look forward to reading your thoughts on this chapter and the ones to come. 9-1, Heights Alliance Part 1. The last weeks of junior high sped by for Izumi, Katsuki, and Himiko. When the three of them finally returned to school after the U.A entrance exam, they were congratulated by everyone, along with 4 other students who had gotten into the other courses, 1 to the Gen Ed course, 2 to the business course and 1 to the support course, making it 7 total students going from Origami to U.A, the greatest number they'd ever had and a sign that Origami was an elite school. Everyone was fairly excited about high school, and the last day before their short break was a large graduation ceremony and party. The trio promised to keep in contact with the friends they'd made, and their friends did the same, even though most were going to different schools around Japan. Around the same time, Dabi completed his first year of education at Mizutofu University and began working at Hawk's agency on a semi-permanent basis as part of his second and final year of heroics training. Their lives at home became a hectic rush to pack everything for the move to the dormitories, which had been fully built at incredible speed thanks to Cementos, Power Loader, Nizu, and the support companies they worked with. The Board of Governors had jumped at the chance to hire Inko as a live-in lawyer, especially as she came with endorsements from Izumi and All Might, and they were willing to do anything to make sure Izumi didn't change her mind about accepting the job of assistant teacher. Izumi officially signed the paperwork to accept the job the day after she graduated junior high, agreeing to a 3-year contract that was conditional on her position as a student at the school, meaning she'd lose her job if she was expelled, an unlikely prospect. The teens spent their free time training, packing for the move, and texting with their new friends from the entrance exam, all of whom had gotten into U.A's hero course as well, ensuring they'd be classmates. It became especially common to see Izumi receive a text from Ochako, and then blush and fuss over how to respond, since she had no idea how to communicate with someone she was genuinely attracted to. The last days were also filled with spending time with the Konohana household, whom Izumi wouldn't be living with for the first time since she was 5. It was quite an adjustment for all of them, and even though they had been given ID cards to freely enter U.A as commission employees, the residents of Konohana Manor were still sad to see the teens, Ishiko, Inko, and Eri leave. Even those who worked at the commission but weren't a part of the Konohana household were sad to see them go, having grown used to the boisterous group running about and brightening the mood. On the eve before the move-in day, Sakuya hosted a huge party to celebrate the teens' graduation from origami and acceptance into U.A, and like most of the Konohana parties, it ended up becoming a miniature festival that spread out through the building. Then finally, after over a month of waiting. Sunday, April 2nd, 2282. U.A High School, Muzurifu. The day had finally come, U.A's move-in day. Izumi had awoken bright and early so that she'd have time to do her morning workout, bathe and pack the last of her possessions before breakfast, which would be the last thing the Midoriyas did in their home at Konohana Manor before heading to UA. It ended up being a chaotic breakfast, as Inko was fussing over everything at the last minute while Himiko was hurrying to pack everything she'd forgotten about, all while a slice of bacon hung from her teeth. Only Izumi and Eri were fully prepared, so the two girls watched in amusement as their mother/grandma and sister/aunt ran around like headless chickens. Toshinori arrived soon after and loaded everything into a moving van, thankful that Inko had transferred most of her non-essentials to their new shared apartment already. With their possessions packed and ready, Izumi, Himiko, Inko, Eri, and Ishiko shared a tearful goodbye with the residents of the Konohana Manor, who promised to visit as often as they could. The Onikawas were going to be spending their days patrolling the school as security guards, while Master Onijirai would be occasionally acting as a hired coach. Sakuya said a private goodbye to each of her daughters, professing how proud of them she was, and for the first time since being adopted into the family 3 years before, Himiko called Sakuya mom instead of auntie, which made the tree spirit bawl like a baby and hug her tightly. All 5 girls were crying while smiling as they left the commission building for their new home, receiving a huge number of goodbyes and well wishes from the commission staff as they left. They climbed into Kabuto's limousine and followed Toshinori in the moving van to the Bakugo residence, where they witnessed Katsuki say goodbye to his family after packing his stuff into the van. It was a typical, noisy, and swear-ridden goodbye for the Bakugas, but all 3 were misty-eyed as Katsuki got into the limousine and drove away. It was a fairly long cross-city drive, but they soon arrived and found themselves outside their new home for the school year, U.A High School. Kabuto had an ID, but his limousine wasn't on the list of approved vehicles, so he was forced to drop Katsuki and the Midoriyas at the entrance, the famed U.A barrier, and drive away with a teary goodbye. With their new IDs, the group entered U.A and followed some helpful moving robots to a series of newly constructed buildings, the largest of which they stopped in front of. Whoa! Himiko gasped, as she, Izumi, Eri, Ishiko, Inko, and Katsuki looked up at the building. It was a massive building resembling a very high-end apartment building or hotel, and it had a sign outside reading, U.A Staff Apartments. Damn, these U.A guys are really hard asses when it comes to plus ultra, huh? Got to go beyond on everything. Katsuki muttered. Toshinori hopped out of the moving van that had parked nearby and walked over. It's quite impressive, isn't it? Each floor has 2 apartments so the staff all have sizable places to stay. The top floor is ours, Inko. They gave us both apartments on the same floor, but there's a door connecting them so it's basically one big apartment. I already unpacked most of your things and put them where I thought you'd like. Inko smiled and thanks, wonderful, Toshi. That will save us a lot of time getting set up. Nizu wants to show me around my new office before the students have orientation, so I can get a handle on my new job. You'll be awesome, Mama. Izumi said, earning a smile and stroke of the hair from her mother. You're sweet, dear. It'll be quite an adjustment, but I'm looking forward to the challenge. Now, you lot should go and get yourselves to your new dorms. Toshi and I will drop your things off once we unload our own. Inko replied. Good idea. Let's go, guys, I want to see where I'll be living. Ishiko cheered, sitting on Eri's horn. Eri giggled and cheered too. The little girl had been apprehensive about the move, but Izumi had assured her that they wouldn't do anything if she wasn't comfortable, which had given Eri the confidence to try it out. She was a little scared about being around so many new people, since there would be 18 other students living with them, but she knew her family would protect her, and all the students would be heroes, so they had to be nice people. Plus, it was exciting to be living with Nizu-sensei, Aizawa-sensei, and Recovery Girl, who would be her teachers now. The teens, Ishiko, and Eri waved goodbye to Inko and Toshinori before heading off in search of their dorm. They'd been given guidebooks as they passed through the main gates earlier, so they had a map to work with. There sure is a lot in this place. Himiko commented, looking at the other buildings in the area. The area around the dorms somewhat resembled a modern shopping district, complete with a park and numerous shops. There was even a temple towards the back of the area that looked like the kinds of local shrine you find in many Japanese towns and villages. The guidebook says that other than U.A's school facilities and the dorms, Heights Alliance, there is a new support community built on campus for the convenience of the students and staff, since U.A students would normally need to take a train to the neighboring wards to do shopping. With everyone living in dorms, it was easier and safer to build shops on campus, plus it cut costs. The community is called Valor Village. Kind of a cheesy name, but I like the idea. Izumi said, reading through the guidebook carefully. Katsuki looked over her shoulder to read it too. So what exactly is here? An official school shop, some restaurants that serve different ethnic cuisines, a clothing store, a small movie theater, a small supermarket, bookstores, and outlets for some of the support companies. And that's just the standouts. Apparently they're all being run by robots or retired heroes that volunteered to live in U.A and manage them. Izumi answered, impressed by how far Nizu was going. He was apparently trying to build an entire mini-community within U.A to make it as self-sufficient as possible. Oh hey! Look Izumi, there are class listings for each year in here too. Ishiko pointed out. That's awesome. What classes are we in? Himiko asked. Izumi carefully read the listings. Ah. All three of us are in the same class, just like we asked. Heroics Class 1A. Shinso's in our Class 2 by the look of it. Sweet, I already have a new friend in class, the blonde girl cheered. Katsuki rolled his eyes and snatched the guidebook. Shark Tooth is in our class too, but I don't see Mantis. Guess he's in 1B, too bad, but we were never going to get all of us in one class. At least we three are together, he said, grinning as he slammed the book shut. I wasn't done reading that kaken. Izumi pouted, making Ishiko and Eri giggle. Katsuki smirked and opened his mouth to say something, when he was cut off by the arrival of a familiar face. You lot are as noisy as ever. Isn't it a bit early for this much excitement, drawled the ever-lethargic Eraserhead, walking up the path towards them. He was dressed in his full hero gear, with his yellow goggles mostly hidden by his scarf. Good morning Eraserhead. Izumi greeted in a chipper tone. Morning Aizawa-sensei. Eri beamed, waving happily. Eraser grimaced at the cheerful reactions, making Ishiko, Katsuki, and Himiko smirk at him. Good morning Amaterasu, Eri. You are some of the first students to show up today. I take it that Miss Inko is with the big idiot. Izumi giggled, yep. She and Toshinori are setting their apartments up. How are you, Eraser? She asked. It was professional courtesy among heroes to use each other's hero names when they were in costume, so Izumi had gotten into the habit of always calling him Eraser or Eraserhead, since he almost never wore anything else. As such, Eraser tended to always use her hero name too, a habit they'd both need to break soon as teacher and student. I'm good as can be expected with another wave of brats joining the school. I hope this year's batch won't be as disappointing as last year's. Eraser sighed wearily. Do you know who the homeroom teacher for 1A will be? The class listings didn't have the homeroom teachers on them. Izumi asked. Eraser smirked, which immediately unnerved the group. That's a secret until later. Speaking of secrets, it's a good thing I caught you, Amaterasu. You aren't allowed to tell anyone outside of this little group about your job as Heroic's assistant teacher, at least until you get permission from another teacher. Got it? Izumi blinked, sure. Why though? Eraser just continued to smile unnervingly, consider it a little test for the other students. Besides, we haven't officially announced yours or All Might's hiring as teachers. Deciding not to bother questioning the underground hero any further, Izumi just nodded in agreement, earning a more genuine smile from the man. Eraser then turned to Eri, crouching to be on her eye level. Eri, like your mother, you'll be starting classes tomorrow. You'll spend the morning homeroom with Class 1A, then I or another U.A teacher will pick you up and take you to the principal's office for lessons. If he's busy, you'll be taken to Recovery Girl's office instead. If you ever get nervous or upset and want your mother, then just say the word and we'll take you to her or call her to you, okay? He said gently, showing his softer side to the little girl. Eri smiled and nodded with a happy Eraser smiled and pet her hair, good girl. You'll also have quirk lessons for both Rewind and Barrier with me and your mother, when our schedules allow. The principal and the other teachers have set aside all kinds of treats if you behave yourself and reach the goals we set for you, so work hard and you'll be rewarded. I'll work super hard. Then when I get bigger, I can be at U.A as a hero student like Uncle Kaken and Auntie Miko. Then I'll be a hero like Mama. Eri declared happily. Eraser smirked and ruffled her hair, I'm sure you will. I'll see you again before long, he said, standing up and looking to Izumi. On a side note, don't bother hiding Ishiko's existence. Just say she's a part of your quirk like always. Be warned though Ishiko, that excuse means any actions you take will be attributed to Amaterasu, so don't cause trouble or she'll have to be punished. She is still a student too after all. I got it. I'll just nap in class or hang out with Eri. Ishiko waved off his concerns. Good, you've been logged into our security system, so you won't set off any alarms, but you don't have your own ID for obvious reasons, so you won't be getting anywhere on your own, unless you use the vents. On that note, Eraser pulled out a small piece of paper and handed it to the punkle. This is a map of the ventilation system. The principal sometimes uses them to get around, but no one bigger than Eri can fit in there. Memorize it. Ishiko grinned, thanks Eraser, you're actually a pretty nice guy. Tell anyone and I'm making you into a cat toy, he deadpanned, now get to your dorms, I've got stuff to do, he said, before walking off without a backward glance. The small group watched him go, the girls grinning. Ah, he's such a closet softie. Himiko giggled. Just don't mess with him, he has a higher expulsion rate than any teacher in history. He's merciless when he thinks you're screwing around. Izumi warned, before smiling again, still, he definitely has a cute side to him. Katsuki rolled his eyes, enough of the mushy crap, let's go, he demanded, lifting Eri onto his shoulders then grabbing both his honorary sisters by the wrist and dragging them to the dorms. Valor Village, Height Alliance and the main building were all only 5 minutes from each other, with the teachers' apartments between Heights Alliance and Valor Village, so they quickly found the dorms. Heights Alliance, the dorms, were a series of impressive identical buildings, each resembling a fairly fancy mansion and with a U-shaped floor plan for the upper floors. Each building had a massive engraving of their class number above the front door, so it was easy to tell whose dorm was whose. It wasn't difficult to find the right dorm either, as the dorms were arranged into 3 rows, based on the 3 years of students, and were in alphabetical order from left to right. They quickly found the dorms for 1A, stopping outside to admire it. Wow, this place is fancy. Himiko said excitedly as they looked up at the 1A dorms. Since it was so early in the day, almost no other students had arrived yet, so the trio had the place almost completely to themselves. Look at all this stuff. It's like a hotel. This is it. Izumi said excitedly, this is where we'll be living with half the top students of the entrance exam, plus 2 recommendation students. The elite of the elite. Bah, we'll crush them all right. You're already a damned hero as well as my rival, partner and pseudo-little sister, so don't you dare go and get starstruck or intimidated by any of these extras. Katsuki said, lightly slapping Izumi on the back. I'm only a normal student outside of hero classes though, so I'll still be competing with them academically. Izumi pointed out, taking Eri from Katsuki's shoulders and holding the girl in her arms. We won't lose in training, so you can't lose in academics, right sis? Himiko grinned. Right. Let's do our best. Still, I wonder who our classmates will be. Izumi said, trying to remember any of the names from the class listing. She hadn't gotten a chance to read it properly before Katsuki snatched the guidebook from her. The explosive boy just snorted, who gives a fuck? As long as we aren't with that robo-bastard. His name is Tenya Ida, remember? Ingenium's little brother and Tenji's cousin, the Greenette pointed out, covering Eri's ears since Katsuki was too excited to censor himself. Was his name on the list? Izumi asked. Katsuki shrugged, fuck if I know. Let's do this, he bellowed, and before Izumi or Himiko could stop him, he booted open the front door. Greetings extras. Your new superiors have arrived. Katsuki roared with a vicious grin. God damn it Kaken. Izumi said, face palming. Himiko and Ishiko mimicked the gesture, and Eri looked mildly startled. How could you, yelled a familiar, stern voice, placing your foot upon the doors of the dormitory. Such an action is insulting to our fellow students, Udare itself and the craftsman who made the door. It was the very person they didn't want to run into yet, Tenya Ida, whom Katsuki called robo-bastard. Izumi, Ishiko, and Himiko all cringed and Katsuki growled. Like I care. Where are you from, extra? What crappy middle school are you from? Katsuki demanded with his infuriating grin. The taller boy was taken aback by Kaken's rudeness, but nonetheless answered, I'm from Somei Private Academy. My name is Tenya Ida. He introduced. Katsuki just sneered, Somei. So you're one of those stuck-up elitists then? I'll enjoy blasting you to hell. Ida gasped and looked taken aback, blast me to hell. You're a monster, do you really wish to become a hero? Before Katsuki could retort, Izumi grabbed him by the back of his collar and yanked him back like a misbehaving puppy. Gods help me, if you two are like this on the first day then by the time we graduate my hair will be white even without my quirk, she scolded, forcing Katsuki to stand beside her as she bowed politely to Ida. Hello, my name is Izumi Midoriya. This is Katsuki Bakugu. He talks violently, but he won't actually hurt anyone if they don't attack first. The girl beside me is my sister, Himiko Midoriya, and this adorable little tyke is Eri Midoriya, my daughter. It's complicated, she explained, offering her hand to the taller boy. Ida took one look at Izumi, recognition flashing in his eyes, before taking her hand and shaking it vigorous. You're Amaterasu. It is good to finally meet you properly. I must admit, you shamed me in the entrance exam, he said, looking downcast. Shamed you? Izumi asked, confused. I acted like a fool and scolded you when you went to speak with that girl. I didn't know who you were at the time, but that was no excuse. You also saved many of our lives from the rogue zero-pointer. Ida said, bowing robotically, I must thank you for that. You're welcome, Ida. Don't worry about it, you didn't know who I was, and it was my duty as a hero to help. Izumi explained. Ida looked at her with awe. Amazing, you truly are exceptional. My brother and cousin Tenji have said good things about you, and now I see. That praise was well earned. Forgive me for asking this, but why are you in this class? Surely you don't need to be since you are already a hero. Also, if it isn't rude to ask, how exactly are you this child's mother? It's fine. I'm in this class, but I'm only taking the Gen Ed classes with you guys. I'll be working while you're in hero class. Izumi said, not going into what work she would be doing, leaving Tenya to make his own assumptions. As for Eri here, well, it's a long story. Basically, I bonded with her when we were both kidnapped and chose to adopt her when we escaped. The circumstances are a bit complicated and gruesome, but it's all legal. Izumi promised. I see. Forgive my rudeness. It is a pleasure to meet you all, Bakugu, Miss Midoriya, and, Miss Midoriya. Ida fumbled, unsure of how to refer to the three Midoriyas. Good to meet you too, Ida. Just call us by our first names, everyone does. We won't be offended. Himiko offered. Is it truly alright to be so informal? The boy asked nervously. Yep. Almost no one calls us Midoriya unless we're in trouble. Himiko giggled, I'm Himiko, she's Izumi, and the adorable one is Eri. Hello. Eri said shyly, snuggling into Izumi's arms and peeking out just a little bit. Ida offered the girl a smile and bowed again, hello to you as well. If you are truly comfortable with it, I will use your first names and you may call me Tenya, if you wish. The Midoriya girls nodded happily and bowed in return. Katsuki groaned, great, now that the robo-bastard has made friends with Snowball and the happy-go-lucky fuckwits I call my rivals and partners, can we get on with this? Tenya ignored his tone, though Izumi did pinch his cheek for swearing in front of Eri again. Ah, yes of course. You four are the second arrivals. I arrived first thing this morning, so I would be prepared, but aside from you, no one else has arrived. Ida said, leading them into the rest of the dorms. 5, actually. Izumi said, pointing to Ishiko on Eri's horn. Tenya adjusted his glasses as he peered closer at the yellow glowing being on Eri's horn, which he'd previously dismissed as a part of Eri's quirk. Oh. Forgive me for not noticing you sooner. Tenya apologized. No problem, the punkle grinned, I'm Ishiko. I'm Izumi's familiar, created with her quirk. She uses me to scout, hide stuff, and keep an eye on her pup here. Ishiko lied, patting Eri's head. How curious. Your quirk is truly impressive, Izumi. Tenya complimented, now would you like me to give you a tour? I have had a good look around and can show you everything I've found, he offered. Katsuki grumbled, still not liking Tenya, but the girls quickly agreed and began following him on his tour, forcing Katsuki to follow grumpily. As they were led around the dorm's ground floor, Izumi couldn't help but giggle, Yudata really doesn't hold back on anything, huh? There was a lounge with sofas and a huge flat-screen TV, a small kitchenette with a dining area around it, laundry rooms, individual and communal baths, gender split, naturally, and a quiet area to study in, plus a small home gym for light training, on the ground floor alone. Do you get to pick your room? Izumi asked. Tenya opened his mouth to answer, but Katsuki cut him off, nah, we've got assigned rooms, Izuken. Katsuki said, looking at a piece of paper posted beside the elevators. Guys and girls are in separate wings. Izumi and Himiko ran over to take a look. It seemed that there were 4 rooms per gender per floor, with 5 floors in total. Himiko was assigned to a room on the 4th floor, so they got on the elevator and headed up. Once they got to the right floor, they found that the assigned rooms already had name tags on them, so they quickly found Himiko's and took a look inside, though Tenya was noticeably uncomfortable and waited in the hall rather than entering a girl's room. Katsuki whistled, pretty nice, he commented as they took a look at Himiko's new bedroom. It was pretty basic, since it lacked decoration, but it had the basic amenities like a bed, desk and closet, but also had a few nice luxuries like a private bathroom, air conditioner, small refrigerator and a sliding glass door that led out to a personal veranda. Size-wise, it was a lot smaller than the rooms the Midoriyas had at home, but considering they hadn't expected much from a school dorm, they were pretty impressed. Sweet, I can work with this. Himiko grinned, already picturing how she'd unpack her stuff. You've got a fridge for your blood packs, so everything should be good. Remember, Mom cleared it with Principal Nizu and Recovery Girl, so if you get blood cravings and are low on blood packs, go to the nurse's office. Izumi lectured. I will. Geez, aren't I the older sister here? You guys get going. I want to get started on unpacking. Himiko said, escorting the others back down to the ground floor. Just as they reached the front doors, a small group of little robots arrived at the 1A dorms, transferring their things from the moving van. Izumi thanked the robots, then turned to look at the mountain of cardboard boxes. Since she would be spending her free time working or with Eri, Izumi hadn't bothered with most of her stuff and had only packed her everyday items and most precious possessions, but Katsuki and Himiko had quite a bit of stuff packed, and Izumi had packed almost everything Eri and Ishiko owned. This'll take hours to move and unpack. Izumi lamented. Would you like my assistance? I have already unpacked my own possessions. Ida offered. Katsuki sniffed, no way am I letting the robo-bastard touch my shit. I'll handle it, see you girls later. Ida frowned at the boy, but his expression turned to amazement as Katsuki immediately began grabbing boxes and running for the staircases, carrying a surprising amount for a normal person, making Tenya wonder if he had a strength quirk. Hey Ishiko, mind helping me out with my stuff? Himiko asked. Got it. I'll get it done fast. Ishiko cheered as she used storage to release a metal suitcase, which contained Izumi's hero costume, and then stored one of Himiko's larger boxes and racing for the stairs, eager to stretch her legs for a change. Himiko giggled, and grabbed another box before rushing off. Amazing. Ishiko is a part of your quirk you say? Tenya asked. Yep. She's like a little spy, but she contains a storage space for a single item. I usually have her hide my hero costume, so it's always with me. Izumi said, picking up the metal suitcase and putting it on top of one of her other boxes. Ishiko and Himiko will be done in no time, and Katsuki will take his stuff just fine. Would you help me and Eri carry our stuff, Tenya? If it's not too much trouble. Izumi asked with a smile. The blue-haired boy nodded enthusiastically and took some of Izumi's items, before following the girl to her assigned room. While Tenya and Eri carried boxes normally, Izumi carried her things by lashing them to her wolf form with vines, acting as a pack mule, pack wolf, and then having more boxes carried on her floating mirror and the flat of her floating blade. According to Ida, he was assigned to the third floor, while Bakugu was on the fourth floor, on the other side from Himiko. Izumi's room was at the top, on the fifth floor, which was also the only floor with no other girls living on it, as opposed to the other floors where 2 or 3 girls were housed. Izumi wondered if that was because her room would be different, to accommodate Eri. Izumi was proven right, though she was mildly surprised how right she was. To even reach the 5th floor on the girls' side, Izumi had to present her student ID like a key card, and the elevator went directly into the room. Because the entire 5th floor on the girls' side was Izumi and Eri's room. Izumi and Tenya gasped with shock, while Eri just looked around curiously. The entire floor had been turned into a Japanese-style apartment which was decorated like a shrunken-down version of the Konohana Manor. The apartment had its own kitchenette, dining area, bathing and laundry area, a living room, a large balcony, and 2 bedrooms, one for each girl and connected by a door between them. Whoa! Tenya said with surprise, I suppose this is the kind of privileges that a hero gets. This is way more than I expected. I agreed to live in the dorms if U.A allowed me to bring Eri, and the principal agreed and promised to make accommodations for her, but I didn't expect this. Izumi gaped as Eri ran around excitedly, exploring their new home. Honestly, I just figured they'd put Eri in the dorm room next to mine and put a door between them. This is a bit much. Principal Nizu and the Board of Governors were really trying hard to sweeten the deal for her. It made Izumi feel a bit guilty, but on the other hand, Eri would be much more comfortable with the similar surroundings. Well, I'll just need to offer the principal my thanks later. For now, Eri, Tenya, let's get to work. Next chapter, Heights Alliance Part 2. To be released, November 30th, 2021. A somewhat short chapter to start off the new arc, but one that sets the stage for what this arc is really about, introducing characters and seeing the fun interactions between them. This chapter was mostly Tenya's interactions, and the move-in, as well as what happened in the final significant time skip pre-epilogue. Next chapter will feature Tenya becoming friends with Izumi, the reunion between Izumi and Ochako, an arrival of the rest of the students, and the beginning of Class 1A's first terrifying test at the hands of their new teacher. Thank you all once again, and I look forward to reading your thoughts on this chapter and the ones to come. 9-2, Heights Alliance Part 2, Sunday, April 2nd, 2282, 1A dorms, Udata High School. Between the three of them, Izumi, Eri, and Tenya were able to bring all of the Midoriya girls' possessions up to their new dorm room/apartment in only 3 short trips, during which Izumi also discovered the front door for her apartment that could be accessed via the staircase, and which used the normal room key system as opposed to the ID key card that the elevator required to reach her room. Once everything had been dragged to the 5th floor, Tenya helped the girls deposit Eri's things into her room. Eri picked the room she wanted, not that it made a difference since both were identical, but Izumi and Tenya soon found themselves being pushed out. I want to unpack by myself, like a big girl. Eri declared, still shooting shy glances at Tenya. Hee, okay sweetheart. Tenya and I will be just next door. Work hard. Izumi smiled, feeling motivated by Eri's cuteness. Eri nodded happily and scurried off to begin unpacking, leaving Izumi and Tenya to take Izumi's things into her bedroom. Izumi quickly began putting the boxes beside her new desk, then turned to Ida, who was loitering just outside the door. You can come in, you know. Tenya blinked sheepishly. Is it truly alright? For a male to enter a girl's room, surely that's against the rules. Not if I invite you, silly. Izumi giggled. When Ida wasn't scolding someone, he was actually quite a nice boy. He was Kaken's polar opposite, being cool-tempered and orderly, so Izumi found the change of pace to be refreshing. He was also quite different from the calm and friendly Ingenium, or the energetic and cheerful Tenji, something else Izumi could appreciate. Besides, Izumi continued, you went into Eri's room and she's a girl. Tenya didn't look convinced. With all due respect, Eri is only a child. It's quite different with a girl my own age. Izumi grinned, you're so earnest. Seriously though, it's fine. Get in here. The boy reluctantly entered the room and handed Izumi the last box, then watched as she began to unpack. He'd offer to help, but felt it would be inappropriate to go pawing through a lady's possessions. So, if I might ask, what exactly is your quirk? I witnessed some of it at the exam and from what news I saw of your heroic exploits, but I can't quite work it out. Tenya asked. It's called Okami. Izumi said, before giving her usual explanation for her powers as Amaterasu reborn. It's a pretty useful power. What about yours? I love quirks, so I'm really interested to find out more about them. It's the Ida family's traditional engine quirk, right? Ingenium has them in his arms while Tenji has them in his chest. Tenya nodded, indeed. My quirk is called Engine. It basically functions as a speed booster for my legs, fueled by orange juice. The engines themselves can get in the way sometimes, but they provide an invaluable increase in speed and kicking power, he explained, pulling up his trouser legs to show the engines. He suddenly blushed and quickly covered his legs again. My apologies. What for? Izumi asked, searching a box for her notebook so she could write down Tenya's explanation. It is improper for a man to expose themselves to a lady in her own room. Ida said embarrassedly. Izumi blushed crimson, then realized that he had meant his calves, and quickly recovered. Hee, it's okay Tenya. Your calves aren't indecent, so you didn't do anything wrong. Besides, after growing up with Kaken, you'd have to expose a lot more before I got embarrassed, she giggled. Tenya smiled slightly, relieved he hadn't offended her. He spent so much time learning proper etiquette in middle school that he often forgot that it wasn't always needed. Actually, on the topic of Bakugo, I have to ask, what is your relationship with him? You refer to him by a pet name and he does the same for you. Are you courting? See courting? EW. Izumi grimaced, turning a bit green, no way. Kaken is a childhood friend and basically my brother. Dating him would be gross, she said. I see. Truth be told, he worries me a bit. He doesn't seem to have the right temperament to be a hero. Tenya said with a frown. Izumi raised an eyebrow, no offense, but didn't you think the same about me at the entrance exam? Before you learned my identity? You may have a point. Tenya stuttered, so, can you give me some insight into him? I don't mean to act like a gossip, but I don't think he'd tell me himself. Sure. Izumi smiled, Kaken is very driven. Being a hero has been our dream pretty much since we were old enough to know what heroes were. He's always been talented, and his explosive quirk and equally explosive personality can make him tough to deal with sometimes, but he's smart and deep down, he really does care about others, he just sucks at showing it. I don't think the two of you will ever be best friends, but if you don't nag him and don't look down on him, he'll at least be neutral towards you. Tenya's eyebrows rose at the blatant admiration in Izumi's voice. You look up to him greatly, don't you? Izumi smiled happily, of course. Now since I don't want to unpack my clothes with you here, let's talk in the living room while we wait for Eri. Ah, that's a good idea. I've committed enough social faux pas today. Tenya said, marching out of the room while Izumi followed, leaving her things to be unpacked later, though she did get out the large dollhouse that Ishiko lived in and put it on the floor between her room and Eri's, so Ishiko could see it and choose where to put it when she got back. The two teens sat around a kotatsu-style table while they waited for Eri. So Tenya, tell me a bit about yourself. You already know me, since you've heard of Amaterasu, but I only know what Tenji and your brother told me about you. Tenya thought for a moment before answering, there isn't a huge amount about me that you'd find interesting, I'm afraid. As I said earlier, I attended Somei Private Academy. I enjoy studying and running, and my favorite food is beef stew, while my favorite drink is orange juice. I'm not sure what else to say really, he said. There's nothing wrong with simplicity, and we actually have pretty similar tastes. I like studying and running too, though my real hobbies are hero work, quirk analysis, and art. I love beef stew, but my real favorites are katsudon and bone marrow. Not so keen on orange juice though, it's too acidic for my tastes. Izumi grinned, and I went to Origami Junior High, along with Kaken and Himiko. It's not as fancy as Somei, but it was a good school. It is. I apologize if this is rude, but why exactly did you go to Origami? Tenji told me that you are the adopted daughter of his boss, Sakuya Kanahana, the president of the Hero Public Safety Commission. I would have thought she'd send her child to the most exclusive school in the area. Tenya asked. I actually chose Origami myself, along with Kaken. It had a good reputation and a friendly atmosphere. Exclusive enough that everyone there was serious about their futures, but not so exclusive that it was all wealthy families. I'm glad I chose to go there too, since that's where we met Himiko. We met her on our first day and became fast friends, until she was eventually adopted by me and Mom, becoming a Midoriya. Izumi explained. Oh. How did that come about? What became of her birth family? Tenya asked. Izumi's expression soured, sorry, but it's not my place to say. Ask Himiko, she might be willing to share, she said, trying to hide how angry she still was with the Togas. The Toga family had actually vanished around the same time Izumi became a full pro, and the people Izumi had watching them didn't have a clue where they went, which made Izumi anxious. Tenya, feeling he'd overstepped, quickly bowed in apology, forgive me, I did not mean to pry. It's fine. Most of my family are misfits that were hired by the Kanahanas, or adopted into the Midoriya family from bad situations. Eri's a prime example. Look into the Orochi/Shai Hasaikai incident if you want to learn more about that, I don't like talking about it myself. Izumi said, rubbing away a phantom pain in her leg. Tenya nodded in understanding, I see. It shames me to say this, but your family were better to cousin Tenji than my family was. I barely knew him until after he and Tensei reconnected after the Shai Hasaikai incident. The Ida family have been heroes for generations, and Tenji was ridiculed and shunned for choosing to be a simple aide instead of a hero, especially since he inherited the Ida quirk, the boy said, looking down with shame, I owe you my thanks for your part in bringing us together again. The rest of the family doesn't like it, but Tensei and I have been getting closer with Tenji ever since the Shai Hasaikai incident. I don't know what caused him and Tensei to suddenly reconnect, but I suspect you were involved. I must thank you for that. Izumi smiled softly. Tenya no doubt thought that because Ingenium had worked with the heroes to save her from the Shai Hasaikai, that it had gotten him back in contact with Tenji, who worked for her adoptive mother. He had no idea that the real reconnection was caused by Ingenium and Tenji both being aware of Izumi's secret. In a way, that meant Tenya was correct that Izumi was involved, though he didn't know how she was involved. I don't think I did much, besides getting kidnapped, but you're welcome all the same. Izumi said. Tenya smiled back, and some of the stiffness left him. The two teens chatted for a while, discussing their experiences at junior high, telling stories about their families, and just getting to know each other generally. Tenya was surprised how friendly and open Izumi was as a hero, while Izumi came to see Tenya was less stiff and strict, and more earnest, straightforward and noble, if a bit prone to jumping to conclusions. The two also bonded over their pride in their respective families, and their bonds with their siblings. At Tenya's shy request, Izumi even told him a few of her hero stories, since Tenya admitted listening to his brother's stories was a guilty pleasure of his. Izumi had just finished telling Tenya about her first official mission as a hero, the bank robbery a day after she got her license, when Eri poked her head out of her room. Mama, I'm all done, she chirped, running over and jumping into Izumi's lap. Oh really? That was fast. Did you get everything? Izumi asked with a smile. I put all my clothes in the drawers and closet, and put my toys where I like them. Come see. Eri said excitedly, dragging her mother to her feet. Okay, I'm coming. Izumi giggled, following her daughter. Tenya smiled as the two left, not wanting to come along since he didn't think Eri was that comfortable with him yet. Izumi looked around Eri's room and nodded approvingly. Eri had done a good job, and while the room was now full of her toys, it didn't look messy, though Izumi made a mental note to show Eri how to fold her clothes better to avoid wrinkles later. The only things Eri hadn't touched were her video game systems, since she didn't have a TV in her bedroom nor did she know how to hook them up. Good work, Eri. I think this deserves a treat. Izumi said, pleased. Eri jumped up and down with excitement, and followed Izumi to her bedroom, where Izumi handed over one of the bags of holy bone bites that were set aside just for Eri. Tenya watched with amusement as Eri excitedly thanked her mother and began devouring the snack, eating as fast as good manners would allow. You're a good mother. Tenya commented, impressed by how well Izumi handled the little girl. Eri makes it easy for me, since she's such a good girl. Izumi smiled, petting her daughter's head and getting a beaming smile from her in return. Now, should we go and see if Kaken, Himiko, and Ishiko are done? Tenya nodded and got to his feet to follow Izumi and Eri out of the room. The trio went down to the common room, which they found to be bustling with activity. Katsuki leaned against the wall beside the elevator, watching the chaos unfolding around him with Himiko beside him, Ishiko sitting on one of her hair buttons. The rest of the extras showed up. Katsuki said, not taking his eyes off the gathered crowd of teenagers. 17 teenagers, plus a small army of helper robots, were carrying numerous cardboard boxes into the building and leaving them by the doors, while another robot carefully ensured every box was labeled as belonging to the proper student. Izumi allowed her senses to sweep over the group and almost couldn't contain her smile at the sheer amount of spiritual power present. Even a cursory glance with her senses revealed that every single student here had as much spiritual power as Ida or Kaken, meaning they were able to see normal demons, which would be a boon if demons really did attack UA. Izumi recognized the pretty blonde boy and the tentacled boy from the entrance exam, as well as Momo Yaoyorozu and Shoto Todoroki from the recommendation exam, something that pleased Izumi greatly, but there was also a plethora of other new and interesting people. There was a blonde boy with a black lightning bolt pattern in his hair, an invisible girl identifiable by her floating clothes, a familiar tired-looking boy with wild purple hair, a boy with strange circular elbows, a boy with a bird head, a muscular boy with thick lips, a heavy-set boy with an oddly shaped head, a boisterous, and oddly familiar, red-headed boy, a girl with long, thin earlobes, a boy with a tail, a pink-colored girl, another girl with green hair and Ochako! Izumi exclaimed, running over to help the girl with her luggage. Ah, that curly hair. It's you, Izumi. Ochako cheered, hugging the girl as soon as she got close, much to Izumi's joy. I saw your name on the class list in the guidebook and got so excited. Izumi grinned, Ochako was so cute. She'd gotten a bit used to talking to her, since they'd had a few phone calls since Himiko gave each the other's number, but Ochako had never had enough time or minutes on her phone for them to do more than chat for a little while. Most of the other students weren't paying much attention, though Izumi saw Kaken and Himiko smirking at her from their spots across the room, while Tenya watched curiously. Strangely, the flamboyant blonde boy and the boy with a raven head were also watching her, whilst trying to appear like they were doing something else. I'm glad we're in the same class. We'll be living together for our whole time at this school. Izumi grinned. Yeah. Can you believe this place? Talk about swanky livin', it's like a mansion. Ochako gushed. Tell me about it. Kaken, Himiko, and I took a look around earlier today, and this whole place is huge. Eri's here too, thanks to special accommodation by the principal. Izumi said, gesturing down to Eri, who was hiding behind her legs since there was so many new people. Eri? That's your little girl, yeah. You talked about her a lot over the phone. I don't get how a girl your age already has a daughter, but it must be nice to be here with a part of your family. Your sister Himiko is here too, right? The one that gave me your number. Ochako smiled. That's right, she's just over there by the elevator. Allow me to introduce you to Eri properly, so she knows you're safe. Izumi said, kneeling down and carefully coaxing Eri out from behind her legs. Eri, this is my friend Ochako. You met her when we went to Utada last time. Ochako, this is my daughter Eri. She's a bit shy, but she's a good girl. Ochako beamed, kneeling down too. Hey Eri. Nice to meet you. Eri looked up at the girl, remembering her from before. She knew her mama liked this girl, but she wasn't supposed to say so. Hello, thank you for stopping me from falling, she said shyly, bowing a little. Oh, you're welcome sweetie. You're so adorable. If you're living here, it'll be lots of fun. Ochako beamed, restraining herself from squeezing Eri into a hug. You're so lucky to have her here, Izumi. But why are you in our class? Aren't you already you know? Ochako whispered, not wanting to out Izumi as Amaterasu since the other girl wasn't exactly broadcasting it. The brunette giggled, oh, you have no idea. I'll tell you about it once you're moved in. Hey Kaken, Himiko, come say hi. Himiko eagerly skipped over, while Katsuki sighed and reluctantly came over, followed by Tenya, hey Ochako. Glad to see you're in our class. Himiko cheered. Yeah. It's great that we can all be together. Good to see you again, Himiko. Ochako greeted, exchanging a friendly hug with the ash-blonde girl. Katsuki rolled his eyes at the girly greeting, hi, round face. A round face? Ochako squeaked, unsure if she should be offended or not. Kaken doesn't bother remembering most people's names. Izumi said with a shrug. Tenya nodded, indeed, round face is much better than what he calls me. I am apparently robo-bastard to him. I wonder if it is because of my engines, he said, making his usual robotic arm motions, which only succeeded in making Katsuki smirk and the girls giggle. Still, round face though. Is my face really that round? Ochako asked, poking her soft cheeks. Don't worry Ochako, you're really cute. Izumi said, trying to make her feel better. Of course, once she realized what she'd said, both girls were left red-faced. Well, this looks fun, came a familiar tired voice. The group looked up to see two boys walking over. One, the speaker, was the familiar tired-looking boy, whom Izumi now recognized as Himiko's new friend Shinso, while the other was the red-head that was also familiar, though Izumi couldn't place where she'd seen him at first. Thankfully for her, Katsuki took one look at him and gaped. Wait, shark tooth, he exclaimed. Himiko and Izumi gasped, the red-head was Kirishima. In the picture on Katsuki's phone, Kirishima had black hair that hung down to his neck, but this boy had vivid red hair that was spiked up. It wasn't until he grinned and showed off his sharp teeth that Himiko and Izumi fully recognized the boy. Hey Baku bro. It's awesome we're in the same class, right? Shame Kamabro isn't here too. Kirishima greeted, putting his hand up for a fist bump. Damn shark tooth, what did you do to your hair? I'm tempted to change your nickname to Weird Hair. Katsuki said, smirking as he raised a fist. To return the fist bump. Aw come on. It looks cool right? New hair for a new me, the dyed redhead said, tapping one of his hair spikes. Shinso looked at Himiko with a deadpan expression, all your friends are just as nuts as you. Hee tell me about it. Anyway, let's introduce ourselves. We're the ones in this class that took down the 0-pointers after all. Himiko said. Oh yeah, Baku bro told me about that over the phone. So you must be Sunny, and you must be Izuken. Kirishima beamed at the two girls, nice to meet you. I'm Ijiro Kirishima. Hi there. I owe you a lot for standing in the way of bullets to protect Kaken. I'm Izumi Midoriya, but Kaken calls me Izuken. And this is Eri, my daughter. Don't ask, I'll explain later. Kirishima and Shinso looked at the little girl, who bowed briefly before hiding behind Izumi again, too overwhelmed by all the new people to speak. Ha, cute kid. Anyway, I'm Hitoshi Shinso. If what your sister told me is true, then you're Amaterasu, right? What are you doing in the hero course? Shinso asked. Kirishima nodded enthusiastically, hey yeah. I wanted to know that too. I almost didn't believe Bakubro when he said his honorary sis was Amaterasu. So why are you here? Another long story that I'll explain later. Izumi chirped. Trust me, there are a lot of long stories where Izumi is involved. And just so you know, I'm Himiko Midoriya, not Sunny. Himiko said. Wait, so Izumi Midoriya, Himiko Midoriya, and Eri Midoriya? That's going to get confusing. Kirishima frowned. Just use out first names. We're used to it. Ochako and Tenya already do. Izumi said, turning to the two. Ochako nodded and introduced herself with a smile, while Tenya bowed stiffly and gave his name as well, so they were all introduced. Hey, if we're calling you by your first name, then you should use ours too. Call me Ijiro, or just Eiji if you like, the sharp-toothed boy beamed, before kneeling down and smiling at Eri. You too, Eri. You need anything, then come ask your big bro Eiji. Shinso snorted, if you're Eri's big bro, then doesn't that make you Izumi's son? He teased, before giving the group a lazy smile, but I'll go along with it. Call me Hitoshi, God knows almost nobody else does. Izumi frowned for a moment, hearing the bitterness in Hitoshi's voice. Something about it told her that he'd led a rough life. Something she'd look into later. Thank you Hitoshi, both for that and for helping my sister with the 0-pointer. You were a big help. You deserve to be here in the hero course after that, she complimented earnestly. Hitoshi blushed and looked very uncomfortable at the praise, but before he could reply, a voice rang out across the common room. If you're here to socialize, then you might as well go home, came a tired voice that Izumi had come to recognize. Everyone went silent and turned towards the voice. There, lying on the floor behind the sofas, was Eraserhead. He was wrapped up in a bright yellow sleeping bag and looked a bit like a giant caterpillar, his dead-eyed glare sending a shiver down everyone's spines. Izumi guessed that he had come back to the dorm sometime while she and her siblings were unpacking upstairs. She hadn't noticed him since she was in human form and so hadn't smelled him. This is the hero course, not a play group. Eraser said, lazily pulling a juice pouch from inside his sleeping bag and taking a sip. Eraserhead. Good morning. Izumi said formally. She remembered what Eraser had told her earlier about keeping her role a secret, and so greeted him in a manner that disguised that they'd already met that morning. A few of her fellow students, particularly Shoto, Yaoyorozu and Tenya, recognized the name and stiffened, while the others just grinned at the sight of a real pro-hero. You're polite as ever, Midoriya, but that isn't enough here. Eraser said, slowly getting to his feet and letting his sleeping bag slump to the floor. None of you realized I was here until I spoke, and even then it took you precious seconds to quiet down. Time is valuable, you know, not very rational to waste it, he lectured. With his stubble, lazy appearance, and his usual attire, black pants and shirt with a barely noticeable utility belt and his scarf-like capture weapon around his neck, he didn't exactly sell the image of a pro-hero, and if they hadn't already met him, Izumi and her siblings likely wouldn't have recognized him without his signature goggles. Since Midoriya already outed me, I'm Eraserhead, the Erasure Hero. To you lot though, I'm Shota Aizawa, your homeroom teacher and the guy responsible for you. Pleased to meet you. Aizawa said in a monotone. Himiko gulped and even Katsuki looked a bit less confident. They hadn't had a lot of exposure to him, since he preferred to just deal with Eri and her mother during his sporadic visits to help teach her to control her quirk, but they knew enough to know this year would be a lot harder with him as homeroom teacher. They both wished All Might had told them about it too, so they could at least be prepared. They looked to Izumi, but she just shrugged to show she hadn't known either. Before anyone could say any more, Aizawa tossed a bundle of clothing onto the sofa from his sleeping bag. Those are gym uniforms. Find a set that fits you and suit up, then head to Assessment Field Alpha. It'll be on your map. Aizawa ordered, before casually picking up Eri, giving Izumi a look that said, you too, and then heading for the door. He paused only to turn back to the frozen students and flash his red eyes at them, do not keep me waiting. Immediately after he walked out of the room, everyone scrambled to find a fitting uniform and change. Some of the boys started stripping to their boxers right then and there, but the girls and the remaining boys ran for the bathrooms. As each person finished, they ran out alone, using their guidebooks to find the place Aizawa had told them about. Very few people waited for others, with Izumi, Katsuki, Himiko, Tenya, Hitoshi, Eijiro and Ochako being the only ones, other than the pink girl, who apparently knew Eijiro and had waited for him. Assessment Field Alpha, it's just here, behind the main building and beside Gym Alpha. Izumi said, reading the map as she ran with Katsuki and her new friends. They were the last to leave, but had managed to arrive in good time, even before a few of the others. Aizawa-sensei didn't acknowledge them at all, but simply kept one eye on his watch while talking quietly with Eri, who was sat on his shoulders. Finally, when all 21 1A students had assembled, Aizawa-sensei looked up from his watch and glared at them all. You took 12 minutes to change and get here, even though this area is only a 5-minute walk from the dorms, and most of you ran, he said, still talking in a monotone but somehow sounding scarier regardless. Another irrational waste of time. We'll be having a quirk assessment test now. A quirk assessment, the blonde lightning bolt boy asked, what for? What about unpacking, and the entrance ceremony and guidance counseling? Aren't we supposed to do all that before school starts tomorrow? Ochako asked worriedly. Aizawa just tooted, that stuff is a waste of time. Heroes don't have time to waste on ceremony, and villains won't wait for you to unpack your junk, he said. Yu.A is known for the freedom of education we offer, more so than ever starting this year with all the conveniences built into that little village the principal cooked up. However, those same freedoms apply to us teachers. That statement hung ominously above the students like a dark cloud. Aizawa-sensei didn't seem to like them already, and they all had bad feelings that he wasn't going to make this easy for them. On to the assessment. In middle school, you'll have done physical fitness tests fairly often, right? 8 tests, the 50-meter dash, the grip test, the standing long jump, repeated side steps, the ball throw, the endurance run, pull-ups and push-ups. Standard fare for all of you, with no quirks allowed. Aizawa said, listing off the events with his fingers. Japan doesn't allow the use of quirks in the usual tests, so the Department of Education doesn't have to take them into account when averaging the scores. It's part laziness and part attempting to stop the frivolous use of quirks, the man lectured. Suddenly, he pointed at Izumi. Midoriya, how far could you throw a softball in middle school? Izumi blinked, then thought back to her last fitness test. 64 meters. Aizawa nodded. It was an above-average score for a teenage girl. Good, now do it with your quirk, he ordered, gesturing for Izumi to stand in a circle beside him and tossing her a softball. They've got sensors to measure the distance. You can do whatever you want, just don't leave the circle. Izumi thought about it for a moment. Technically, only she couldn't leave the circle, so she transformed into demigod form and summoned her divine retribution in Tsumagari. The sight of her transformation made a few of the students gasp, obviously recognizing her, but Izumi just focused on her task. She ran her hands over the ball to paint marks of Bakugami all over it, then placed it on the back of her mirror and had the mirror and sword float out of the circle until they reached the edge of Izumi's range for the sword, which was shorter than the mirror. The mirror then flipped, sending the ball into the air, where Izumi could swat it into the distance with the flat of Tsumagari. That strike launched it, but just before it left the range of the divine retribution, Izumi sent her mirror at the ball and smacked it even further. Once the ball began to slow and descend, Izumi activated one of the marks of Bakugami, creating and immediately detonating a cherry bomb. She repeated this continuously, like when she performed ricochet firework, until she ran out of marks, and the ball finally landed somewhere in the far distance. Once it came to a stop, Aizawa's phone beeped and he showed the screen to everyone. It read 1624.8 meters. It's important that we know your limits. Once we know how strong you are and where your limits are, we can work on surpassing them. Aizawa explained, while Izumi dispelled her weapons and took a breath. Whoa, this is awesome. Aijiro cheered. Seriously? 1.6 kilometers on the first try, exclaimed the girl with the long earlobes. Oh man, we can use our quirks for real. This is so cool, the hero course is the best, added the boy with round elbows. Izumi really wished she knew their names. Unfortunately, while Izumi would normally be pleased to be praised by her classmates and future students, the look on Aizawa's face made her want to run for the hills. Ah, awesome you say. Cool, you say, he muttered, before turning a fierce glare on the students, freezing them like the eyes of a gorgon. Are you planning on spending the next few years just playing around? Having fun and treating this course like a game? Izumi gulped. How could someone so heroic make himself sound so demonic? She hoped Aizawa-sensei never got like this while teaching Eri, the poor girl would be traumatized. The presence of the little girl on his shoulders didn't even diminish the terrifying image. The Erasure hero took a deep breath, then in a low voice, delivered a terrifying gut punch to all the students. Alright, if you want games, let's play. I'll rank you all based on your performance across all 8 tests. The person to get last place in the class rankings. He activated his quirk, causing his hair to stand up and his eyes to glow red, will be expelled. Everyone gasped, their eyes widening impossibly. Despite knowing she had nothing to fear, Izumi couldn't help but shudder in fear. Aizawa flashed a sinister grin as his quirk deactivated. Your fates are in my hands. Welcome to the Ep.10 course. Next chapter, the quirk assessment to be released, December 2nd, 2021. Well, it looks like the students of 1A are gearing up for the first major challenge of the school year. And the official school year hasn't even started yet. This chapter was mostly character moments like the beginning of the Izumi Tenya friendship, and the members of the Sunburst trio meeting those who'd fought alongside their siblings against the Zero-Pointers. There was also a good few bits of foreshadowing if you can spot them. Next chapter will be the assessment itself, but will it end the same as canon, or will Aizawa decide someone is hopeless and drop them from the program? How will our heroes rank? It'll be an interesting little event. Thank you all once again, and I look forward to reading your thoughts on this chapter and the ones to come. 9-3, the Quirk Assessment. Sunday, April 2nd, 2282. Assessment Field Alpha, Udata High School. Most people would think a group of 20 brand new high schoolers training to become heroes, plus one who already was a hero, would be noisy and boisterous, and in most cases they would be right. But for the members of 1A, they'd just been given an ultimatum that stunned everyone to silence. Score last place in the Quirk Assessment test, and you're expelled from U.A, even before the official first day of school. But expelling the lowest scorer on the first day is so unfair. Ochako protested, breaking the silence. Aizawa-sensei was unmoved by her pleas. The life of a hero is full of unfair situations. Natural disasters, highway accidents, villains on a rampage, every step we take in this life is fraught with peril and one misstep can mean our deaths, or the deaths of others. It's unfair, but for a hero in real life, coming last means someone is dead or seriously hurt, the man lectured. As is my right as a teacher, I try to run my class as a microcosm of the hero industry, and in the industry we either correct the unfairness of the world or we lose and are no longer considered heroes. For you in my class, death here is merely expulsion, but either way, there is no coming back. Izumi frowned, but ultimately she couldn't completely disagree with Aizawa-sensei's logic. It's harsh, but there really was no room for failure in the world of heroes, especially as every mistake could cost lives. Their homeroom teacher saw a few of the changing expressions and smirked, realizing he was getting through to them. Sorry, but if you were expecting this to be like a normal school where you can spend your days having fun with friends, then you're in for a shock. U.A is going to be putting you through hell, so that you don't die the instant you step out into the real hero world. Aizawa grinned at them. You'll need to do better than your best, that's the way of things at UA. That's plus ultra. If you want to survive the day, bring it on. Tenya narrowed his eyes, a trial by fire. It's the entrance exam all over again. For those at the top, there's no end to the pressure, so we've got no choice but to surpass ourselves. Katsuki sneered, I'll blow through this crap. If this class is a microcosm of the hero industry, then I'll take the top position here too. Himiko frowned. With Transform's new ability to copy the quirks of the people I turn into, I should be able to at least get close to Kaken. Still, I kind of want to get as far as I can go under my own power. Eijiro began to look excited, inspired by their teacher's speech, and Hitoshi looked torn between starstruck at his teacher and horrified since his quirk was useless in physical tests. Ochako and Izumi exchanged looks, both nodding determinedly at the other. Izumi, with Ashiko once again sitting on her shoulder, noted that Eri seemed surprisingly relaxed considering what Aizawa-sensei had said, so Izumi assumed he'd warned her what he would be doing and saying while the students were getting ready so as not to scare her. The others in class had been similarly motivated, they had all worked hard to get here, so they'd work even harder and prove they deserved to be here. Aizawa-sensei grinned at their expressions. Finally Sunken has it. Good, the demonstration is over. Now it's for real, he said, walking over to where he could better observe the assessment. As he did, he walked past Izumi, subtly whispering a message to her, you're included in this. Don't let on who or what you are, and do your best. Last place is expelled, even if it's you. Don't forget, your teaching position is dependent on your student one. Izumi felt a brief flash of fear before shrugging it off. She was confident in her abilities, based on what she knew of the others present, only Kaken, Shoto, and Yaoyorozu could potentially give her trouble since their skill and versatility was on the same level as hers. It would be tough, but Izumi was sure she could reach the top 3. After that, there was no standing on ceremony, the tests began immediately with Aizawa organizing them all into place. The first test was the 50-meter dash, with Aizawa calling them up in pairs based on their eventual seat positions in class. It gave Izumi the perfect chance to put names to faces and hopefully see her classmates' quirks in action. The first pairing was Yuga Aoyama, the pretty blonde from Izumi's section of the entrance exam, along with the pink girl with horns, Mina Ashido. Ashido got into the starting position at the dash, but Aoyama just chuckled. That's unimaginative, ma chérie. Aoyama said, giving Izumi a wave of bizarre déjà vu as he addressed Ashido. If we can use our quirks, we should show off a little, he said, turning his back on the finish line and jumping into the air just as Ashido began running. The moment he was in the air, Aoyama fired a glittering blue laser beam from the belt on his stomach, which propelled him backward across the track at high speed. He was doing extremely well, until he suddenly stopped his beam, fell to the dirt and repeated the process for the final couple of meters. That odd fall had allowed Ashido to pass him, surfing along the dirt by producing some kind of softening agent from her feet to let her slide across the ground. Ashido, 5.43 seconds. Aoyama, 5.51 seconds, the robot at the finish line announced. Aoyama, his expression unchanged, brushed the dirt from his clothes. If it had fired a moment longer, my stomach would have burst, he commented, making Ashido eye him incredulously. Izumi, who had asked Ashiko to run and collect her current notebook, rapidly wrote down everything she'd seen of their quirks. Aizawa-sensei had been irritated however, as Ashido's quirk had torn up the track they were using, forcing them to move to the next one in the area while the robots repaired it. Izumi would have fixed it herself with rejuvenation, but it wasn't her who caused the damage and she didn't want to waste stamina. The class got a brief lecture on not causing collateral damage unless you could fix it or absolutely needed to, which left Ashido apologizing nervously. The second dash was between Tenya and the second green-haired girl, named Tsuyu Azui. Naturally, as this was a speed-based event, Tenya blitzed through it with his engine quirk, scoring an impressive 3.04 seconds. From the look on his face though, Izumi suspected he'd have done better if the track had been longer. Azui had managed to get 5.58 seconds and had run on all fours, or more accurately, cleared the course in a few long hops. Her stance while jumping reminded Izumi of a frog, and the little rib bit she gave as she got her score confirmed Izumi's theory of her quirk. Ochako was next, dashing alongside the boy with the tail, Mashareo Ojiro. Ojiro used his powerful tail to launch himself forward, giving him a decent score of 5.49. Ochako used her quirk to remove the gravity from all her clothing, and managed to shave a few fractions of a second off her middle school score, though her time was still the longest so far with 7.15 seconds. The next few dashes passed quickly. The Thunderbolt boy, Denki Kaminari, and Ijiro couldn't use their quirks for speed, so just ran normally. Kaminari's score was average for a teen boy, but Ijiro managed a pretty good score with raw athleticism. Next was the boy with the oddly shaped head, Koji Koda, and the thick-lipped boy, Rikido Sato. Koda was in the same league as Kaminari and got an average score, while Sato chomped down some sugar cubes and buffed up all his muscles, giving him the leg strength needed to improve his speed to well above average, though his increased weight and size did offer some resistance from what Izumi could tell. Next was Tentacle Guy, Mizo Shoji, and Earlobe Girl, Kyoka Jiro. Shoji's score was above average through plain fitness, while Jiro got the new lowest score due to being slightly below average for a girl her age. Round Elbows, Hantasiro, and Bird Head, Fumikage Tokoyami went next, with both getting super scores by using their quirks to pull themselves quickly towards the finish line. Siro used tape shot from his elbows, while Tokoyami produced a bizarre, shadowy creature from his abdomen that stuck its claws into the ground and used its connection to pull Tokoyami to it. Shoto, and the Invisible Girl, Toru Hagakure were the next ones, with Shoto winning easily by freezing the track and skating along it, while Hagakure got a similar score to Jiro. Thankfully, since Shoto could thaw his ice, there was no damage to the course this time. Then it was Himiko's and Katsuki's turn. Since their times didn't start until they crossed the starting line, Himiko held back until Katsuki finished so that she wouldn't be disrupted by Katsuki's explosive dash, and so she could observe and see how he did it for her own attempt. The boy threw his arms back behind him and shot explosions from his palms to propel himself through the air. With All Might's teachings in his head, Katsuki angled his body to minimize wind resistance and carefully regulated each explosion to provide an additional burst of forward moment just as he was about to lose speed from the previous burst, ensuring he maintained high speed without wasting energy on needless explosions. It landed him with a nice and even score of exactly 4 seconds. Himiko grinned and transformed into Katsuki, glad that the Udata gym clothes were loose enough to accommodate the slightly larger body. Then she mimicked his attempt, propelling herself forward with his quirk while angling herself as best she could and trying to regulate the explosions. Her inexperience compared to Katsuki prevented her from matching his score, but she got close with 4.21 seconds. The second to last dash was between Yaoyorozu and Hitoshi. Hitoshi did his best, sprinting as fast as he could with only raw power since his quirk was useless for physical tests, and thanks to the training he put himself through to prepare for U.A, he managed an above-average score of around 6 seconds. Then Yaoyorozu used her quirk to create some kind of rocket-powered scooter and blew them all out of the water by moving back from the start line and driving up to it at full speed before even crossing the start line. Her score was 1.22 seconds, earning her first place with ease. Izumi couldn't help but gape at Yaoyorozu, who was now politely eating some kind of protein bar while guiding her scooter to the next location. The Greenette had been sure she'd manage the top 3, but she'd hoped to get first place since she was already a trained hero, but Yaoyorozu's quirk was even more versatile than Izumi's power. It was literally a godly power in the form of a quirk, making it nearly impossible to match. Izumi was sure she could outmatch Yaoyorozu in any real heroic situation, but in the strict guidelines of the exam, there wasn't much she could do. Since Izumi was student 21, she went last and by herself, which meant all attention was on her, to her annoyance. She created a cherry bomb as large as she could and carefully rolled it away from the robots taking their scores, before sitting on the bomb. Since she was immune to her own techniques, Izumi detonated the bomb and it launched her rapidly towards the finish line, while Izumi used the flames of the explosions with her Inferno technique to boost her even further. She stopped her technique as she crossed the finish line, grinning as she received her score, an excellent 1.45 seconds. "Holy crap, did you seriously just blow yourself up?" Kaminari exclaimed. Izumi smiled nervously. "No worries, I can't be hurt by my own quirk," she explained as she repaired her clothes damaged by the explosion. "Good for you, not for the course," Aizawa said dryly, directing her attention to the sizable crater her bomb had left. The rest of the class winced, expecting another lecture, but Izumi simply used rejuvenation to repair the damage. "No problem," she said as her technique ended and the crater was repaired. Aizawa nodded approvingly, then continued the assessment. With everyone having finished the dash, they moved on to the other events. The next event was grip strength, and there were fewer impressive scores than in the dash, but some people that excelled there failed here and vice versa. Aoyama, Ishido, Tenya, Ochako, Kaminari, Shoto, Hagakure, Katsuki, Himiko and Hitoshi all scored averagely, while everyone else got a fairly high if not superhuman score. Ijiro had used his quirk for the first time, which allowed him to harden his body, by hardening his arm and using that combined with his strength to increase the pressure on the gauge, getting his first super score. Azui showed how tightly her frog-like tongue could grip, while Jiro did the same with her earlobes, which Izumi finally noticed looked like headphone jacks, and Siro used his tape. Ojiro did the same thing with his tail, smiling as he got to show off his rather simple quirk. Koda, who hadn't revealed his quirk, proved to be as strong as he was large, giving him a high, though not super score. Tokoyami's dark shadow was also above average in strength, while Sato's sugar-based muscle quirk and Shoji's 6 arms allowed them scores well over 500 kilograms. That had made Siro exasperatedly ask if Shoji was an octopus or a gorilla with that kind of strength. Then, in a repeat of the dash, Yayorozu earned herself first place by creating something, this time a hydraulic press that actually broke the gauge. Aizawa grumbled as he recorded Yayorozu's score as the highest available on the gauge, 999.99 kilograms. Yayorozu had sheepishly begun to create a new one as Aizawa-sensei glared at her, but Izumi simply fixed the broken one to save the other girl some trouble, getting a thankful smile in return. Izumi justified it as an easy way to get some praise for relatively little effort, since the broken machine was smaller than the track that Ishido had damaged. When it came for Izumi's turn, she used her wolf form to squeeze the gauge with her powerful jaws, getting a score of 680 kilograms and a solid second place behind Yayorozu. During the third event, the standing long jump, Aoyama shot himself across with his laser, Azui and Tenya leapt with their powerful legs and Ochako floated herself over by removing her gravity, and almost throwing up from nausea for her troubles. Ojiro, Sato, Siro and Tokoyami all used the same strategy that had in the dash, though they focused more on distance than speed. Shoto created a burst of ice to shoot himself into the distance, while Katsuki literally exploded himself across the sand pit. Himiko also repeated her earlier trick from the dash by mimicking Katsuki, and actually managed to beat him by accidentally using more force than intended and hurting her arms, thankfully without any real damage. Yayorozu, as usual, beat everyone else by removing one shoe and creating a pole of some kind from the sole of her foot, extending it continuously as she flew through the air and landed past the rest of her classmates. When it came to her turn, Izumi actually managed first place. Since by manipulating flames with Inferno, she could essentially manage a rudimentary kind of flight, and theoretically, jump any distance, giving her a score of infinity. Izumi was so happy that she finally beat Yayorozu at something that she barely noticed the others moving on to the next event. She was also lucky, using Inferno to fly was very draining, and Aizawa-sensei had gotten bored of waiting for her to land before her energy gave out, though she would have managed first place anyway since she'd gone further than Yayorozu. The fourth event, the repeated side steps, was fairly mundane since few people had quirks that could be used for such things, with only Katsuki, Izumi, Himiko and Yayorozu getting super scores. Katsuki simply held his arms out in different directions and alternated his explosions to leap back and forth at incredible speed, while Izumi mimicked him by making and detonating cherry bombs from each hand, one after the other, though the alternating made her slower than the other three. Himiko ended up in second place, as she copied Katsuki's efforts while Yayorozu did something clever with a pair of small vertical trampolines, bouncing back and forth, though not fast enough to match Himiko and Katsuki, getting third place as a result. The fifth event was the softball pitch, and Izumi opted out of repeating it since she couldn't improve her score and didn't want to waste energy, something Aizawa-sensei approved of. Most people used their quirks as Izumi had come to expect. Aoyama shot the ball with his laser, Azui used her tongue to toss it, Tenya kicked it like a soccer ball, Ojiro smacked it with his tail, Ijiro hardened his arm to increase the weight and put more momentum behind his toss, Sato used his muscle augmentation, Shoji used raw strength, Siro shot it with his tape, Tokoyami had dark shadow toss it and Katsuki threw it with a carefully shaped explosion, getting an impressive 743.4 meters. And Himiko copied Katsuki, managing 673.6 meters due to her inexperience. Yayorozu, as Izumi had come to expect, got an amazing score by making a small rocket that she could fit the ball into, getting a score of 1,456.6 meters, the second of her scores that didn't defeat Izumi's. Jiro, somewhat unexpectedly to Izumi, stabbed the ball with her jacks and then swung it around in her hands like bolas before releasing it, managing almost 400 meters in distance. Then Ochako decided to essentially flex on the entire class by simply touching the ball and erasing its gravity, allowing it to float away into space and earning the second infinity score of the class. Izumi couldn't help but smile widely at that, she liked Ochako showing off her talent. However, there were two people that gave Izumi pause. Yuga Aoyama and Fumikichi Tokoyami. The two boys were still watching her whenever they thought she wasn't looking, and Tokoyami reacted with an almost imperceptible widening of the eye every time she transformed into a wolf or used a celestial brush technique. Izumi didn't understand why, but she assumed they'd recognized her. Quite a few students had by that point, though they didn't say anything. Aoyama gave Izumi the most infuriating sense of déjà vu, and she couldn't figure out why. Tokoyami was less concerning, but Izumi was fascinated by his quirk, Dark Shadow, which seemed to have a cute side to it, and was very interested in Eri, though the little girl had avoided looking at the shadow or Tokoyami. Izumi would need to ask her about that later. Unfortunately, not everything was going well for everyone. Hitoshi had once again managed a decent score for someone effectively quirkless, but thanks to all the superhuman scores, he'd come next to last in almost every event so far, only outmatching a few people who couldn't use their quirks effectively for the current event. Worst off was Hagakure, the invisible girl whose quirk appeared to solely be invisibility and whom had come last in each event so far, her posture growing more nervous with every passing moment. Izumi didn't have time to focus on this though, as the final three events came up: endurance running, pull-ups and push-ups. Since all three of these tests were solely stamina-based, most of the class failed to get any more than average scores, as they were all exhausted from the previous events. Izumi and Yaoyorozu both nearly managed infinity scores in the endurance run, since Momo used her scooter from the first event and Izumi just ran as her wolf form, both of them running out of fuel just before Aizawa's patience was exhausted. Izumi also got an incredible score on the pull-ups by using vines to pull her up to the bar repeatedly, but after that she was too tired to do anything fancy for the push-ups and just relied on her physical conditioning to carry her through the last test. The only other people to do much good in these events were Tenya, who had the stamina of a long-distance runner, Aijiro, Shoji, Shoto and Katsuki. Katsuki actually thanked his lucky stars for All Might's hell training, as without it he wouldn't have gotten as good a score. Himiko couldn't match him there though, as she'd exhausted her own stamina much faster than he had, since she wasn't as experienced with his body. Finally, after the tiring battery of tests, the class gathered in front of Aizawa-sensei, who was looking at them with the same bored expression he'd worn through most of the tests. Time for the results then. Your total scores are a reflection of the combined results of each event. Explaining the math behind it all would be pointless, so I'll skip it and go right to the final class rankings, he said, fiddling with his phone. A holographic display shot out of the phone and formed a leaderboard in the air in front of the man, displaying everyone in the order of their class ranking. 1. Momo Yaoyorozu. 2. Izumi Midoriya. 3. Katsuki Bakugo. 4. Shoto Todoroki. 5. Tenya Ida. 6. Himiko Midoriya. 7. Fumikichi Tokoyami. 8. Mizo Shoji 9. Mashireo Ojiro 10. Aijiro Kirishima 11. Mina Ashido 12. Ochako Uraraka 13. Koji Koda 14. Rikido Sato 15. Tsuyu Azui 16. Yuga Aoyama 17. Hanta Siro 18. Denki Kaminari 19. Kyoka Jiro 20. Hitoshi Shinso 21. Toru Hagakure. Everyone stared at the display for a few moments, each deathly silent as they searched for and found their names. Izumi beamed with pride at scoring second place, while Yaoyorozu gasped and covered her mouth, eyes sparkling with joy at her own score. She looked to Izumi, clearly knowing who she was and being shocked that she beat her in the ranking. Izumi smiled kindly at her and the two girls exchanged congratulatory gestures. Katsuki wasn't too pleased at coming third, and was more than a little peeved that Yaoyorozu had come out of nowhere to steamroll him and Izumi, but he comforted himself with the thought that he'd conquer her eventually. Shoto narrowed his eyes on the scores, clearly unhappy to not be in the top three. The others with high scores were happy to have done so well, especially Himiko in sixth place, while the lower scorers were a mix of irritation that they hadn't done better and relief they weren't last. Hitoshi especially was thanking his lucky stars, while Hagakure was visibly shaking, wet spots in her clothes showing where she was sweating nervously as she waited for Aizawa to inevitably make good on his earlier threat. Izumi frowned. It was such a shame. Hitoshi was a good, heroic person that deserved better, but his quirk simply wasn't suited for physical actions, at least Izumi assumed so, since she didn't know his quirk. And Hagakure had to have proven herself in the entrance exam if she got into U.A. Tossing her aside because of a test where she had a disadvantage was unfair. Aizawa-sensei turned off the display and turned to Hagakure, his eyes narrowed. "Hagakure, come here," he ordered. The invisible girl gulped and shuffled over, like a condemned woman approaching the chopping block. There was a quiet sniffle as Hagakure approached her teacher, beginning to shake with every step. Her face was invisible, but her posture was so terrified that it was unnecessary to see her features. Everyone else watched grimly, preparing to see Aizawa-sensei complete his promise, the expulsion of the last place position. Once the teen was shaking in front of him, Aizawa eyed her coldly. That entrance exam of ours is utterly ridiculous. Because of that irrational exam, a hopeless case like you managed to slip into the hero course, he said harshly. Everyone flinched, and something that sounded suspiciously like a sob came from Hagakure. Aizawa wasn't done though. You managed pitiful scores, Hagakure. You've done nothing to improve your body, leaving you weak and unable to measure up even against others whose quirks couldn't help. It's clear to me that you haven't put in the proper effort, nor have the right attitude for this course. I'll be heading to the principal's office immediately to submit forms for your expulsion. I certainly hope you didn't bother unpacking yet. That statement hit everyone hard, with even the stoic members of class grimacing while everyone else looked on in sympathy. Eri, still on Aizawa's shoulders, was burying her face in his hair so she wouldn't have to see or hear what was happening. Hagakure was clearly trying to keep her own crying from getting louder as tears slipped down her invisible cheeks and left small wet marks on the ground. Izumi, who valued the smiles of others more than money, saw those tears and immediately, her fear and sympathy turned to anger. She was a hero, and also a teacher now, and Hagakure was one of her students too. No true hero would stand for such injustice, and no decent teacher would allow their student to be treated so cruelly. Stop! Izumi demanded, shocking everyone as she took a step towards Aizawa. That's enough. I won't let you keep talking to her like that. Her classmates looked at her like she was insane, while Aizawa simply cocked an eyebrow at her. I warned you all, last place gets expelled. Hagakure came last, so she's gone. I don't care what you said. If Hagakure got this far, then she at least deserves a real chance. If any of them were already good enough to be real heroes, they wouldn't be here. Izumi yelled. This is a school, right? Then it's your job as a teacher. No, it's our job as teachers to help improve them. The class looked between each other with shock and confusion, so Izumi turned to address them. Some of you will have recognized me, but for those that didn't, I am the OkamiHeroAmaterasu, she declared, earning gasps from those that hadn't recognized her. You're probably wondering why a fully licensed hero is in the hero course. The answer is, I was placed here because I was hired as an assistant teacher for the heroics classes, and was put with a hero class so my student and teacher schedules lined up properly. That means that I am both your classmate, and one of your teachers. She turned back to Aizawa, tuning out the shocked muttering of the students behind her so she could glare at the erasure hero. Since I'm already a pro, competing against brand new students should be considered cheating, therefore my score should be expunged. That leaves me in last place, not Hagakure. Aizawa frowned, and in an instant, his capture weapon wrapped around Izumi and dragged her closer to him, his quirk active so that his red eyes could glare into her own emerald ones. Don't talk out of turn, Midoriya. Don't think I won't expel you, or are you under the impression that the principal or school board will stop me? I assure you, they won't be able to. I ordered you not to reveal who you were or your unique position in the school, and you defied that order. Izumi grit her teeth and a growl rumbled up from her throat. She grabbed the capture weapon and yanked it, pulling Aizawa to her just as he had done. I take my job seriously. I am a hero, and you said it yourself, heroes put their lives on the line. I'm also a teacher now, and a teacher protects their students. Hagakure passed the entrance exam, which is something you couldn't do as a student. If you could become a hero after failing that test, then surely she can become a hero too after failing this one. Oh, and are you willing to sacrifice your chance for her sake? I said someone would be expelled, are you willing to have your score drop to 0 for her? Aizawa asked coolly, trying to hide the worry he felt at Izumi's eyes, which were slowly turning silver. In a heartbeat. Izumi declared, making Hagakure gasp while the rest of the class gaped. I told you. Heroes risk their lives for others and teachers protect their students. You know that I've already faced death for the sake of others, mere expulsion won't scare me. Attending Udare has been a dream of mine, but I'll never accept a dream that can only be achieved by crushing the dreams of others. She and Aizawa glared at one another for a few seconds, neither blinking and neither giving an edge. Ruby eyes clashed with silver ones, until finally, Aizawa released Izumi from his capture weapon and straightened out. In that case. Everyone braced themselves while Izumi maintained her stubborn stare. No one will be expelled. Aizawa finished, it was a lie from the beginning. What? Everyone screamed. Hagakure was on her knees, gaping at their teacher and praying this wasn't some cruel joke. A lie. Izumi exclaimed, as shocked as everyone else. It was a logical ruse, to make you all work your hardest. Aizawa explained, giving what could only be described as a shit-eating grin. So we aren't expelled. Hagakure sniffled, none of us. No, none of you. Aizawa said, now looking a little guilty. Hagakure, for the record, while I stand by the core of what I said, that your body needs serious work, I apologize for the distress I caused you, he said, bowing politely. As an apology, I'll arrange for private training for you, to help you overcome your weaknesses. W8. Izumi yelled, if it was all a lie from the beginning, then why not just say that? Why make her so scared? Why give me that ultimatum, she demanded. Eraserhead turned to smirk at the girl, another ruse. I accepted your appointment as a teacher here, but I had my doubts and decided to test you. I knew you'd save people as a hero, but I wanted to see how far you would go for the sake of your students. I wanted to know if you could be a leader. As someone in a position of authority, you'll sometimes be faced with unreasonable higher-ups gunning for your subordinates. It happens often between the government and various hero agencies. I wanted to make sure you would do your duty as a teacher and leader, and stand up for those people you've been placed in charge of, even if they aren't in mortal peril and even if you have to be punished in their place. Izumi's jaw hung open, and Eri peeked nervously out from behind Aizawa-sensei's head. I'm sorry mama. Eri? Sorry for what? Izumi asked, her head still spinning. Aizawa-sensei told me what would happen, but made me promise not to tell. I'm sorry for keeping secrets from you mama. Eri said sadly. I told her so she wouldn't be afraid of me. Aizawa clarified. Ugh, you jerk. It's okay Eri, I'm not upset with you. Aizawa-sensei was just being tricky. Izumi sighed, rubbing a hand over her face. That is so messed up. What if Amaterasu hadn't spoken up? You'd have traumatized Hagakure for nothing. Aijiro yelled. Be glad she did. Aizawa said ominously, my second plan was much more unpleasant for everyone here. Now, Amaterasu, since you're the assistant teacher, you're in charge whenever no other teachers are present. Everyone get back to the dorms, we've got stuff to go over, the man said, putting his hands in his pockets and lazily walking away. Eri still sat on his shoulders and chattering away now that she didn't have to keep a secret and she knew her mama wasn't upset with her. Class 1A just stood there in stunned silence for a minute, unsure of what to do or say. Finally, Hagakure broke the silence, by wailing loudly and throwing herself at Izumi. Thank you so much. Hagakure cried, hugging Izumi tightly, I thought I was a goner. I'm glad you're okay. It would have been awful for anyone to be expelled. Izumi said, awkwardly patting Hagakure's back. That was quite something. Yaoyorozu said, honestly, I thought Aizawa-sensei was lying about the expulsion from the beginning, but when he started going off on poor Hagakure. She trailed off. Apparently Aizawa-sensei's acting had been good enough to give even the top student in class doubts. Izumi, that was really scary. I thought for sure you'd be expelled. Ochako said, hugging Izumi as well, making the brunette blush. It was rather nerve-wracking. For Aizawa-sensei to trick us all so effectively. I'll admit to being very surprised that you will be an assistant teacher, but I think you have the right character for it. Tenya declared. Hey yeah, it was pretty cool, teach. Kaminari smirked. It was so damn manly. Giving it all for your comrades. I can barely contain the manliness. Aijiro yelled, pumping his fists in the air. It makes me feel a little better knowing I was never in any real danger. Still, having someone my age as a teacher is going to be weird. Hitoshi commented, slightly annoyed with Aizawa, even if the man was still his favorite hero. You were very brave. I like you. Azui said simply. Katsuki rolled his eyes and flicked Izumi's forehead, don't do that shit again. My rival can't be getting kicked out, he ordered. I never knew Eraser could be so scary. Guess we know why he didn't want you spilling the beans about your job before now. Himiko said, wiping her forehead of sweat. A few others made similar comments, while Shoto Todoroki watched Izumi curiously. The dual-colored boy had been curious about Amaterasu for a while, ever since discovering that his wretched father had some sort of interest in her, and now that she was one of his classmates/teachers, Shoto was sure he could find out why. Izumi chuckled nervously. Everyone in class seemed to be impressed with her standing up to Aizawa, but she'd never expected to be tested as an assistant teacher before the first official day of school. She'd appreciated the lesson Aizawa-sensei was trying to teach, though not his methods, and she was glad she'd chosen to follow her gut. Unfortunately, with Aizawa's apparent love of logical ruses, Izumi felt like she'd now have to pay extra attention to everything he said. So, Aizawa-sensei is waiting for us at the dorms. What should we do now, Amaterasu-sensei? Ashido asked excitedly. Can everyone just call me Amaterasu, or Izumi if you prefer, at least outside of class? Calling me sensei all the time will make me nervous. Izumi said, gently removing herself from Ochako's and Hagikure's hugs, and I suppose we best get back to the dorms. Aizawa-sensei said he was lying before, but I'd rather not test him. Everyone nodded in agreement and the group of students walked slowly back to the dorms. Upon arriving, Aizawa told them to head straight to the showers to bathe and change, so he wouldn't have to deal with the stink of 21 sweaty teenagers, a comment that earned a giggle from Eri, who was happily coloring in a new coloring book, a bribe from Aizawa to keep his test a secret from Izumi. Obediently, everyone grabbed their normal clothes from wherever they left them and ran to the showers. Aizawa watched them go, then returned to his spot on one of the sofas so he could go over some paperwork while he waited. A small smirk pulled at his lips as he looked over the papers. Eri sat comfortably beside him while she waited for Izumi to come back. He had quite the interesting class this year. He wondered how long it would take for them to drive him insane. Next chapter, Meet and Greet. To be released, December 4th, 2021. So, I'm going to guess a few of you are going to be mad about Aizawa in this chapter. He was definitely ruthless in this chapter, going arguably too far in his logical ruse. Aside from him making it a kind of test for Izumi, Aizawa was being extremely strict as a kind of wake-up call to the students. He saw one of his best friends die while still a student, and it scarred him for life. As such, he rationalizes his super strictness as it being better than letting his students get too complacent and suffering as a result. He's also far more on edge than canon, since the zero-pointer incident happened and he knows there are demons lying in wait. At least, that's the way I look at it. Next chapter will have everyone finally meeting each other properly, some class bonding, a certain somebody getting a few clues as to who Izumi is, and the whole class learning exactly what happened with Orochi. Thank you all once again, and I look forward to reading your thoughts on this chapter and the ones to come. 9 to 4, Meet and Greet. Sunday, April 2nd, 2282, 1A dorms, Udata High School. Shota managed to get only a single slip of paper read and signed before the front doors opened and the imposing form of All Might entered the room, dressed in his yellow suit. Ah, Aizawa. Glad I could catch you without the students. Greetings to you, little Eri. Eri looked up and waved. Hello Grandpa Toshi, she greeted, before getting back to her coloring book. All Might ruffled her hair. Now remember Eri, call me All Might when I look like this, okay? I don't want my identity getting out after all, he told her kindly. Now Aizawa and I are going to have a little chat. You can stay, but don't repeat what I say to anyone, okay? Eri nodded seriously, not looking up. Living with important people meant that Eri had to keep lots of secrets, but so long as she didn't have to hide stuff from her mama, she didn't mind too much. The black-haired man sighed. What do you want, All Might? Well, calling you a big fat liar is probably the top of the list, the number one declared, his smile not changing a bit. Aizawa rolled his eyes. So you were watching the assessment. I suspected as much. Don't you have better things to do, like helping Inko or preparing for classes? All Might waved him off. Oh please, Inko had everything in hand well before she moved in today. All there was for me to do was move boxes from the van and then keep out of the way while Inko unpacked the last of her things. Now don't change the subject, the pro demanded, really. A logical ruse? April Fool's was yesterday. The number one suddenly became uncharacteristically serious. You've a record of 154 expulsions, including your entire first-year class last year. Not to mention the rather needlessly cruel things you said to young Hagikure. That last part made Aizawa's frown deepen a little out of guilt. I apologized to her. Besides, she'll face much worse than that in the real hero world. She can consider it an early crash course in dealing with hostile authorities. Usually you mercilessly cut out the weak links. We both know that you fully intended to expel someone today, so what made you go back on your word? All Might asked. You're wrong. Aizawa said simply, I cut out those that aren't links at all, the zero potential. Weak links can be strengthened, but if they have no potential then I'm not wasting my time. You don't polish a turd after all. If any of them showed zero potential, I'd have kicked them out without a second thought. While Hagikure showed nothing of interest in the assessment, she did show some fledgling skill in the entrance exam. Besides, I couldn't very well expel Hagikure once Amaterasu put her foot down. My quirk doesn't work on her, and I'd rather not get on the wrong side of those jaws again. Of course, if I choose to expel someone for serious mistakes, I won't accept arguments from her. We full teachers do have seniority over her. You make it sound like you were threatened, but I saw the pride in your eyes. You were happy young Izumi passed your little test, right? All Might said with a knowing smile. Don't get cocky over your prized pupil. Aizawa said with a roll of his eyes. She simply had the guts to stand up for what she believed in, even in a seemingly impossible situation. Heroes can't just give up and say, oh well, I did my best, after all, and teachers have to look out for their students. That's part of why I expel so many weak links from my classes. If they resist improvement, a weak link brings the rest down, and if they refuse to be strengthened, then I treat them like the zero potential to preserve the other's growth. Besides, it works out for me. I know she'll work hard at any task I set her, so I can use her as my own assistant teacher to keep these little monsters under control and make things easier on myself. It's a win-win, the man grinned. Privately, he was thinking of Bakugo. No one else would be able to control him, and if he eventually becomes class president, things could get very tense in Class 1A without Izumi keeping him in check. At least she could rein in his worst traits. However, the mention of Amaterasu did remind Aizawa of something. All Might, remember that you're her teacher now, and also technically her boss since she's primarily your assistant teacher. I get that you're in a relationship with her mother, but you can't show any kind of favoritism towards her, or her sister. Bakugo too for that matter. Your relationships outside of school have to stay outside of school. Not to worry, I have already been given the lecture by the principal, and I'm sure young Izumi, young Himiko, and young Katsuki will understand. All Might said dismissively. With the important parts of their conversation dealt with, the two teachers chatted for a few moments longer about their lesson plans for the next week, before All Might headed off to his next order of business. After giving Eri a goodbye hug naturally, and Aizawa turned back to his papers. Neither pro was aware of a certain dual-colored boy listening from around the corner, his heterochromatic eyes narrowed. Soon after, the quiet common room began to get noisy as the students returned, all pink-skinned and clean from their baths and dressed in their casual clothing again. Aizawa looked up and nodded at them as they arrived, silently gesturing for them to take seats around the common room. Once everyone was seated, he addressed them. Right, now that you'll all be staying in my class for now, we need to go over some basic ground rules and other prep stuff. Aizawa handed out some papers to each of them, which contained basic information on the curriculum, school clubs, and basically whatever information wasn't already in the guidebook, meaning only things unique to the hero course. Once everyone had a sheet, Aizawa spoke again. As your homeroom teacher, I'll be in charge of your dorms too. The rules are pretty simple. Boys and girls aren't to enter each other's dorms without permission, nor can you enter them at all after curfew or the opposite gender's laundry in bathing areas at any time. The cafeteria is open from 7 a.m. to 9 p.m. so you can get free food there, but you can use the dorm kitchen as you want. Just don't make a mess or expect me to cook for you. Keep the noise down. Curfew is at 10 p.m. and if you make a mess, clean it. You're all responsible for your own rooms, and I will be making weekly chore lists for the rest of the stuff. I have a small office down here on the ground floor, and my apartment on campus is apartment 3A, which is the left side apartment on the third floor of the teacher's apartment building, so if you need me for anything at any time, come and get me. Part of my job is keeping you all healthy, so if you need something then ask me. Girls, if you need something but aren't comfortable asking a male teacher, then just let me know and I'll get a female teacher for you, or ask Amaterasu if she's comfortable with it. Everyone nodded in understanding. When he wasn't terrifying the class, Aizawa-sensei actually seemed like an okay guy. It made him surprisingly easy to trust, even after the mind games he'd been playing with them earlier. That's all I've got to say for now. I'll leave you all to deal with unpacking and introducing yourselves. Oh, my phone number is on the fridge, in case you need to contact me and I'm not in the staff room, my office, or my apartment. Amaterasu, come with me a second, and bring Eri too. Izumi nodded and scooped Eri up before following the man to his office, leaving the hero students to chat amongst themselves for a bit. Aizawa let the girls into his office, which had just a desk with a computer, a swivel chair, some file cabinets and a small sofa that Izumi suspected Aizawa would be sleeping on a lot. The tired hero gestured for Izumi and Eri to sit on the sofa while he relaxed in his swivel chair. Right, so obviously you being assistant teacher means you need to know some extra stuff. Firstly, here. Aizawa said, handing Izumi a small booklet and a pager. That booklet is the staff handbook written by Nizu. Read it to learn all the rules we've got. Nizu put marks in yours to show which rules do not apply to you and which responsibilities you don't have to worry about. You'll also find codes for the pager. Use it to contact the staff quickly. If you press the red button without typing a code, then it'll be considered a distress call and will call come running. Flip the blue switch to the on position if you need to leave campus for emergency hero work, then flip it off when you get back. For everything else, read the handbook, he lectured. Izumi took a moment to memorize what Aizawa told her, then nodded. Got it. Good. Now you're the heroic's assistant teacher, which means you primarily work with All Might and help him out. He's your boss, so try to maintain professional behavior. Udata runs a 6-day week, and on Mondays you'll be planning lessons for the week with All Might. Tuesdays you'll be with the combined third-year classes, and then from Wednesday to Saturday, you'll be with classes 2A, 2B, 1A, and 1B. If all might gets called away, you'll be working under that class's homeroom teacher instead. Sounds simple enough. So I'm in normal classes with 1A until after lunch, then I report to All Might? Izumi asked for clarification. You got it. Sometimes you'll be sent somewhere else or given another task, but we'll give you warning. While acting as a teacher, you're expected to be in hero gear and you must command the respect of the students. You'll be in charge of them, even the older ones, so don't take any lip. You have the authority to issue detentions, demerits, and even house arrest, with expulsion being the only thing you need Nizu's permission for. Use the handbook to get an idea of which infractions earn which penalties, but those are just guidelines and it is mostly up to you, just don't be unreasonable and don't be soft. If you don't punish bad behavior then it'll cause problems. Aizawa warned, giving her a very serious look. The brunette gulped and nodded. She didn't like the idea of punishing students, it hadn't occurred to her when she accepted the job, and she imagined it would be very awkward to have to punish one of the 1A students, or God forbid, Kaken or Himiko. Still, she accepted the job and she would do it well. Okay, I think I can manage that. Good. I know it's hard, you're a softie through and with Eri being so well behaved, this isn't something you've had to worry about. Just consider it practice for when Eri enters her teenage rebellious phase. Aizawa smirked, injecting some levity into the conversation. Izumi giggled and Eri just tilted her head. I'm gonna be a rebel. Like Princess Leia? She asked cutely. Her only reference for rebellion was Star Wars, which she'd watched with Koda at Christmas. Her mama stroked her hair with a giggle. Sure baby, just like Princess Leia. Just remember to only rebel against bad guys and not your mama, okay? Eri nodded seriously, before imagining herself and Koda as Leia and Han Solo, fighting stormtroopers on the moon of Endor. With the little girl lost in her own imagination for a bit, Izumi turned back to the amused Aizawa. Now, as a teacher you can leave the campus at any time, but please let us know via the pager, or we're going to assume you got kidnapped. Teachers have a private training ground behind the school, which you can use so long as it is only you, no students allowed. It's called Training Ground X, so it's pretty easy to find. Just be careful, Power Loader likes to test his gear there, so be mindful of explosions. I practically lived with Kaken for my entire life, I'm always mindful of explosions. Izumi smirked. Aizawa rolled his eyes and continued, now the last 2 points are your position in the class and your role as Eri's mother. In the class, you're a normal student during normal classes, but at all other times, your teaching position takes priority. That includes here in the dorms. Outside of school hours, you are off the clock and can do what you want within the rules. As for Eri, you will be solely responsible for her except during class time. Eri will stay with you until after the morning homeroom, then someone will take her to the principal or recovery girl. Her lessons will start at 9 a.m. and end at 3 p.m. with a short break at 10:30, after your second period, and then a longer one for lunch, which she'll have at the same time as the students. If you need someone to watch her outside of those times, just ask one of us or get your siblings or another person Eri trusts. Eri, if you feel like you need your mother for any reason, then tell whoever you're with and we'll take you to her, no questions asked. Otherwise, please don't wander anywhere alone, okay? He lectured. Izumi and Eri both nodded in agreement, understanding what they'd been told. Aizawa nodded with approval, glad that the girls were relatively easy to deal with. Now, let me go over some of the lesson plans that the principal has for Eri, along with what I'm planning on teaching with her quirk. While Izumi and her little girl were speaking with Eraserhead, the rest of Class 1A were lounging around in the common room making small talk. Someone had suggested they introduce themselves properly, but they ultimately decided to wait until Izumi and Eri got back, so they could be included and Class 1A could hear those long stories that explained why Izumi was in their class and why Eri was her daughter. It's kind of crazy, having a hero our own age as a teacher as well as a classmate. I've heard a little about Amaterasu, but I'm not a local so I'm not super knowledgeable about her. Kaminari commented. Pretty much everyone in Mizutafu and the surrounding towns know her. She was the kami of Mizutafu before becoming an official hero. It's almost been a year since her debut. Yaoyorozu said. Bakugu and Midoriya, sorry, Himiko, you two are her siblings right? Can you tell us anything about her? So we know what to expect. Shiro asked. Himiko nodded happily, sure. I'll leave most of the explanations to Izumi herself, but I can give you a few tidbits. Izumi is a lot more gentle and soft-spoken than Kaken and I, and she comes across as a big softie. She kind of is too, but she's more confident than she lets on. She's also a huge hero and quirk nerd, and is super into art, especially old Japanese-style paintings. She's not one to judge either, so she'll be nice so long as you are too. Honestly, she's a pretty normal girl, so you can all relax. That seemed to put the few worriers of the class at ease, and made the more friendly ones even more excited to see their hero classmate. Katsuki however huffed at Himiko's description. That shit is all true, but it's only half the story. Izuku may be a complete fucking softie most of the time, but she's still a real hero. She got that title by doing real hero work and taking down some serious assholes. Don't underestimate her, or you'll end up getting your ass handed to you, trust me, I know. All but the most serious and confident students gulped at that. They thought back to when Amaterasu had faced down Eraserhead, actually dragging him forward with his own capture weapon and not even flinching as he threatened her with expulsion. Shoto especially made a note to keep an eye on his new classmate/teacher, since his father and All Might had their eyes on her. "Hey, I found something," yelled a grinning Ishido. She'd been tapping away at her phone for the last few seconds, and was now triumphantly waving it around. "I found a video of Amaterasu." "Sweet. What's it called?" Sato asked. "Real Villain Fight. Amaterasu Debut. Full. It's a kind of clickbait title, but what you gonna do?" Ishido shrugged. "The thumbnail is kind of grainy, but it looks like some kind of snake monster." A few of the students' eyes widened, including Himiko's and Katsuki's. "Shit, that might be the Orochi fight." "Don't watch it unless you've got a damn strong stomach," the explosive blonde said, turning away with disgust. He and Himiko had already seen it, and they would never willingly watch it again. Frankly, they were surprised it hadn't been taken down yet. Most video sites deleted it immediately and even news sites only had the censored highlights. No one else in the class had seen it though, so with some trepidation they either pulled up the video on their own phones or huddled close to someone else who had. Only Ishido left the sound on, with the rest of the class either listening to her video, sharing headphones, or just watching a muted version so that the sound didn't echo around the room. As it turned out, Katsuki's warning had been no joke, nor was the video's title. It was the full version of the video, the one that had been shot and sold to the media by the original reporter. The video began with All Might holding Eri and an unconscious Izumi and facing down a possessed Taro Chisaki, who just recaptured Kai Chisaki from the police, and from there it went all the way to when Izumi and Eri were finally taken away in the ambulances. That meant it showed the full battle with Orochi, including the memories Orochi showed of the girl's torture, his attempts to make Izumi kill Chisaki, Izumi and All Might fighting Orochi together, and Izumi and Eri's possession/fusion and ultimate victory against the monstrous snake demon. Class 1A was deathly silent as they watched, with Katsuki and Himiko refusing to watch and silently worrying how Izumi would react if she came back to see them all watching the video. Funnily enough, Tokoyami and Aoyama were also refusing to actually watch and were merely pretending to, though Himiko had spent enough time people watching to know when someone was faking something. One by one, the videos ended until the whole class was staring with shock at blank screens. "Hey Himiko," Hitoshi said, breaking the silence, "I take back what I said earlier. Your friends aren't nuts, they're absolutely terrifying. Protecting Eri like that was really manly, but how can she go face to face with all those villains and not be afraid?" Ijiro muttered, doubting he could have done that. "I'm really regretting this. I shouldn't have found that video." Ishido groaned, a tinge of green on her pink cheeks, seeing that Chisaki scumbag torturing Amaterasu and that adorable little girl. That was awful. "Eri." Ochako chimed in, looking like she'd severely overused her quirk. "Her name is Eri. Izumi adopted her as her own daughter, but she didn't explain why. I think we can figure out why now. Is no one else going to mention how Chisaki freaking killed her, and she just came back to life? Isn't that a bit beyond quirks?" Kaminari exclaimed. "I was trying not to think about that." Ojiro shuddered. "Bakugu, Himiko, do either of you know more about that?" Katsuki nodded reluctantly. "Yeah, it's called astral resurrection and is part of her Okami quirk. Once per day, she can resurrect from death and revives at peak condition. She's done it a handful of times, 3 or 4 I think," he said bitterly, still angry about each and every use of it. "Taking the name of a Shinto deity now makes sense, that's certainly a godlike quirk," Shoji said, among the calmer members of the class. "I'm more impressed that she was able to hold herself back with Chisaki. That guy really hurt her, and hurt Eri who became her daughter, but Amaterasu didn't kill him even when given the chance. If someone had done that to me and my kid, I don't think I could have." Siro admitted. Heck, he didn't think he could have restrained himself from shooting Chisaki if he had a gun to his head, even though Siro had never been hurt by him. "I feel bad that we snooped into this. It feels like we've violated Amaterasu's and Eri's privacy. I think we should apologize, Kero." Azui croaked, her expression nearly unchanged though her tone was sad. "I agree. This video is one that is frequently deleted from what I can see, so we clearly weren't meant to see it. Tenya declared, hands chopping robotically. Is that a good idea? Didn't Amaterasu take down a villain that even All Might struggled with? Is pissing her off really a smart plan? Sato asked fearfully, the ever-silent Koda nodding frantically beside him. The animal-loving boy had seen Izumi's wolf form in both real life and the video, and he definitely didn't want to invoke its wrath, especially by mentioning that they'd seen its cub being hurt. The mention of Amaterasu beating Orochi while All Might couldn't made Shoto narrow his eyes. The puzzle of Amaterasu was becoming more interesting and complex. I think we should simply bite the bullet and confess. It was our own fault for viewing an illicit video. Yaoyorozu said, regretting it for many reasons. Yeah, and come on, this is still Izumi, right? Himiko said she was a softie and she definitely seemed like one before. Plus she stuck up for Hagakure, she'll probably won't be too mad. I think. Jiro said, her confidence decreasing the more she thought about it. Amaterasu. I knew she was a nice person after she stuck up for me, but to see that little girl Eri being tortured and choose to take her place, then let herself be hurt over and over both before and during the battle with Orochi. That takes something else altogether. Hagakure muttered, still numb with shock. Well, I am a hero. The entire class nearly leapt right out of their skin as Izumi reappeared, holding hands with Eri, who was shyly watching the class. Hey, you're back. What did sensei want? Ochako asked nervously. Nothing major, just a brief heads up on my duties as an assistant teacher to the hero course. Izumi smiled, taking an empty seat between Ochako and Katsuki, putting Eri on her lap. So, watch anything interesting recently? She asked, a knowing smile on her face. The class shuddered. How long have you been back for? Jiro asked. Since Hitoshi said I was terrifying. Izumi giggled, causing Hitoshi to shudder. Sorry, he said, unsure of what to say or do to appease the greenette. Don't be. I'm not mad at your comments or you watching the video. Izumi admitted, but no offense, I don't really want to talk about it, so let me go through everything really quickly. Of course. Please, go ahead. Yaoyorozu said. Izumi smiled, okay, first up, my quirk. It's called Okami and this is what it does. She began, before going into the explanation of her wolf form, demigod form, divine instruments, and celestial brush techniques. Those are the primary abilities I have, but I have 4 others which don't really fall under those categories. Astral resurrection is one of them, and Kaken explained that pretty well. Second is Ishiko. Izumi pointed at Eri's horn, where the punkle was lounging. Class 1A stared at the tiny glowing person with curiosity, only to be shocked, and Ishiko spoke to them. Hey. I'm Ishiko. I'm a familiar. Created by Izumi's quirk. I usually spy for her in emergencies, and can store a single object inside a sort of pocket dimension. I think independently though, and I can't telepathically speak to Izumi. Whoa, that's crazy. Kaminari commented. Oh, you haven't heard anything yet. Izumi grinned, you saw the Orochi video, so you saw what happened between Eri and I. Simply put, I can sort of possess people like a spirit, transforming their bodies into something I can use more comfortably, and improving both their quirk and my own. Eri is the only one I've been able to successfully possess though, and only that one time. I haven't figured out how to do it on command. Izumi confessed. She tried it with a few of the Konohana household, and even her mother and siblings, but she hadn't been able to. Even trying to repeat the process with Eri proved fruitless. Now, the last ability I've figured out is technically a secret to all but my family, the government, and the top heroes, so you need to keep it a secret. Izumi warned, I'm only allowed to tell you because Principal Nizu got the approval of the government, since it could be used as a useful teaching tool. Fair warning, it's kind of crazy and scary. Izumi said. Compared to what you've already told us, it can't be that bad. Shiro joked. I can give and take people's quirks via touch. The entire class paled, even Aoyama and Tokoyami, who hadn't been surprised by anything she'd said so far. You can what? Ashido shrieked. Exactly what I said. If I have the permission of the donor, I can take their quirk and then use it myself, store it within me where I can't use it, and or transfer it to someone else. Of course, I can also return it. Don't worry though, when I said I need their permission, I really mean need. Watch. Izumi said, putting a hand on Ochako and activating her quirk. Through rigorous practice, Izumi had overcome the issue of her quirk being limited by who initiated the contact, so now it didn't matter if they touched her or she touched them, she could give or take quirks regardless. Ochako squeaked in shock as Izumi's hand turned black and pulsed with red veins, until some unseen force shoved Izumi's hand away like a magnet with the same poles. You see. Because I didn't have Ochako's permission, I couldn't take her quirk. I also need your permission to give you a quirk too. Everyone was left gaping at that, while Shoto narrowed his eyes dangerously. Now he knew why Endeavor was so interested in Amaterasu. As one of the top 10 heroes, he would know about this ability, and considering what Endeavor did to Shoto's mother and the rest of their family for the sake of breeding and training his perfect successor, there was no doubt in Shoto's mind what he would do if he got Amaterasu to use her power for him. You say all the top 10 and the government know about this? Shoto asked. Izumi nodded, yep. I'm allowed to take quirks from anyone who consents and can lend them out for up to 24 hours to approved people, such as heroes or hero students. If I want to lend them for longer, or lend them to people that aren't approved, I need government permission. So far I've mainly used it to give quirks from retired heroes to their successors, or take quirks from villains who bargained for a reduced sentence. Have any heroes in the top 10 asked you to do this for them? The dual-colored boy asked. Izumi gave him a knowing smile. No, but one has been awfully insistent about speaking to me since this power was revealed. I won't say who, but I refuse to be around him. He's probably the only hero I hate. Shoto's eyes twinkled for a moment and Izumi could have sworn she'd seen a ghost of a smile before he clamped down on his emotions and nodded stiffly. If nothing else, Izumi had made a little progress with Shoto. At the cost of terrifying the rest of the class. Well, I think I speak for everyone when I say that your powers are scary as hell. Kaminari smiled nervously, awesome, but scary. Yeah. Not gonna lie, I know you're a hero and thus a good guy, but I'm super glad you need permission to take our quirks, though if you ever take a quirk from someone that complements acid in some way, then hit a girl up, yeah? Ashido said with a wink. That earned a few chuckles and to Izumi's pleasure, the class seemed to relax really quickly. It would likely take some time for them all to really adjust to what she'd said, but Izumi was confident they'd all get along well once they'd had the time they needed. Now, as for the rest, I just got done learning the details from Eraserhead, so here's what you need to know about my position and why Eri's here. Izumi said, before quickly explaining how she came to adopt Eri, what her duties as assistant teacher entailed, and the arrangements made for them were. Once she was done, Class 1A felt like their heads were spinning, but they couldn't think of a single question they still had for Izumi. It was all very strange, but in the world of quirks where people could create things from their own fat cells or make explosions from their hands, everyone had grown used to strange. So, that's everything about me and Eri here. Hopefully that answers all your questions. Izumi said. You know, as complicated as all this is, isn't it also kind of cool? We get a hero as a classmate and dorm mate, and said hero has a super healing/fixing ability and can trade quirks with people. With all the different quirks we have in class, doesn't that mean we could all do potentially anything? Like Ashido and Kirishima, imagine being able to harden your skin and shoot acid. Jiro pointed out with a grin, that's pretty rocking. Hey, yeah. We could do some crazy combo stuff. Like imagine me with Azui's frog quirk. Kaminari grinned, I'd be a thunder frog. That sounds like a real Pokemon. You're already a Pokemon, Pikachu. Katsuki smirked, my explosion quirk is enough for me, but having Shark Tooth's hardening would let me do more without fucking up my arms. I'll stick to my own quirk thanks. Shoto said coldly, not liking where this conversation was going. I agree. Aizawa-sensei will get mad if I use quirk exchange frivolously. Izumi said. Ah, it's still cool though. But I suppose we'll just have to make do with having this little cutie living with us. Ashido beamed, looking at Eri. The white-haired girl blushed, but smiled shyly at the pinkette, making the girl swoon. Kaminari stood and raised his hand, all in favor of Eri Midoriya being Class 1A's adorable mascot that we protect and spoil, say I. AYE, yelled back most of the class. Only Shoto, Katsuki, and Tokoyami kept silent, though Dark Shadow shouted I, on Tokoyami's behalf. The ayes have it. Eri is our mascot. Ashido cheered. Izumi giggled while Eri looked on, dumbfounded. Mascot? She asked, looking up at Izumi with shiny, innocent eyes. Sort of like the symbol of our class. Don't worry pup, it just means they all like you and will probably spoil you a little, just don't eat too many treats. Izumi said between her giggles. Eri brightened up at that, feeling some of her shyness melt away, oh okay. I'll be the best mascot I can be, promise. Atta girl. I don't care what Aizawa-sensei said, this year is gonna be fun. Ashido beamed. Yeah, the others cheered. Izumi grinned, it sure will be. But what were you guys up to before you started watching that video? Ashido grinned and stood up, we were waiting for you to come back so we could do proper introductions. Aizawa-sensei said our names during the assessment, but none of us have really talked properly yet. If we're going to be living together, we should become pals, the cheerful girl declared. Her bouncy attitude and fluffy hair made her look a little like an excited kitten, though her general pinkness and small yellow horns made her look a little more like an alien kitten. Cool. How are we doing this? Izumi asked, privately wondering if it would be rude to take notes on what everyone said for her hero journals. How about stuff like our names, our quirks, and some of the stuff we like? Ijiro piped up. Sounds good to me. Kaminari smiled, let's do it in order of our class rankings, from lowest to highest. That way each intro is more badass. Then the last, he suggested. No one objected to that, though both Katsuki and Shoto looked like they didn't want to take part, while Tokoyami and Koda seemed uncomfortable with speaking at all. Tenya looked to Izumi, do you approve of this plan, Amaterasu-sensei? Izumi smiled nervously, please, just use my name. Besides, I'm only in charge when in my hero gear and no other teachers are around. Of course, my apologizes Izumi. Tenya said with a salute, earning a few giggles and a sigh from an exasperated Izumi. Let's get this shit rolling so I can get on with my life. Katsuki snapped, you, invisible girl, you're up. The invisible girl hopped to her feet and her sleeve flapped, showing she was waving. My name's Toru Hagakure. You can probably already tell, but my quirk is invisibility. I love caramel, and those hilarious TV shows with hidden camera pranks. Most of the class smiled happily at the girl. Hagakure appeared to be so bubbly and cheerful that it was infectious. It made her classmates even happier that she hadn't been expelled. By the way, Hagakure-Izumi began, only for the invisible girl to cut her off. Call me Toru. I don't care if sensei was lying or not, you saved my bacon back there. You can call me by my first name. Toru declared. Izumi felt a fuzziness in her chest at that statement, thanks. I wanted to know how you dealt with the robots in the entrance exam. Did you get in mostly on rescue points? Oh, that was tricky. Toru said, I figured out that the robots only used normal vision, and didn't switch to infrared or thermal vision unless they suspected something, so I just snuck through groups of them then alerted them, making them shoot each other. I was also able to blind the few using infrared vision by refracting light through my body to make big flashes. Most of my points were rescue points though, since I kept distracting robots from other people. Izumi nodded approvingly, that was a clever use of a non-combat quirk. Next was Hitoshi Shinso, who didn't look too happy to be doing this. I'm Hitoshi Shinso. My favorite animals are cats, and my hobby is riding my bike around town. I got into the hero course by helping Himiko over there deal with the zero-pointer in our test site and rescue some trapped examinees. My quirk is... He hesitated, but took a deep breath and continued, it's brainwashing. If someone answers me when I speak, I can take control of them and give them commands that they obey. Nothing that requires complex thought though. There was a moment of silence, during which Hitoshi expected his new classmates to make some comment like all the others used to, but aside from a few nods of acknowledgement and an excited look from Izumi, who was fascinated by his quirk, no one seemed that bothered. The purple-haired boy sat down with a relieved sigh. He supposed that after quirk exchange, resurrection, and the other laundry list of weird powers granted by the Okami quirk, something like his wouldn't raise any eyebrows. Either that or hero kids were just nicer than the average middle schooler. From there, everyone introduced themselves in their own ways, talking a bit about their quirks and their likes. Kyoka Jiros explained her earphone jack quirk and how it gave her super hearing, as well as her love of music, which she seemed reluctant to admit. Izumi had her pegged as a punk girl, to go with her unenthusiastic, snarky and teasing personality, but apparently she preferred rock. Denki Kaminari was the stereotypical, cool guy, being casual and friendly. His quirk was electrification and he enjoyed hamburgers and keeping up with the latest trends. Hanta Siro's quirk, tape, was simple but versatile, while his personality was fairly normal for a high school boy, friendly and sociable without taking himself too seriously. He enjoyed healthy food and was a fan of orange, both the color and the fruit. Yuga Aoyama, whose quirk had already been revealed, proved to be fairly egotistical and vain, acting like he was a prince among peasants. As Aoyama professed his love of himself and all things sparkly, Izumi began to feel something slightly off about the boy, like he was hiding some major insecurities, putting him on the list of people Izumi aimed to help, along with Hagakure and Shoto. Following Aoyama was Tsuyu Azui, whose frog form quirk basically gave her all the powers and abilities of a frog. She was a dependable and straightforward girl who said what was on her mind, often while putting a finger to her face out of habit. She professed a love of the rain, and since most people were disclosing their favorite foods, she told everyone hers was jelly. She also stated that she wanted everyone to be her friend, so asked them all to call her Tsu. Rikido Sato was next, and despite his imposing frame, didn't appear to have a high opinion of himself. His quirk was Sugar Rush, which increased his muscles while decreasing his cognitive functions as he ate sugar, which provided him with a great boost of power in exchange for making him extremely lethargic once the sugar wore off. Unsurprisingly, he enjoyed baking and sweet things, but was a pretty good cook all around, which led to him offering to make meals for the class from time to time. Eri shyly asked if she could help, since she'd enjoyed helping Doi in the kitchen. When it came to Koji Koda's turn, the large boy turned beet red and weakly shook his head, refusing, or unable, to talk. Izumi offered him one of her notebooks and a pen so he could write instead, which he accepted gratefully. His quirk was Uni-voice, the ability to talk to animals and command them. He enjoyed animals and nature, and was a vegetarian as a result. Then it was Ochako's turn. The girl gave a shy but friendly introduction and explained her zero gravity, which Izumi already knew about from their brief conversations on the phone, but Izumi did learn some new things, such as Ochako's love of the starry sky and Japanese food, particularly mochi. Izumi idly wondered if she should make some, before blushing and shaking those thoughts from her head and turning to listen to Mina Ashido's introduction. The pink girl could secrete acid of varying strengths, which she explained in her cheerful and energetic way. Mina proclaimed she was staunchly against bullying of any kind, while also declaring her love of both natto and okra, which baffled Izumi, an unrepentant hater of natto. Then it was Eijiro Kirishima's turn, and to Izumi's surprise, Katsuki straightened up a bit when the redhead stood up. Izumi was sure Katsuki liked Eijiro more than he let on, but decided not to comment just yet. Eijiro's quirk was hardening, an ideal heroic power, in Izumi's opinion, and he liked pretty much anything that contained meat or was manly in some way. He was unrepentantly manly, but seemed to retain a friendliness and softness to him, along with a noble spirit. He was, ironically, a perfect foil to the explosive, antisocial, abrasive and crass Katsuki Bakugo, who had paid more attention to the redhead's introduction than all the others combined. The next person to introduce themselves was Masahiro Ojiro, whose quirk, tail, did exactly what one would expect, it gave him a fully articulated tail. Ojiro was calm and dignified with a hint of shyness, but otherwise unremarkable, though he did share that he practiced and enjoyed various martial arts. Then there was Mizo Shoji, best described as enigmatic, gentle despite his appearance and an all-around nice person. He reminded Izumi a little of a Buddhist monk. His quirk was called Dupli Arms and allowed him to manifest a functioning duplicate of any part of his body from his tentacles. Ironically, Shoji claimed his favorite foods to be takoyaki and squid ink pasta, which got a few smiles from his classmates. Fumikage Tokoyami's introduction got off to an amusing start when his quirk, Dark Shadow, decided to introduce itself. The quirk, while mostly controlled by Tokoyami, had its own sentience, something Izumi found very fascinating, and was much more cheerful and playful than its gloomy wielder. Tokoyami, after wrangling Dark Shadow back under control with a borrowed flashlight, courtesy of Yaoyorozu, finished his own introduction by stating that he enjoyed darkness and apples. Katsuki immediately dubbed him Nevermore, while nicknaming Dark Shadow, Polly. Dark Shadow was thrilled. Tokoyami less so. Himiko followed after Tokoyami and gave a friendly and confident introduction, giving her name, her quirk, and professing her love of pomegranates and her quirk-induced fascination with blood. A few of their classmates looked a bit squeamish, but it was clear from their expressions that they didn't dislike Himiko or begrudge her tastes, they were just uncomfortable with blood in general. Eri was the same in that regard. Tenya was next, and more or less repeated what he'd said to Izumi earlier that day. He gave the impression that he wanted to say more, but since everyone else had merely introduced themselves, explained their quirks and given their favorite foods and hobbies, Tenya opted not to say any more than that himself. Since he was the second friend Izumi had made at U.A, counting Ochako at the entrance exam, the greenette decided to ask him about it later, though she suspected it involved ingenium. Then it was time for Shoto Todoroki's introduction. My name is Shoto Todoroki. My quirk makes ice, he said simply, sitting back down again immediately. Everyone looked at him in confusion. Is that it? Kaminari asked. Yes. Shoto replied. He spoke in an emotionless monotone, his expression never changing. It was a shame too, Izumi thought he was rather handsome, even with his burn scar, but his usual blank expression made him look cold and unapproachable. She really had her work cut out for her to get him to open up a little. What about your likes? Food, hobbies, stuff like that, she asked, trying to coax more out of the icy boy. Todoroki shrugged, I have no hobbies. My favorite food? I guess it's cold soba. No one really knew how to reply to that, and the high-energy atmosphere of the room plummeted, something that Shoto either didn't notice or didn't care about. Katsuki growled and leapt to his feet, freaking half and half. This is how you do introductions. The name is Katsuki Bakugo, the future #1 hero. My awesome quirk is called Explosion, and I give you all 3 guesses at what it does. I like spicy food, climbing mountains, and kicking ass. Izuken over there is my partner and rival, so if you fuck with her, you fuck with me. Same for Sunny. Be nice to Snowball, or I'll kill you if Izuken doesn't do it first. Talk down to me and I'll kick your ass. If any of you prove you're worth more than shit, I might bother remembering your names, but until then you're all extras. End of intro, he sneered, before sitting back down. Izumi facepalmed while most of the class shared the same thought, that was worse than Todoroki's. Ijiro, on the other hand, thought it was the manliest thing he'd ever heard. It's your turn, Izumi. Ochako gently reminded the facepalming girl. Izumi blinked in surprise. Didn't I already introduce myself earlier? Well yeah, but we don't know your hobbies or anything like that. Zero pointed out. Oh, fair enough. I have 3 hobbies, hero work, quirk analysis, and art, specifically painting. Izumi said. The class nodded, and Eri raised her hand shyly. See, can I have a turn? Of course. You're our class mascot. Yaoyorozu smiled. Eri blushed as all attention went on to her. My name is Eri Midoriya. I like my family, and my favorite food is apples, and mama's katsudon. My quirk is rewind, and lets me turn people back in time, but I can't use it very good yet. Mama also gave me another quirk, it's called barrier, she said, before putting her hands together in prayer and causing a golden bubble to appear around them all. A few of the class poked it and found they couldn't budge it, not even when Ijiro punched it at full force with his hardened fist. Because of the experiments that Chisaki did, Eri also has some of my powers. Izumi said, so Eri wouldn't need to hide her other powers, she can use my wolf form, my partial transformation, and my sunrise technique. She can also control my mirror if I summon it for her. Eri nodded excitedly and demonstrated by turning into her puppy form, earning some coups from the girls. She ran a lap around the room, then turned into her demigod form, her tail wagging happily behind her. Class 1A clapped politely and smiled at her, while Aoyama and Tokoyami watched her carefully. Eri bowed politely and sat back down on her mother's lap, now feeling confident around most of the class, though she was still nervous around Tokoyami. With Eri's introduction done, the class then looked to Yaoyorozu to finish the introductions. The prim and proper girl complied, my name is Momo Yaoyorozu. My quirk, creation, allows me to manipulate the molecular structure of my fat cells in order to create objects from my body. I can create anything non-living, so long as I understand the object's molecular construction and have enough fat cells to produce it. On a personal note, I enjoy reading and have a taste for traditional English afternoon tea. Zero whistled, whoa, you're fancy. You must come from a pretty well-off family. Ah, yes, I suppose I do. Yaoyorozu admitted, however I intend to work very hard at becoming a hero. In fact, I would like to assist you, Midoriya, in helping the class with any problems. Izumi nodded happily, sure. With all the amazing quirks and talents in this class, I bet we'll be able to resolve any problems if we work together and put in the effort. Speaking of effort, we should lug the rest of our stuff upstairs. Kaminari sighed, reluctantly getting up and turning to where the piles of luggage still sat. I'll help out. I make a rather fetching pack wolf if I do say so myself. Izumi chuckled before transforming. Himiko, Eri, Tenya, and Ishiko offered their own help too, and after a pleading look from Ijiro, Katsuki relented and stood to help as well. And with that, Izumi and Class 1A become friends, and in the months to come, that friendship would save many lives. But for now, Izumi was content to just be with her new friends, learning more about them and growing closer. Tomorrow, Udata High School would start for real. Next chapter, Trials of Teaching Part 1. To be released, December 7, 2021. And that ends the first part of the arc, and everyone is introduced. Class 1A has gotten a taste of how crazy their lives are going to be now, and Izumi learns her responsibilities as a teacher. The students are definitely not going to be forgetting what they saw in that Orochi video. At least they now have Eri as their adorable mascot, now that she's comfortable with them. Next chapter will detail the first day of classes for the students, some bonding between them, and Izumi's first experience with lesson planning with all might. Thank you all once again, and I look forward to reading your thoughts on this chapter and the ones to come. 9 to 5, Trials of Teaching Part 1. Monday, April 3, 2282. Cafeteria, Udata High School. The remainder of the move-in day passed in a flurry of activity for the new students of Class 1A, their shared ordeal of Aizawa-sensei's quirk assessment helping them bond through adversity. Much of the afternoon was spent setting up their rooms, while Izumi helped carry their things upstairs and then played with Eri in the common room. Once they were done, Ashido tried to rally the class into having a room showcase, but while they had started to bond, no one in class was comfortable enough to let everyone else see their private spaces, so that plan was put on the back burner for now. Sato made them all a fancy Italian pasta dish for dinner, with Izumi, Eri, and Azui, call Mitsu, assisting him as the only ones willing with any real kitchen experience. Eri helped by washing vegetables while she sang the praises of Izumi's cooking, making the greenette blush. In truth, Izumi was only an average cook that was good at following recipes, and needed someone to test her food since her own wolf-like sense of taste made it hard to season for normal humans. Eri, having similar tastes thanks to her own wolfish tongue, didn't really understand that because all food she'd been fed before becoming Izumi's daughter had been bland convenience store fare. The evening was then spent playing video games, watching movies, and just bonding in general, before they all had an early night to prepare for the first real day of school. Monday began the start of a new routine for Izumi. She woke Eri and the two went for an early morning run, both for exercise and to burn off the excess energy that the puppy Eri always awoke with, then returned to the dorms for a shower and breakfast. Tsuyu handled breakfast, French toast, a favorite of her siblings, and Izumi and Eri got to watch, bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, as a small horde of zombie-like teenagers devoured it all with about a gallon of coffee before they all perked up. Eri got some excitement from the other girls, since she was dressed in a smaller, more kid-friendly version of the gray girl's uniform, and the little girl handled it very well, having grown a bit more used to 1A after Sunday night's gaming and movie event. She still struggled with Ashido and Toru trying to hug her randomly, but all it took was Izumi giving them the evil silver eye and they backed down, so Eri was sure she was safe. From there, the day progressed in a disappointingly normal manner. Homeroom wasn't too different from middle school, though it was interesting to see some of the accessibility features built into U.A to accommodate different quirks, such as the reinforced furniture and the giant doors. Having Eri with her for it was also different, but once homeroom ended, Aizawa-sensei took Eri to Principal Nizu for her own lessons, with Ishiko accompanying her, and took most of the excitement with him. Classes were, well, they were classes. Learning English isn't the most stimulated subject, even if present Mike was the teacher. Having pro-heroes for teachers was really the only thing U.A's general education had going for it, though Izumi did recognize that the pace was a lot faster than what she was used to, which was nice. Middle school classes felt like they moved along at a snail's pace. Since Izumi's seat was at the very back of the class and beside the window, in a row all on its own, since she was seat 21, the greenette could see the entire class and could tell that the others were getting bored too, along with a sense of anticipation that was building for their first hero classes after lunch. Izumi hadn't had the heart to tell them that they'd be in theory lessons into All Might's first class on Friday. Then again, All Might's new teaching job hadn't been revealed yet either. When it finally came time for lunch and Eri was delivered back to class 1A just in time to join, the entire class rushed to the cafeteria, eager for some of Lunch Rush's food. "Hey Izumi. Let's all eat together," Ochako said happily, looking far too cute in her uniform in Izumi's opinion. Sure. There's us, Eri, Kaken, Himiko, Tenya, Ijiro, and Hitoshi, so we need a table for 8? Izumi replied with a light blush on her cheeks. Let's make it 10. Shark Tooth went off to find Mantis, and Sunny was betting on Invisible Girl joining us. Katsuki said, coming up behind Ochako with a tray of ultra-spicy curry. I'll find one. You guys gather everyone up and bring them over. Ochako bobbed her head before happily disappearing into the busy lunchroom crowd. Well, someone's eager. Katsuki muttered with a raised eyebrow. Izumi nodded with a smile, then noticed Shoto walking by with a tray of soba. Oh. Shoto, do you want to come sit with us for lunch? The dual-colored boy paused and looked at her with his usual emotionless gaze, only this time with a slight eyebrow raise. Shoto?